91 The Azure Serpent Emperor's martial soul is that of the owner of a listed company. Is this spirit beast very strong? It possesses earth, water, and poison attributes, with 99,000 years of cultivation. As long as it stands on the ground or in water, it can continuously recover. Even if its head is chopped off, it can grow a new one. Unless you have the ability to instantly kill it, no one can wear it down. Furthermore, it can conceal its aura. If it truly encounters an opponent it cannot defeat, it will hide directly, making it impossible to find. Over time, this has also made it less fearful of human spirit masters, Douluo explained. Uchiha Tamaki was a bit surprised. With the physique of the poison abyss giant salamander, its body length was at least 50 meters. To kill it, one would indeed have to pull it off the ground, otherwise, it would be impossible to kill. For one to grow to 100,000 years, they must possess the bloodline of a top-tier spirit beast at minimum. This poison abyss giant salamander was not yet 100,000 years old but could already speak, clearly placing it among the top-tier spirit beasts. Eat whatever you like, Uchiha Tamaki said. If it's not enough, I'll go catch another spirit beast for you to roast. Everyone was astonished by Uchiha Tamaki's sudden and drastic change in attitude. Really? The poison abyss giant salamander looked towards Uchiha Tamaki. Of course, senior, go catch a spirit beast. We haven't eaten enough yet anyway. Douluo didn't know what Uchiha Tamaki was up to, but he still turned and went to hunt a spirit beast. 20 minutes later, Douluo returned carrying a giant spirit ox. Then he saw Uchiha Tamaki sitting in front of the poison abyss giant salamander, chatting animatedly with it. What flavors do you like? I still prefer spicy. Douluo genuinely sweated for Uchiha Tamaki. Wasn't this kid afraid that the poison abyss giant salamander would just swallow him whole? In one gulp. By the way, do you want to become my summoned beast? I'll take you around to eat all the delicacies in the world later. What is a summoned beast? It's a bond where our minds connect, and neither of us can harm the other. When you need it, you summon me, and when I need it, I summon you. This way, whenever I arrive at a new place with delicious food, I can summon you over. Of course, occasionally, I can also summon you to help me deal with enemies, and so on. Moreover, I can provide some spirit power and life force to you, allowing you to successfully pass the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation. Okay. The giant head of the poison abyss giant salamander nodded. It was relatively simple-minded and didn't have many complex thoughts. It was not yet 100,000 years old, after all, and its intelligence wasn't very high. Uchiha Tamaki stood up and clapped his palms onto the ground. Summoning scroll. Bang! A specially made scroll, a full meter high, appeared in Uchiha Tamaki's hand. Uchiha Tamaki unfurled the scroll, revealing the obscure and profound runes on it. Summoning technique. Contract. Uchiha Tamaki cut open his palm, and the bloody palm pressed directly onto the rune-engraved circle. Salamander, come. Maintain your spirit power on your front claw and press it here. The poison abyss giant salamander extended its large claw and pressed it directly onto the scroll. From now on, you are my summoned beast. You promised. If there's good food, you have to summon me. That's for sure. Douluo and Douluyan watched this scene dumbfounded. Brother Xiaohuan, when you summoned that gray-clothed bird earlier, did you use this summoning technique too? Douluo asked. You can just call me Xiaohuan. That's right. Do you two also want to sign a contract with the salamander? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Huh, isn't it your summoned beast? One summoned beast can contract with many summoners, but there might be conflicts when summoning. Everyone present felt tempted. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the young masters from the spirit hall. Don't even think about it. Given the salamander's age, forget summoning it, you can't even afford to support it. But your spirit power level isn't much higher than ours, Juliana said somewhat unconvinced. My spirit power cultivation is too fast, I need a summoned beast to help share the load. Douluo and Douluyan didn't know what to say. Cultivating spirit power too quickly, and intentionally slowing down. That reason sounded very novel. Does contracting with this summoned beast consume spirit power continuously? Douluo asked. Maintaining this contract is equivalent to casting a few spirit skills every day. However, if you summon it, it will consume about 10 to 20% of your spirit power, Uchiha Tamaki said. This type of contract is mutual, you can summon it, and it can summon you. That amount of consumption isn't much. Douluo stroked his chin. Then, can any spirit beast be contracted? Douluo actually didn't really want to contract the poison abyss giant salamander. He himself played with poison to the point of being half crippled. Adding another poison attributed summoned beast might lead to him killing himself sooner or later. You can contract with any below 10,000 years. For those above 10,000 years, it's based on voluntary consent. Even if you force a contract, the spirit beast will resist you, or even turn against you mid-battle, Uchiha Tamaki stated. However, if you contract a high-aged spirit beast and it becomes your summoned beast, as long as the relationship is harmonious, it can be passed down through generations. Hearing this, Douluo became even more determined to find a suitable summoned beast for their family. Douluo's eyes sparkled. She also wanted a spirit beast of her own. After satisfying the salamander's hunger, Uchiha Tamaki and the others bid it farewell. Douluo and Douluo both mounted Uchiha Tamaki's gray-clothed bird. Uchiha Tamaki's gray-clothed bird had over 3,000 years of cultivation, so carrying 3 people felt completely effortless. Douluo and Douluo kept asking Uchiha Tamaki various questions about the summoning technique along the way. Later, I will make a high-level summoning scroll for you and teach you the summoning technique. Then, when you encounter a suitable spirit beast, even if I'm not present, you can use the high-level summoning scroll to complete the contract. In the evening, everyone arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Juliana and the others were all stunned by the strange scenery here. At the same time, they noticed immortal herbs growing everywhere. However, since this was Douluo's medicinal garden, they dared not pick anything casually. Xiaohuan, when do you think Yun'er should consume the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd? Eat it now, Uchiha Tamaki said. Under normal circumstances, it's best to take it when you hit a bottleneck. The medicinal power of the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd won't be used to increase spirit power, but Yanzi is currently affected by toxins and cannot cultivate freely. It's better to evolve her spirit sooner, and I can assist from the side. Douluo thought of Uchiha Tamaki's spirit, the vibrant golden tree, and his eyes lit up. Now, Douluo picked the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd and handed it to Douluo. Uchiha Tamaki also summoned his golden tree. Douluo looked at Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings and was slightly confused. Douluo's spirit was the Jade Phosphor Serpent, so one Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was sufficient. As for Douluo, his spirit was the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor was already a top-tier serpent-type spirit. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd could at most enhance some of its origin, but it couldn't evolve the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. One could imagine the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit as the boss of a listed company. If a nouveau riche showed up and said, "I'll give you a sum of money, come restart your business with me," the listed company boss would likely slap him into a pig's head. But the Jade Phosphor Serpent spirit was like a poor boy, it was very easy to change the essence of its spirit. 92 I didn't mean anything by it, I just came to mock you. I don't mean anything else, I just came to mock you a little. Douluo and Jin Yuer are very similar, both evolved by consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. However, Jin Yuer's potential is higher. Although Jin Yuer's innate spirit power is not as good as Douluo's, her spirit doesn't have any defects. Even though Douluo has innate level 8 spirit power, she has actually been suppressing her spirit power cultivation all these years. Uchiha Tamaki was afraid that the medicinal power of one Earth Dragon Golden Gourd wouldn't be enough, so he specifically used the Golden Domain to transfer life force to Douluo. As time passed, the head of the Jade Phosphorus Serpent Spirit began to grow a pair of dragon horns, 4 legs sprouted on its body, and the original jade green scales turned deep black. Immediately following this, a dragon's might swept out, and at the same time, foul-smelling toxins began to emanate from Douluo's body. Douluo had been guarding nearby the whole time. Seeing this scene, he was already weeping with excitement. It evolved. Yanzi's spirit truly evolved, and the toxins within her body were being automatically expelled because of the Golden Domain. Douluo opened her eyes, felt the changes in her body and spirit, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. "Grandpa, I succeeded. My spirit really evolved into a dragon." Good, good, good. Quickly tell Grandpa what changes your spirit and spirit abilities have undergone." My spirit has evolved into the Black Jade Ice Dragon, mutating from the poison attribute to the ice attribute. It's not a true dragon, just a sub-dragon, Uchiha Tamaki said. One Earth Dragon Golden Gourd couldn't possibly elevate a high-level spirit directly to a god-level spirit. And any true dragon spirit is absolutely god-level. It is unlikely for humans to naturally awaken a god-level spirit. That's still very good. To Dugu, his granddaughter. Being able to resolve the jade phosphorus serpent poison already made him extremely satisfied. The next day, everyone went to Heaven-Do City to sightsee again. You guys have fun, I'll wander around by myself, Uchiha Tamaki said. Everyone guessed that Uchiha Tamaki must have something of his own to do, so they didn't press him. Uchiha Tamaki easily entered the Crown Prince's residence. Qian Runshui, who was disguised as Shui Cheng, seemed not to be in the residence. Uchiha Tamaki toured the scenery of the Crown Prince's residence as if he were the master, finally finding the study. An hour later, Qian Runshui just returned from the Imperial Palace. When she arrived at the study, she suddenly found someone inside. A strange young man was sitting at the desk where she usually handled official business, his legs propped up on the desk, holding an official memorial document in his hand. Qian Runshui looked at Uchiha Tamaki, a trace of doubt appearing on her face. She even started to wonder if she had gone to the wrong door. Uchiha Tamaki shifted his gaze from the memorial document and looked at Qian Runshui standing at the door. Hi, little Shui. Qian Runshui stared at Uchiha Tamaki. Who are you? You should have heard of my name, Uchiha Tamaki. Qian Runshui had certainly heard of him. Yu Guan's disciple, possessing twin spirits, both god-level spirits. At level 12, he defeated 102 Ring Great Spirit Masters by himself, and he was also a god exam candidate. Qian Runshui hadn't even started the god's trial yet, but Uchiha Tamaki had already gained the favor of the gods. Just then, two people appeared beside Qian Runshui. Snake Lance and Porcupinefish saw the stranger in the study and immediately moved to protect Qian Runshui. Stand down, he is not an enemy, Qian Runshui waved her hand. Yes, young mistress, how did you get in here? Qian Runshui asked. I simply walked in. What did you think? Then what are you here for? Did Grandpa send you? No, I don't mean anything else, I just came to mock you a little. Mock me for what? A god-level spirit with innate level 20, yet you waste your talent playing this ridiculous undercover game. Qian Runshui's face immediately darkened. You don't understand anything. As long as I succeed, I can take over a massive empire without bloodshed. When I possess sufficient strength, I can also take over an empire without bloodshed. Even while I'm undercover, I'm still innate level 20. Qian Runshui snorted coldly. Red, 5 spirit rings appeared beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet. Envious or not, Qian Runshui's eyes were glued open. And Snake Lance and Porcupinefish, who were hidden in the shadows, felt like their eyes were going blind. Even as a reward from the god's trial, it's impossible to have this spirit ring configuration. How on earth did you do it? Very simple. Just find another god to grant you the god's trial reward. You have more than one god. Can't be helped. Excellent people are sought after everywhere, even among the gods. I am very popular. Qian Runshui clenched her fists, a hint of annoyance mixed with shame on her face. You just have empty spirit power levels. Qian Runshui instantly regretted it after saying that. She remembered the news transmitted from the Hall of Worship a few years ago. Uchiha Tamaki's combat power was more than enough to fight across 2 spirit ranks. She herself was only at the Spirit Emperor cultivation level now, and she might not necessarily be able to defeat Uchiha Tamaki, who possessed 500,000-year spirit rings. After all, the quality of her spirit rings was quite lacking, and although she had cultivated over the years, she had almost no actual combat experience. Are you here today just to mock me? Uchiha Tamaki nodded. That's right, to mock you, and then to show off my spirit rings. Qian Runshui's face turned completely red, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Tamaki. She had never seen such an infuriating brat. Based on my estimation, by the time I become a god, you'll still be playing a daddy-recognizing game in the Heaven-Do Empire. Qian Runshui's eyes turned red, looking on the verge of tears. I am an undercover agent here. An undercover agent? What do you mean a daddy-recognizing game? Oh, right, Dugubo is now one of us in Spirit Hall. If you need anything, just ask Dugubo for help. What? How did Dugubo suddenly join our Spirit Hall? Qian Runshui was somewhat stunned. She hadn't failed to consider winning over Dugubo over the years, but the results were unsatisfactory. Dugubo was impenetrable, his personality perverse and solitary, giving her absolutely no chance to win him over. Sometimes, the gap between people is even greater than the gap between a person and a dog. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Qian Runshui with disdain. You just wait for me. I've seen what I needed to see, I'm leaving now, bye-bye. Uchiha Tamaki waved his hand and turned to walk out of the study. Where are you going? Of course, I'm going out to see the world while I'm young. The biting cold wind of the far north, the lake of life in the Star-Do Great Forest, the 10,000-mile sandstorms of the northern wasteland, the boundless ocean outside vast sea city, they are all on my itinerary. Suddenly, Qian Runshui also felt an urge to go out and travel. But if she left like this, what would her nearly 10 years of effort amount to? At her age, she should be most lively and active, she should be unrestrained and flamboyant, she should be young and reckless. But she was shackled by a false identity, trapped in a cage of deceit and intrigue. Chapter 093, A God in Charge of Childbirth. In a year and a half, Uchiha Tamaki traveled across mountains and seas, crossed deserts, and the Golden Three Fools each obtained their 5th spirit ring. Currently, everyone's cultivation levels are Juliana at level 53, Xiaoyu at level 53, Yan at level 52, Changgu Pan at level 52, Jinyuer at level 19, Guiwuyan at level 18, Zuzuqing at level 37, and Duguyan at level 44. Duguyan did not return to Spirit City with them, she still needed to remain in Heaven Do City. Uchiha Tamaki led everyone back to Spirit City, and their first stop was naturally the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Teacher, Juliana immediately threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Juliana's action, he also wanted to rush into that embrace. Bibi Dong stroked Juliana's little head. During this past year, she had been keeping track of Uchiha Tamaki and his group. Uchiha Tamaki had led them to leave their footprints in many places. Bibi Dong's gaze swept over everyone, the growth of each child made her feel astonished. The aura around them was several times stronger than when they left. All of you step down. I need to speak with Xiaohuan alone. Uchiha Tamaki looked somewhat surprised. Was she planning a private meeting with him? He was looking forward to it. Everyone obediently withdrew, leaving only Uchiha Tamaki and Bibi Dong behind. What is your relationship with that little rabbit from Nuoding City? Uchiha Tamaki was somewhat stunned. Bibi Dong had discovered this already. Sister Dong, when did you find out? 3 months before you took them out, there was a titled douluo following you. Uchiha Tamaki grimaced. He hadn't noticed at all. It shouldn't have been Yu Guan or Gui Mei. If those two had discovered the little rabbit, they probably would have tipped him off instead of reporting directly to Bibi Dong. It must have been hard on Bibi Dong to endure the presence of 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone for a year without hunting them. That is my summoned beast, Uchiha Tamaki said, then took out a metal ball and tossed it to Bibi Dong. This is a God-bestowed spirit ring. Crush it, and you can obtain a spirit ring that perfectly matches you. As long as your physique is strong enough, you can even absorb a 1,000,000-year spirit ring, and this spirit ring can also grant you a perfect spirit ability according to your personal wishes. Bibi Dong swallowed hard. She really wanted to say generously, I don't need it. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. Uchiha Tamaki had mentioned the God-bestowed spirit ring before, and afterward, she had consulted the Rakshasa god's divine sense about it. The Rakshasa god had replied, dream on. What about you? I have 2 gods' trials. I don't lack God-bestowed spirit rings. Then I won't touch that little rabbit, Bibi Dong said. Just then, Bibi Dong's consciousness suddenly entered Uchiha Tamaki's sea of consciousness. Xiaohuan, can you help me ask the god who bestowed your god's trial about the Rakshasa god? Quote? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Bibi Dong doubtfully, what happened? Do you know that I also have a god's trial? Uchiha Tamaki nodded, I know. Bibi Dong wasn't surprised that Uchiha Tamaki knew about her situation. She felt that the god who gave Uchiha Tamaki his god's trial treated him like his own biological son. In contrast, the Rakshasa god treated her like an enemy. More than a year ago, when your spirit awakened for the second time, the goddess of life appeared and bestowed a blessing, which made me much clearer-headed. However, during this past year, I've started to experience uncontrolled emotions again. I suspect there's something wrong with this Rakshasa god. If it were in the past, Bibi Dong wouldn't have harbored such doubts. She would have just assumed it was her hatred for the angel family causing her emotional outbursts. But for a period after receiving the blessing from the goddess of life, she was extremely clear-headed. Yet, as time passed, the state of emotional loss of control continuously intensified. It would be strange if Bibi Dong didn't become suspicious. Because of this, she couldn't help but doubt the Rakshasa god. Uchiha Tamaki now also suspected that the Rakshasa god and the Asura god were playing a duet. It was all to make Bibi Dong and even the entire Spirit Hall stepping stones for Tang San. The seraphim of the Spirit Hall was the faith of the entire douluo continent. If Tang San could seize such immense faith, he would gain unprecedented benefits. After all, Tang San was not the primal god, faith was crucial for his power enhancement. Judging by Tang San's performance in the original story, he couldn't even fight opponents above his level, he was far from a true favored protagonist. Even when he was in the most danger, escaping the pursuit of Qian Runshui after she achieved godhood, it was only because the sea god influenced Qian Runshui's mind. Otherwise, with Tang San's true capability, he would have been brutally killed hundreds of times by the deified Qian Runshui. "I'll help you ask about the situation," Uchiha Tamaki said, then directly activated the destruction imprint. Compared to the goddess of life, who was like a homebody, the god of destruction clearly had more ambition. So, Uchiha Tamaki sought out the god of destruction this time. When Uchiha Tamaki opened his eyes again, he saw a valley permeated with purple-black energy. The air was filled with the aura of destruction. The god of destruction was sitting not far away, breathing in the destructive energy. Upon Uchiha Tamaki's arrival, the god of destruction opened his eyes. "Xiao Huan, why are you here?" "Godfather, do you know the Rakshasa god?" The Rakshasa god, also known as the god of malice, a rank 1 god under the Asura god. What is her relationship with the Asura god? Relationship. As a subordinate, what relationship does she need to have with the Asura god? In the lower realm, it was rumored that she sabotaged the Asura god's god exam candidate, attacking the candidate during the 8th trial with malice. The god of destruction thought for a moment and said, "There's only one possibility. The Asura god disliked that god exam candidate, but the candidate could pass the god's trial based on their own talent. So, he ordered the Rakshasa god to take action against the candidate." Godfather, in another timeline, the 2nd generation Asura god violated the rules of the god realm. But you said the Asura god position is a primal god position and cannot be executed. So, if the 2nd generation Asura god tries to kill me in the lower realm, can I kill him? "You can," the god of destruction said decisively. "As long as he hasn't resonated with the god realm's central hub, he isn't the true Asura god yet. So, even if you kill him, it doesn't matter, the Asura god position will return to the god realm." The god realm's central hub was like a server. Every new god needed to create an account on the server to complete the final step of becoming a god. If it was a successor, they needed to complete one login to the server. Therefore, to solve this problem, they could only wait for the Asura god to pass the god position to Tang San, and they must not let him successfully return to the god realm, they must eliminate him before he heads to the god realm. "Thank you, Godfather. By the way, is there anything you need me to do? What kind of god position are you planning to create yourself?" "I haven't decided yet. Do you know what the god realm's central hub is?" "What is it?" Uchiha Tamaki didn't understand why the god of destruction suddenly changed the topic. The god realm's central hub is chaos. All the primal gods separated from chaos and were subsequently born. Later on, we, the primal gods who gained sentience, forged a divine artifact for chaos, containing chaos within this artifact, which ultimately became the current god realm. Central hub, the god of destruction explained. If you want to create your own god position, the process is actually similar to inheriting one. However, for inheriting a god position, you obtain a god's trial from a god and then take over the position. But to create your own god position, you need to resonate with the god realm's central hub. When your power resonates with a certain law within the god realm's central hub, the central hub will separate a portion of the chaos origin. Were the angel god and the sea god's paths like this? No, theirs was a shortcut. They used faith to substitute the chaos origin. Then what is the difference between the method the angel god and the sea god used to become gods, and the method of becoming a god you mentioned? Faith determines their strength, and faith contains too many extraneous thoughts. If you can resonate with the God realm's central hub and obtain the chaos origin, and successfully become a god, then you will be a primal god. Godfather, are you asking me to take the path of the primal god? I hope your divine duty is best related to childbirth. Even if it's not a law related to childbirth, it should lean towards that aspect as much as possible. Uchiha Tamaki understood. The god of destruction and the goddess of life couldn't have children, so they planned to find an alternative path. I will try my best. Uchiha Tamaki dared not guarantee anything. 094 Replicating the Jinchuriki. Bibi Dong's gaze toward Uchiha Tamaki became vacant, a purple lightning mark etched on her brow, and destructive energy flickered in her eyes. Back then, Uchiha Tamaki had even drawn the blessing of the goddess of life. Now, it was a different kind of physiological state, making Bibi Dong even more envious. The more she compared herself to Uchiha Tamaki, the more Bibi Dong felt that the Rakshasa god's trial was a huge trap. Whoosh! Uchiha Tamaki's consciousness returned, and he looked at Bibi Dong across from him. How was it, Sister Dong? I suggest you stop pursuing the Rakshasa god's trial. What exactly is going on? The Rakshasa god's superior is the Asura god, and the Asura god has already chosen an heir. Both you and the Spirit Hall will become stepping stones for the Asura god's heir, using the Spirit Hall's millennia of foundation and destiny to complete the Asura god's heir. Bibi Dong's expression turned ugly. Uchiha Tamaki's words were not hard to understand. But her expression twisted with increasing anger. So I am just a chess piece. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the gradually losing control of Bibi Dong, and after a long pause, he said, Sister Dong, look into the Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki, what is that? Didn't that old geezer, the high priest, tell you about my origins? Bibi Dong suddenly widened her eyes. Of course, she remembered. Back then, Qian Daoliu took Uchiha Tamaki to hunt spirits, and he disappeared for half a year. Bibi Dong went to the hall of worship to demand an explanation. Qian Daoliu briefly told her about Uchiha Tamaki's origin. He came from the Ninja World continent. And on the Ninja World continent, there was a method to seal the power of a spirit beast within a person, and such a person was called a Jinchuriki. Ordinary spirit beasts won't work, but what if it's a god? What if it's the Rakshasa god? Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly fervent. If she could achieve that, the Rakshasa god would no longer be a threat. Instead, she could seize the Rakshasa god's divine force. How do we do it? First, we must summon the true body of the Rakshasa god down and then seal it. How exactly? Didn't I tell you? Summon the true body of the Rakshasa god. Be more detailed. Bibi Dong looked at Uchiha Tamaki. You haven't figured out how to do it either, have you? Uchiha Tamaki smiled awkwardly because this was a spur-of-the-moment idea for him. How to summon the true body of the Rakshasa god. How to subdue the Rakshasa god. This requires long-term planning. Uchiha Tamaki decided he needed to go to the ninja world to thoroughly study sealing techniques. With his current level, if he really summoned the Rakshasa god, the result would be total annihilation. Sister Dong, do you have a spirit bone on your head? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Quote? Bibi Dong looked at Uchiha Tamaki doubtfully. Uchiha Tamaki took out his 250,000-year Evil Eye Tyrant Spirit headbone and handed it to Bibi Dong. Uchiha Tamaki had never found an opportunity to absorb this spirit bone. This skull provided too little enhancement to his mental force. Uchiha Tamaki now possessed god-level mental force, so this spirit bone held little significance for him, and its skill was merely better than nothing. The key was that such a high-year spirit bone, even if it primarily enhanced mental force, would likely cause his own power to surge several levels instantly. In the past year or so, Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power had remained stuck at level 56, barely increasing. However, relatively speaking, Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power condensation had reached 2.5. Furthermore, Uchiha Tamaki discovered that the spirit power condensation had not yet reached its limit. He could continue to compress and refine it. Although his spirit power level had not increased, the improvement in spirit power condensation was indirectly increasing his strength. Originally, Uchiha Tamaki estimated that he would need to reach at least level 70 before condensing the first spirit core. But following the current trend, he could attempt to condense a spirit core at level 60. Did you go out robbing? Those few brats who went out with him all had a high-quality spirit bone on them. Not to mention the two 100,000-year spirit bones Uchiha Tamaki gave to Guimei and Yu Guan. Now he was taking out another head spirit bone of over 200,000 years. Bibi Dong felt that Uchiha Tamaki was even wealthier than she was. It can indeed be considered robbing, Uchiha Tamaki said, but I obtained this spirit bone when I acquired my 5th spirit ring. You should know that spirit rings and spirit bones originate from the same spirit beast and can grant a bonus. It doesn't mean much to me, but it should be able to stabilize Sister Dong's mental force. From now on, any resource you need from the spirit hall will not be denied. Sister Dong, I need to go back and rest. I've been running around outside for over a year. Go ahead, Bibi Dong waved her hand. Returning to his little dwelling, Uchiha Tamaki soaked in the bath, contemplating which law he should use to become a god. Just then, Yu Guan walked in. He was already accustomed to Uchiha Tamaki's habit of bathing in the courtyard. Xiao Huan, you haven't increased even one level in this past year, Yu Guan observed Uchiha Tamaki. He trusted Uchiha Tamaki's talent. Uchiha Tamaki must have his own considerations for not increasing his spirit power level. Uchiha Tamaki extended his hand. Old Jew, come and feel my spirit power. Yu Guan grasped Uchiha Tamaki's wrist and sent his spirit power into Uchiha Tamaki's body. Yu Guan immediately noticed that Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power was as viscous as liquid. You've been refining your spirit power all this time. You plan to condense a spirit core at level 60. Since Uchiha Tamaki first returned from 10,000 years in the future, he had given the spirit core condensation method to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had also distributed the spirit core condensation method to all the titled douluo in her faction. In 10,000 years in the future, spirit cores were standard equipment for titled douluo. Without a spirit core, the difficulty of breaking through to titled douluo would increase several times, even dozens of times. In this era, none of the titled douluo possessed a spirit core. This meant that if they were placed in the future timeline, they would all be super geniuses. All the titled douluo under Bibi Dong's command had successfully condensed spirit cores, and the hall of worship was the same. For them, condensing a spirit core was like a college student doing middle school problems, it held no difficulty whatsoever. Yes, that is the plan. Old Jew, do you have any pointers? Your spirit power is sufficiently condensed, but the magnitude is still a bit lacking. I plan to wait until level 60, first gather 5 spirit rings for my second spirit, and use the massive spirit power from those spirit rings to condense the spirit core. Currently, Uchiha Tamaki had sufficient spirit power condensation but lacked in spirit power magnitude. Under normal circumstances, he should first increase the 6th ring for the Sharingan, rather than gathering the first 5 spirit rings for the wood release. However, Uchiha Tamaki had other plans. When he reached level 60, absorbing the first 5 spirit rings of wood release would inevitably cause a large amount of spirit power to accumulate in his body. Because he lacked the 6th ring, his spirit power level would be unable to break through the bottleneck. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki intended to use this accumulated spirit power to condense the spirit core. Yu Guan naturally knew that the earlier a spirit core was condensed, the better the effect would be on the spirit master himself. For someone like him, who was already a super douluo, condensing a spirit core only enhanced his combat power, but it held little significance for his own cultivation, unless he wanted to attempt to reach level 99, but Yu Guan knew clearly that he lacked that talent. Spirit cores could cultivate automatically and recover automatically. A titled douluo in the present era would need at least half a month of recuperation if their spirit power was exhausted, but a titled douluo from 10,000 years in the future could fully recover in one day. In the case of war-scale combat, dealing with a large number of soldiers, a titled douluo from the future could even fight against 10,000. Furthermore, more condensed spirit power meant the Dantian could hold more spirit power. Condensing the spirit core earlier also allowed them to perceive the mysteries of the titled realm sooner. 95 Kui. Titled douluo or titled douluo because their essence, energy, and spirit have been refined to the extreme. Many geniuses get stuck at level 89, not because their talent is insufficient, but because they cannot achieve the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. The soul core simplifies this process. After 10,000 years, anyone who can cultivate to level 89 can basically condense a soul core and thus break through to become a titled douluo. Although condensing a soul core has a certain degree of difficulty and danger, for the majority of spirit douluo, this small amount of difficulty and danger completely fails to impede their progress. In essence, energy, and spirit, essence, refers to spirit power, energy, refers to blood vitality, and spirit, refers to mental force. However, Uchiha Tamaki is not trying to condense the essence, energy, and spirit soul core, but rather the spirit power soul core. Muen in 10,000 years has a yin-yang complementary dual soul core. He first condensed the spirit power soul core at level 90, and then the mental force soul core at level 99. The resonance of the dual soul cores granted him combat power surpassing experts of the same rank. Even in a semi-crippled state, he could achieve mutual destruction with opponents of the same level. Uchiha Tamaki is not aiming to emulate Muen's dual soul core resonance, but rather the triple soul core system of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, DTN. Old Jew, I'm going out for a while again, Uchiha Tamaki said. Another god's trial, something like that. I estimate I'll be gone for a year or two this time. Uchiha Tamaki planned to go to the ninja world to search for sealing techniques. Perhaps he should head to the land of whirlpools to see if he could find what he needed there. Under normal circumstances, defeating a deity, especially a first-class god, is extremely difficult, so the optimal plan remains sealing techniques. You'll be gone that long. Yu Guan's feelings were complicated. Since Uchiha Tamaki became his disciple, he had barely taught him anything. He, as a teacher, was truly not very competent. Of course, Uchiha Tamaki had learned some basic spirit master knowledge from Yu Guan. However, any spirit master could teach these basic skills, which is why Yu Guan felt inadequate. When are you leaving? I'll depart after resting for a few days. Uchiha Tamaki once again activated the Eye of Void. Lord Huan. The slug sage immediately detected Uchiha Tamaki's arrival. Katsuyu, long time no see. Uchiha Tamaki greeted the slug sage. The slug sage split off a smaller Katsuyu and brought it close to Uchiha Tamaki. You look a little different. Is that so? How am I different? Uchiha Tamaki asked curiously. Closer to nature. Uchiha Tamaki pondered. Was it because he had completed the second life trial, thereby increasing his affinity with the law of life by 10%? Subsequently, Uchiha Tamaki began refining Senjutsu chakra. Uchiha Tamaki wondered if he could self-condense a spirit ring in this place brimming with natural energy. Uchiha Tamaki was already fully aware of the process for self-condensing a spirit ring. However, Xiao Wu only self-condensed her spirit ring under normal environmental conditions. Since Senjutsu chakra is divine force, the natural energy here is equivalent to the immortal spiritual energy of the god realm. Could he condense a spirit ring here? However, he hadn't conducted any human trials yet. Uchiha Tamaki considered testing it on Kimimaro first. Only after confirming it was usable would he personally conduct the experiment. After filling his body with Senjutsu chakra, Uchiha Tamaki took out the feeding bottle. He had experimented before. The feeding bottle could store not only spirit power but also Senjutsu chakra. Uchiha Tamaki began charging the feeding bottle with Senjutsu chakra. The charging indicator on the feeding bottle lit up section by section, displaying the magnitude of Senjutsu chakra being stored inside. It took nearly half a day to finally fill the bottle completely. Katsuyu, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Lord Huan. After leaving the Shikatsu forest, Uchiha Tamaki first sensed his surroundings. It seemed all the flying thunder god marks he had left outside were gone. He could only pick a random direction, intending to find a small town nearby to ask for directions. He flew directly into the air and sped off in a recognized direction. However, after flying for half a day, until his chakra was completely depleted, he hadn't seen a single soul. Uchiha Tamaki landed to recover his chakra. After recovering, he continued flying. After a whole day, Uchiha Tamaki still hadn't found a single town. Uchiha Tamaki began considering whether he should use a reverse summoning to return to the Shikatsu forest and depart from there again. Forget it, I'll search for one more day. If he still didn't see anyone, he would return to the Shikatsu forest to set off again. The next day, Uchiha Tamaki continued flying, but there was still no sign of anyone. It was another day wasted. His chakra was almost depleted, and Uchiha Tamaki was already planning to return to the Shikatsu forest. Just as he was about to land, he suddenly spotted a firelight ahead. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew toward the direction of the light. Upon getting closer, Uchiha Tamaki realized it was a camp set up by a convoy. A group of people were gathered around a bonfire, and sounds of laughter drifted over. Uchiha Tamaki considered for a moment and decided not to drop directly from the sky. Instead, he landed some distance away and then walked toward the camp. As he approached, the people in the camp also noticed the approaching Uchiha Tamaki. "Yibu, there's a child here." An old man stood up and looked at Uchiha Tamaki emerging from the shadows. On the old man's shoulder was a stoat. The old man walked toward Uchiha Tamaki. "Child, what are you doing out here?" "I am a ninja from the land of waves. I was on a mission and got separated from my supervising teacher," Uchiha Tamaki said. "Oh wow, a ninja at such a young age, truly remarkable." Yibu sized up Uchiha Tamaki. "If you don't mind, why don't you come have something to eat with us? That would be greatly appreciated." Uchiha Tamaki flashed a brilliant smile. He arrived at the bonfire, and Yibu brought him a bowl of meat soup. "Thank you very much." Squeak squeak. At this moment, Uchiha Tamaki noticed the stoat on Yibu's shoulder. "So cute. Is this little guy your pet?" "He is Kui. He isn't my pet. He has been with my family since my grandfather's generation, over 100 years old now, and is almost 200 years old." Uchiha Tamaki's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled that in the Naruto movie, The Lost Tower of Genbu, there was a stoat. He forgot its specific name. However, this stoat could achieve immortality by consuming a mineral called the Grail Stone. The Grail Stone contained terrifying energy and was the power source of an ancient kingdom. But due to the reckless development and use of the Grail Stone by the ancient civilization, the entire kingdom was annihilated. Currently, the only ones who can find Grail Stone veins are stoats. It often ventures out to ancient ruins to search for the Grail Stone. Uchiha Tamaki extended his hand, emitting an affinity for life and releasing a subtle aura of senjutsu chakra. Kui propped himself up, standing on Yibu's shoulder, looking curiously at Uchiha Tamaki. His entire coat shimmered with silvery white light. Then, with a push of its feet, it jumped into Uchiha Tamaki's palm. Uchiha Tamaki reached out and gently rubbed Kui's little head. Flying Thunder God Technique Seal. Uchiha Tamaki silently etched the Flying Thunder God mark onto Kui. "Uncle Yibu, where are you all heading?" "We are wanderers, we have no fixed destination. We just roam between various countries. Uncle Yibu, if you don't mind, you can come to the land of waves." "If I have the chance, I will," Yibu replied. Yibu had indeed heard about the land of waves in the last couple of years. The land of waves had developed rapidly, and its vigorous reforms had attracted many merchants, further accelerating its growth. However, nomadic groups like theirs were generally unwelcome in most countries. Would they truly be accepted by the land of waves? Chapter 096. The Grail Stone. Can the land of waves really accept us? They can, Uchiha Tamaki nodded. The land of waves is willing to accept anyone who sincerely pledges allegiance, and I can serve as your guarantor. Then let's go take a look. Yibu harbored a nervous feeling in his heart. Yibu's idea was simple. They were wanderers, living wherever they ended up. If the land of waves could offer them a place to settle, they would stay. If the land of waves was unwilling to take them in, they would simply leave. For them, there was no loss either way. These wanderers lived by collecting goods along their route and selling them at the next stop. The next day, Yibu informed everyone in the group about their plan to head to the land of waves. They were the descendants of an ancient kingdom, having wandered for generations over hundreds of years. They didn't hold high hopes for finding a place in the land of waves. Subsequently, the group adjusted their direction and headed toward the land of waves. "Uncle Yibu, where is Kui?" "I haven't seen Kui today. Kui goes out for a few days every month. I don't know where it goes," Yibu replied. Uchiha Tamaki didn't press further but instead sensed the Flying Thunder God mark he had left on Kui. He noticed that the Flying Thunder God mark on Kui was constantly flickering and jumping. Each jump covered a distance of over 10 kilometers. No wonder Kuei could easily travel back and forth between the caravan and the ancient ruins, no matter where the merchant group was. It was because it also possessed the ability of spatial jumping. Without a similar space-time ninjutsu, it would probably be difficult to track its whereabouts. By evening, Uchiha Tamaki sensed that Kuei was already thousands of kilometers away from the caravan. Even for Uchiha Tamaki, jumping such a long distance using the Flying Thunder God technique was a bit taxing. However, he still held some anticipation for that ancient ruin and the Grail Stone. After confirming Kuei had stopped to rest in place, Uchiha Tamaki activated the Flying Thunder God technique under the cover of night. Whoosh! After jumping several thousand kilometers, Uchiha Tamaki found that 90% of his chakra had been depleted. Squeak squeak squeak. Kuei was startled by the sudden appearance of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki wore a smile, radiating a natural affinity. Kuei's guard against Uchiha Tamaki lowered considerably. Uchiha Tamaki saw a crystal-clear crystal clutched in Kuei's front paw. He looked up at the surroundings. This was an underground ruin with traces of artificial construction. Judging by its scale, it was no smaller than Spirit City. Moreover, this ruin seemed to have sunk underground from the surface, situated in a rift valley that had fractured due to some impact. To the left of the ruin was a massive underground city, and to the right was an enormous cavern wall covered by a crystal vein, stretching like a ribbon of light into the profound darkness. As the plot of the movie adaptation suggested, the ancient kingdom was built upon the Grail Stone mine. Because the ancient civilization recklessly used the Grail Stone, it ultimately caused the entire continent to sink. Looking at this underground capital, Uchiha Tamaki could only say that the rulers of the ancient kingdom were truly audacious to build their nation upon an unstable mineral vein. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze locked onto the crystal vein. These crystal veins emitted dense natural energy. Uchiha Tamaki picked up a piece of Grail Stone and felt the extremely condensed natural energy within it. Indeed, this was a dragon vein, but after eons of change, the dragon vein had solidified into a solid form, becoming the Grail Stone. Uchiha Tamaki immediately stored a large amount of Grail Stone into his storage spirit tool. Uchiha Tamaki traveled with the caravan for a month before finally arriving at the port of the Land of Waves. During this month, Uchiha Tamaki discovered that the natural energy within the Grail Stone was extremely pure, almost without impurities, allowing for the easy conversion of natural energy into senjutsu chakra. Furthermore, the natural energy inside the Grail Stone could also be used to increase the age limit of his spirit rings. The group boarded a ferry bound for the daimyo castle town in the Land of Waves. When they disembarked, Uchiha Tamaki noticed several familiar figures on the dock. Orochimaru, Geno, Kakuzu, and Zabuza, the four of them had already received the news before the others boarded the ship. Leader, Orochimaru greeted him. Yibu and the others following Uchiha Tamaki stared at him in astonishment. Leader, this young man who had followed them the whole way seemed to be an immensely important figure. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at Yibu with a smile, then said to Kakuzu, arrange a place for them to settle down. Kakuzu nodded and immediately instructed someone to arrange lodging for Yibu and the others. Tell me, what progress has the Land of Waves made in the 2 years I was away? The four then began to report on the recent development of the Land of Waves. I have successfully cracked the spirit tool you gave me last time and managed to replicate a small batch of storage spirit tools, Orochimaru reported. Currently, our storage spirit tools are quite popular on the market, and major ninja villages have expressed interest in purchasing them from us. Storage spirit tools held strategic significance. Once an army was equipped with them on a large scale, logistics would be completely liberated, eliminating concerns about whether food and supplies could keep up. Currently, the mainstream logistics transport in the ninja world still relied on ninja escorting goods. Although there were sealing scrolls, their storage capacity was too small, and they were extremely expensive to produce. Storage spirit tools were a high-end version of sealing scrolls. Although more expensive than sealing scrolls, their practicality far surpassed them. A 20x20x20 storage spirit tool provided 8,000 cubic meters of storage space, enough for the material consumption of a 1,000-person team on a long-distance march. How did you price them? Uchiha Tamaki asked. I left the sales to Kakuzu, Orochimaru replied. 10,000 ryo per square unit, Kakuzu stated. Last year, the land of waves, expenditures were 15 billion ryo, and our income was 18 billion ryo. However, the land of waves, industries are currently quite singular, with storage spirit tools being the only major source of income. Other miscellaneous income is less than a fraction of that from the storage spirit tools. Uchiha Tamaki took out an empty baby bottle and handed it to Orochimaru. Spend some time and figure this out. This thing is called a baby bottle. Uchiha Tamaki explained the function of the bottle, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. If this baby bottle can be mass-equipped, then in future wars in the ninja world, perhaps every ninja will be equipped with one. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed. Money. Vast sums of money. He could already see mountains of gold beckoning to him. In any era, in any world, the arms trade would always be the most profitable business. Storage spirit tools were high-end products, destined only for major powers or super-rich individuals to afford. But the baby bottle was different. It was equipment related to the comprehensive combat strength of the common ninja within a faction. If two jonin fought, one equipped with a baby bottle and the other without, the ninja with the baby bottle would gain the upper hand. After all, even jonin had to be careful with their chakra reserves, but one baby bottle could hold the chakra equivalent of several jonin level reserves, thus providing greater room for error. Major factions and even major ninja villages could not ignore the importance of the baby bottle. Chapter 097. The first self-condensing spirit ring experiment subject. Geno reported on the infrastructure progress in the land of waves. According to Uchiha Tamaki's plan, he intended to thoroughly remodel the entire land of waves. Open black lens bracket. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain name, WKON. COM, choose as you wish, close black lens bracket. Of course, the funds they currently possessed were only enough to begin the renovation of the daimyo's mansion first. Zabuza was responsible for the cultivation and training of the ninja. However, results would not be seen in the short term, as education was a long-term investment project. 2 years was not enough time to see immediate effects. By the way, you took a piece of my flesh and blood last time. Have you researched anything from it? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Powerful life force. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Tamaki with intense fervor, mixed with a hint of greed. I have never seen anyone with a life force as strong as the leaders, even stronger than that of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Tamaki was not surprised by this. Orochimaru continued, I transplanted a portion of your flesh and blood tissue to Shin. Oh, what was the effect? Uchiha Tamaki was also very curious about Shin, this special existence. In the Naruto storyline, Shin was unique. He possessed no bloodline limit and no special bloodline, yet his body could perfectly accommodate any bloodline limit or bloodline without any adverse reaction. Just as you said, Shin perfectly integrated your wood release, but he himself is too weak. Orochimaru was somewhat disappointed. Shin's specialty was perfect, but his talent was simply too poor. It was like the same wood release. For Senju Hashirama, it was a nation-destroying divine technique. For Yamato, it was afforestation. Shin's talent was even worse than Yamato's. He could not utilize the advantages of wood release at all. Instead, taking his limbs and using his flesh and blood to transplant to a strong individual, like Danzo who only used one arm to integrate wood release and Sharingan, would maximize Shin's value. However, if Shin possessed the same talent as Uchiha Tamaki, Orochimaru would unhesitatingly seize Shin's body. By the way, where is Kimimaro right now? In my laboratory. Take me there. Uchiha Tamaki met Kimimaro in Orochimaru's laboratory. Lord Huan. Kimimaro respectfully saluted Uchiha Tamaki. In 2 or 3 years, Kimimaro had grown considerably. He was 2 or 3 years older than Uchiha Tamaki and now looked like a handsome youth, though his face still held that aloof, unapproachable coldness. I need you to try something for me, Uchiha Tamaki stated. This attempt might be dangerous. Please command me, Lord Huan. Kimimaro spoke expressionlessly. Good. This is the cultivation method I recorded. Start trying it now. Uchiha Tamaki handed Kimimaro a scroll. Kimimaro opened the scroll to look, then began his attempt. However, after trying a few times, Kimimaro slightly furrowed his brow. Lord Huan, I cannot construct meridians externally. Let me see. Orochimaru took the scroll and then began to try it himself. Leader, constructing external meridians seems impossible. Is it that difficult? Uchiha Tamaki activated his eternal Mangekyo, and chakra flowed outwards, beginning to form external meridians. He hadn't considered that the reason he found it simple was because he possessed the Mangekyo. The Mangekyo was a necessary condition for activating Susanoo, and Susanoo automatically constructed external meridians. For Uchiha Tamaki, this was almost instinctual, but for Orochimaru and Kimimaro, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. How complex the body's meridians were. Even someone like Orochimaru, who had profound research into the human body, could not accomplish such a feat. Uchiha Tamaki fell into thought. It seemed the matter was more troublesome than he had anticipated. What if he could help Kimimaro construct external meridians? Compared to having Kimimaro master the construction of external meridians himself, having him complete the process seemed more feasible. Sit in front of me, Uchiha Tamaki instructed. Yes, Lord Huan. Kimimaro sat down in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's chakra began to envelop Kimimaro, while the eternal Mangekyo in Uchiha Tamaki's eyes spun continuously. Uchiha Tamaki began constructing the external meridians. This process was familiar to him. However, Uchiha Tamaki needed to be careful to connect the external meridians with Kimimaro. One failure, two failures. Uchiha Tamaki started to become impatient. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was watching nearby, spoke up. Kimimaro, actively accept this connection. Use your chakra. Kimimaro immediately followed Orochimaru's method and released his chakra externally. Uchiha Tamaki immediately seized the opportunity, connecting the external meridians he constructed with Kimimaro's chakra. Kimimaro's spirit shook. He could feel a connection forming between him and this set of external meridians. Now, according to the method on the scroll, absorb the energy between heaven and earth. Kimimaro closed his eyes and began to breathe in the energy of heaven and earth according to the scroll's method. The energy of heaven and earth flowed through the external meridians constructed by Uchiha Tamaki. Flowing energy could be seen within the vessels, which then flowed into Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro could clearly sense something entering his body. Gradually, a white halo appeared around Kimimaro's body. Orochimaru suddenly stood up, looking at the white halo with suspicion. Orochimaru had seen this halo appear around Uchiha Tamaki when he made a move before. Now he discovered that Kimimaro could actually form such a halo too. However, it seemed that only with Uchiha Tamaki's help could this halo be condensed. Orochimaru guessed that this ability was likely unique to Uchiha Tamaki's Mangekyo, and he had disassembled this technique. After more than 10 minutes, the white spirit ring began to change to a yellow spirit ring. After an hour, the yellow spirit ring turned into a purple spirit ring. After a day, the purple spirit ring turned into a black spirit ring. It was at this moment that Uchiha Tamaki noticed Kimimaro's skin cracking and oozing blood. Uchiha Tamaki immediately stopped the process of condensing the spirit ring, and the black spirit ring around Kimimaro finally stabilized. Kimimaro opened his eyes. The faces of Uchiha Tamaki and Orochimaru were almost pressed against his. Lord Huan, Lord Orochimaru. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Uchiha Tamaki asked. No. Kimimaro shook his head. I feel that my chakra has surged several times, and a certain bloodline ninjutsu has awakened within my bloodline. Uchiha Tamaki recalled Xiao Wu's self-condensing spirit ring. She would also awaken a spirit ability belonging to the soft bones rabbit. Judging by Kimimaro's current aura, he was at least at the spirit elder level of spirit power. Uncle Snake, examine Kimimaro's body. I need all the data on his body, especially his bloodline disease, to see if it had an effect. Yes, leader. Chapter 098. Danzo takes action. Orochimaru immediately took Kimimaro to have his body checked. What shocked him was that Kimimaro's physique had at least doubled, and his chakra levels had also increased significantly. Kimimaro, now use the skill you awakened. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro let out a soft cry. Shikatsumiku, bone blade. The next moment, a row of bones emerged from Kimimaro's arms, and these bones rapidly grew, forming a pile of huge bone blades. Orochimaru sensed that after Kimimaro used this skill, the aura around him surged again significantly. Lord Orochimaru, after I use this skill, I can feel that my physique has increased by 50%, and enemies hit by my skill will suffer from the poison of the Shikatsumiku. Orochimaru was even more surprised. This skill actually had such an amplification effect. Kimimaro was originally a close combat ninja, and this skill increased his physique by another 50%. Just how strong would that make him? Moreover, Kimimaro was still young now. When his strength increased in the future, this amplification effect would become even more powerful. And as my chakra is continuously injected, the bone blades will keep growing larger, and I don't feel any weight from them. How do you feel right now? Are you having any adverse reactions from the bloodline disease? Yes. Kimimaro nodded, but it's not as intense as before. Originally, as soon as Kimimaro activated Shikatsumiku, the bloodline disease would manifest like a shadow. And every time it flared up, he would suffer excruciating pain. Now, Kimimaro felt that even though the bloodline disease still existed after activating Shikatsumiku, it was no longer as intense as it was in the past. It seems the ring of black energy beneath your feet has not only enhanced your strength but is also healing your bloodline disease. Orochimaru became increasingly curious, and he also wanted to know if he could condense this type of energy ring himself, or perhaps popularize it. Let's go. Take your data and come see the leader. Orochimaru and Kimimaro returned before Uchiha Tamaki. Leader, this is Kimimaro's data. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at it a few times, then asked, Kimimaro, has your bloodline disease eased? Kimimaro was deeply moved. The leader must have developed this method specifically for his bloodline disease. Leader, can others also condense this energy ring? Orochimaru asked. They can, but currently, only I can help you condense the spirit ring. This is called a spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki considered whether he should kidnap Sasuke and help him awaken his Mangekyo, then task him with helping their people self-condense spirit rings. You want one too? Orochimaru nodded. He truly wanted this spirit ring. Call Zabuza, Geno, Kakuzu, Haku, and Deidara over, Uchiha Tamaki said. We'll do it all at once. I don't want to condense spirit rings for you one by one. Kimimaro immediately went to call Zabuza, Geno, Kakuzu, Haku, and Deidara to the laboratory. Uchiha Tamaki simultaneously condensed spirit rings for these few people. Perhaps because they had never been to the douluo continent, they were not subject to the rules of the douluo continent. That is, they must have a spirit ring every 10 levels to advance. Uchiha Tamaki himself had this restriction. He had to absorb a spirit ring to continue leveling up. Kimimaro added 3 more spirit rings, reaching the level of a 4-ring user. Black, 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 black. Orochimaru's spirit rings were black, 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 red, red, red. Orochimaru's original physical body was not strong, and because he had used the Edo Tensei multiple times, his soul was damaged. Therefore, the first few spirit rings were all aimed at increasing his physique and repairing his soul. After embedding the 9 spirit rings, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He felt as if his body had undergone multiple evolutions. Geno's were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, a 6-ring spirit emperor. He was old, and his physique was quite frail. Being able to attach black spirit rings was due to the effect of the first few spirit rings gradually improving his physique. Haku also had 4 spirit rings, purple, black, black, black. His physique was clearly inferior to Kimimaro's, but his chakra volume was almost the same as Kimimaro's. Deidara was purple, black, 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 a 6-ring spirit emperor level. His chakra volume was quite outstanding, and through the first few spirit rings, his chakra barely reached the 6-ring level. He hadn't reached his peak yet. Zabuza's spirit rings were black, 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 red, red, a 7-ring spirit saint level. Kakuzu's spirit ring years were the most exaggerated. Red, 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 9 reds, titled douluo. This was because his Jongu could act as his meridians, bearing the vast majority of the strain for him. His improvement was the greatest. After all, starting from the first spirit ring, his were all red, and the subsequent spirit ring years became increasingly exaggerated. By the 9th ring, the spirit ring year had increased to 700,000 years. He was estimated to have already reached level 98 now. After everyone attached their spirit rings, they all felt a massive increase in strength. Especially Kimimaro, whose bloodline disease was completely cured. The bloodline disease, put simply, was a flaw in the bloodline. While attaching the spirit rings, it was also compensating for Kimimoro's inherent flaw. After the source was replenished, Kimimoro's bloodline disease naturally recovered. Unfortunately, the spirit ring system could not be fully rolled out, as Uchiha Tamaki could not possibly attach spirit rings to everyone. He could only affix spirit rings to his small group. If there were too many people, he would be overwhelmed. Orochimaru eagerly began researching his spirit rings. Konoha, root headquarters. In a dimly lit room, Danzo was completely immersed in darkness. Ever since he was ambushed by Uchiha Tamaki in the Land of Fire's daimyo castle town 2 years ago and lost his left arm, he had become increasingly gloomy, constantly thinking about revenge. A root ninja knelt before Danzo. Lord, Uchiha Tamaki has appeared in the Land of Waves, daimyo castle town. Danzo finally reacted. Are you sure it's him? Yes, sir. Good. Immediately summon all root ninjas and come with me to the Land of Waves. I will personally take back what I lost. Danzo's face twisted, and endless hatred burst from his eyes. He unconsciously touched his left eye. As long as this eye remained, he feared nothing. Last time, it was only because he was caught off guard that Uchiha Tamaki managed to strike successfully. This time, as soon as he saw him, he would directly use the Koto Amatsukami Mangekyo Sharingan Genjutsu. At that time, he could directly seize Uchiha Tamaki's eyes. Danzo was determined to obtain Uchiha Tamaki's eyes. As for the combat power of the Land of Waves, Danzo didn't take it seriously at all. A third or fourth-rate country had no ability to protect itself. Even if Uchiha Tamaki seized it, it was impossible for Uchiha Tamaki to cultivate any significant fighting strength in 2 years. But Root had hundreds of ninjas, and the vast majority were elite ninjas, which the Land of Waves could not compare to. Lord, with so many people moving, it might be difficult to explain to the Sandaime. Just don't let him know, Danzo said dismissively. He often acted first and reported later. Hiruzen Sarutobi usually only gave him a few verbal reprimands, and Danzo was long accustomed to this. But hundreds of ninjas moving makes it hard to pass the border. Konoha had a ninja army stationed at the border. Hundreds of ninjas moving without the Sandaime's approval meant the border guards would never let them pass. Then we'll go by sea, circle around from the direction of the Land of Whirlpools, and avoid the sea patrols. 99 Narrow Road Encounter, enemies meet face to face. Uncle Snake, do you know about the Land of Whirlpools? I do. I visited there once. I plan to go to the Land of Whirlpools. I want to learn their sealing techniques, so I'm going to search the ruins there. I adopted a girl from the Uzumaki clan last year, Orochimaru said. Does she know sealing techniques? Some. They are sealing techniques that naturally awakened within her bloodline, Orochimaru said. However, they aren't very strong. Uchiha Tamaki knew that the Uzumaki girl Orochimaru adopted should be Uzumaki Karen. Karen's combat strength might be average, but she possessed the Shinkoku Magankyo, which allowed her to perceive malice, search for chakra fluctuations over a wide range, and had the ability to heal without hand signs. Self-healing without hand signs is only possible when one's life force is extremely powerful. In the original story, only 3 people demonstrated the ability to heal without signs. One was Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi. The other 2 were Karen and her mother. The manifestation of signless self-healing, besides quickly healing from damage, is that one can recover their own injuries and chakra consumption simply by taking a bite of them. Of course, aside from Uchiha Madara, no one else could ever get a bite of Senju Hashirama. As for Karen's mother, she was bitten to death by the ninjas of Grass Ninja Village. For over a decade, dozens or even hundreds of ninjas continuously tortured Karen's mother through this method every day. One can imagine how powerful Karen's mother's life force was during her life. Karen was not far behind her mother either. This time when I go to the Land of Whirlpools, let her come with me, Uchiha Tamaki said. All right. In the following half-month, Uchiha Tamaki prepared for the journey to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools while learning about the current situation in the Land of Waves. The current Uchiha Tamaki was a true sovereign, not the kind of daimyo from the past who had legitimacy but no real power. However, to adapt to the general trends of this era, Uchiha Tamaki still held the title of daimyo. If Uchiha Tamaki dared to declare himself king, then every country and ninja village in the ninja world would immediately go to war with the Land of Waves. The old Uchiha Tamaki could unscrupulously kidnap the daimyo of the Land of Fire because he had nothing to lose. But now that he had the Land of Waves, he couldn't be so reckless. At least until he had the power to suppress the entire ninja world, he couldn't act without scruples. However, the ninja world was currently calm. Everyone knew Uchiha Tamaki was a madman who dared to kidnap the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If they dared to rashly attack the Land of Waves, Uchiha Tamaki would definitely do something very irrational. So everyone remained silent, turning a blind eye to the internal changes in the Land of Waves. Uchiha Tamaki and Karen finally set off on their journey to the Land of Whirlpools. The ferry only had Uchiha Tamaki and Karen on board, and those responsible for operating the ferry were all Uchiha Tamaki's clones. Karen, were you born in the Land of Whirlpools? Karen had red hair, wore black-rimmed glasses, and looked at Uchiha Tamaki with watery eyes. The three biggest fangirls of the ninja world, Konoha's Sakura Haruno, the Hidden Mist's Maid Terumi, and Karen. Whenever they see a handsome guy, they basically can't even walk. Hey, I'm talking to you, Uchiha Tamaki glared at Karen. Ah, Lord Huan, what did you just say? Were you born in the Land of Whirlpools? No, the Land of Whirlpools was already destroyed before I was born, Karen said. What is the current coverage range of your Shinkoku Magankyo? 5 kilometers in diameter, Karen said. Uchiha Tamaki frowned slightly. A few years later, Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo could cover a radius of 10 kilometers. It's only 5 kilometers now. This coverage range is a bit insufficient. It seems that after landing in the Land of Whirlpools, he would have to give her an upgrade. Just then, Karen's expression suddenly changed. Lord Huan, there's a large ship ahead. Uchiha Tamaki looked into the distance. What's wrong? Encountering a ship at sea didn't seem strange, did it? Wait, this doesn't seem to be a main shipping lane. Why would there be a large ship here? There are hundreds of chakra signatures on that ship, and many have reached the Jonin level, with a few even exceeding Jonin by several times. Karen's expression was grave. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Karen. What is the direction of that ship? Heading towards the Land of Waves. Uchiha Tamaki took out a map to check. Both the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools were overseas, and both were on the same directional latitude, all in the upper left corner of the map. However, the Land of Waves was overseas in the angle between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, while the Land of Whirlpools was on the opposite shore of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Tamaki and Karen's boat departed from the Land of Waves, heading straight for the northern coast of the Land of Whirlpools. The ship Karen discovered was heading from the direction of the northern coast of the Land of Whirlpools towards the Land of Waves. Hundreds of chakra signatures equated to hundreds of ninjas. The Land of Whirlpools had been destroyed for 30 years, so they certainly didn't come from there. Judging by the direction they came from, they likely came from Konoha in the Land of Fire. Traveling to the Land of Waves by sea might be for the sake of concealment. Once they were allowed to land in the Land of Waves, it would be a disaster for the country. You stay on the boat. Uchiha Tamaki directly rose into the air, flying high into the sky. Flying over 1,000 meters high, Uchiha Tamaki activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the long-distance vision of the Sharingan was inferior to the Byakugan, a distance of 1,000 meters was still very manageable, allowing Uchiha Tamaki to clearly see the large ship directly below. There were no markings on this ship representing its origin or identity. But Uchiha Tamaki still saw a familiar face standing on the deck. One of the Konoha F4, the shadow of the cauldron, Danzo Shimura. However, Uchiha Tamaki noticed that his left hand was still wrapped in bandages. Hadn't his left hand been cut off by himself? Had he transplanted another arm? Since he appeared here, he was definitely coming for him. And the hundreds of chakra signatures Karen perceived were likely root ninjas. If so many root ninjas were to slaughter their way into the Land of Waves, then their more than 2 years of construction would have been for nothing. These hundreds of root ninjas would bring immense destruction and casualties to the Land of Waves. Crucially, if they were intent on causing destruction, Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't be able to kill them all even if he worked himself to death. The individual wills of these root ninjas had already been erased. They only followed orders, knowing no fear and possessing no pity. He couldn't let them land in the Land of Waves. However, facing hundreds of root ninjas alone was no different from seeking death. No matter how confident Uchiha Tamaki was, he still had self-awareness. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Tamaki suddenly had an idea. He immediately increased his flight altitude, continuing to fly toward a height of 10,000 meters. On the root ship below, a ninja with the upper half of his face covered and wearing goggles stood before Danzo. Lord Danzo, there is a ferry ahead. Just a ferry. There is only one person on the ferry, but he has chakra fluctuations, at least at the Chunin level. Is it a patrol boat from the land of waves? Danzo was somewhat suspicious. Since we've encountered it, we must not let him leave. Close in and eliminate him. Suddenly, a surge of chakra pressure bore down from overhead. Danzo looked up at the high sky, but there was nothing in the air. Is someone in the sky? Prepare for battle, Danzo said, while his gaze fell on one of the root ninjas. Shin, go up and scout. Yes, Lord Danzo. 100 acceleration of gravity, justice from the heavens. The ninja named Shin pulled out a painting scroll, spread it open, and quickly sketched a large bird with 2 fingers. Super beast imitating drawing. Bird of the clouds. A giant bird sketched in ink leapt from the scroll. Shin flew onto its back and soared into the sky. 100 meters, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. By then, Shin could see a cluster of red light high in the sky. This Shin from Root was not the experimental subject Shin from Orochimaru's lab. He was Sai's older brother, and both brothers mastered the family's secret technique, super beast imitating drawing. By drawing on special painting paper, they could create various beasts to fight alongside the ninja. As Shin flew higher and higher, he felt the massive chakra radiating from the black energy mass above. At that moment, Uchiha Tamaki pressed his hands together, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and 5 bright red spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, while the phantom of the golden tree appeared behind his back. Wood release. Wood human Tekkenchu. Tree roots appeared out of thin air, intertwining in the sky to form a giant over 50 meters tall. Uchiha Tamaki let out a breath. Summoning a wood human in the air was a completely different concept from summoning one on the ground. On the ground, Uchiha Tamaki could easily summon a 100-meter wood human. But in the air, Uchiha Tamaki consumed nearly 50% of his chakra just to create a 50-meter giant out of nothing. Eternal Mangekyo. Susanoo, armed wood human. Black chakra quickly covered the wood human's body, making it even more majestic and powerful, its entire body clad in black armor. Uchiha Tamaki looked down at the large ship, and the armed wood human crashed downward. Whoosh! Seeing the colossal object falling, Shin hurriedly controlled his ink bird to dodge. However, as the massive body of the armed wood human fell, the air currents it dragged along instantly turned the ink bird beneath Shin back into ink, and Shin also fell out of control. Shin hurriedly pulled out his painting scroll and quickly sketched another ink bird in midair. Meanwhile, the armed wood human, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons and bolstered by the acceleration of gravity, fell like a meteor from the heavens. Danzo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked toward the sky. Not good. Danzo jumped off the deck immediately. Rumble. The armed wood human smashed into the large ship in an instant. The ship and the hundreds of root ninjas on board were crushed in the blink of an eye, while a water pillar dozens of meters high erupted, sending 10,000 tons of seawater into the air. The shockwave formed the moment the armed wood human landed spread out instantly, blowing the already shattered hull into dust. As for Danzo, who had jumped off the deck in advance, he also failed to escape the shockwave. His body turned into a bloody mist in an instant. However, a few minutes later, Danzo reappeared where he had originally died. By this time, the bandages on Danzo's left arm had been removed, the skin of his left arm was pure white, and 5 Sharingan eyes were embedded in it. When Uchiha Tamaki saw Danzo's left arm, he immediately understood that it was a white Zetsu arm. Danzo's original left arm had 11 eyes embedded in it, but now his left arm only had 5. It seemed that even white Zetsu's limbs could not compare to Shin's arm. 5 eyeballs was likely his limit. However, of the 5 eyes on his left arm now, 1 had already closed. Danzo stood on the water's surface, his face filled with shock and rage. Who is it? Come out. Who exactly is it? Danzo roared in anger. Uchiha Tamaki descended from the sky, hovering about a dozen meters above the water in front of Danzo. Yo, isn't this our Konoha elder, Lord Danzo? Uchiha Tamaki looked at Danzo with a smile. The moment Danzo saw Uchiha Tamaki, his expression changed. Several times. It's you, Uchiha Tamaki. Yeah, it's me. Aren't you surprised? Haha. Yes, it's truly an eye-opener. Those eyes of yours are incredibly powerful, they certainly surprised me, but now they belong to me. Danzo ripped off the bandage covering his left eye, revealing the Mangekyo hidden beneath. Mangekyo. Koto Amatsukami. The strongest ocular technique, capable of perfectly and permanently modifying a person's will. Blood tears began to flow from Danzo's left eye. Activating such an extremely powerful ocular technique required a great price. Uchiha Tamaki's gaze suddenly became dull. Give me your eyes. Danzo's tone was filled with the arrogance of a victor. Although he had lost a large number of root ninjas, their sacrifice was worth it. They were all stepping stones on his path to the position of Hokage, they should feel honored. Uchiha Tamaki descended from the air with a wooden expression and then came before Danzo emotionlessly. Hurry, give me your eyes. Poof. Suddenly, Uchiha Tamaki's body turned into a cloud of smoke. Danzo's expression froze. How is it possible, a shadow clone? Just then, another Uchiha Tamaki appeared in the sky in front of Danzo. My, what a terrifying ocular technique, I almost got caught. Uchiha Tamaki's smile grew even more brilliant. He had known all along that Danzo hidden one of Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami Mangekyo, how could he not take precautions? Danzo's expression was stiff, but what followed was extreme anger and humiliation. You damn, evil Uchiha. Danzo's hands quickly formed seals. Water release. Wild water wave. On the sea, the power of water release increased several times over. A highly destructive water pillar erupted from Danzo's mouth, shooting toward Uchiha Tamaki like a powerful cannonball. Uchiha Tamaki landed on the sea surface and pressed his palms together. Water release. Wild water wave. The same ninjutsu, two water pillars collided. The two water pillars cancelled each other out, but Uchiha Tamaki's technique was clearly slightly inferior and collapsed first. The water pillar Danzo spat out rushed straight toward Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's chakra was already inferior to Danzo's, and furthermore, having previously used the armed wood human, he had consumed a large amount of his chakra, he now had less than 30% remaining. Although Danzo had used Izanagi once and Koto Amatsukami once, his chakra was still very abundant. Uchiha Tamaki moved, dodging Danzo's attack. Danzo suddenly used body flicker to appear in front of Uchiha Tamaki, his kunai stabbing straight for Uchiha Tamaki's head. Uchiha Tamaki sensed Danzo's move in advance, pulled out a kunai, and easily blocked Danzo's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Danzo and Uchiha Tamaki constantly clashed with kunai. Danzo thought that with his exquisite combat experience, he could easily suppress Uchiha Tamaki. However, Uchiha Tamaki's Mangekyo second spirit ring ability, danger perception, could accurately predict every one of Danzo's attacks and every move. Moreover, Uchiha Tamaki's physical constitution was stronger than Danzo's. If Danzo was willing to clash in close quarters taijutsu like this, he was happy to see it. After all, his chakra recovery speed far exceeded Danzo's. Seeing that they had clashed for dozens of rounds without any results, Danzo immediately changed tactics, forming a seal with one hand. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A wind blade shot out from Danzo's mouth, skimming across the sea surface, cutting through the water as it went straight for Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki moved, dodging Danzo's attack by a hair's breadth, then dove forward to close the distance with Danzo. Danzo retreated, while his hands formed seals even faster. Wind release. Shuriken. Two rapidly spinning wind blades condensed around Danzo, attacking Uchiha Tamaki from different angles. Wind release was Danzo's innate ninjutsu. His wind release was also in a class of its own in the ninja world. It was just that he had always looked down on wind release, spending his life pursuing the Mangekyo Sharingan and wood release. 101 You can't kill me, you evil Uchiha. Uchiha Tamaki wove through two wind release. Shuriken, throwing a kunai at Danzo. Danzo casually parried, knocking away the incoming kunai, while weaving signs once more. Wind release. Pressure damage. A stream of high-pressure air pressed down from above Uchiha Tamaki's head. If you've read this far, I hope readers will remember our domain name. To read Taiwan novels, come to Taiwan novel website, twcon.com. It's awesome. However, Uchiha Tamaki vanished in an instant. Danzo's eyes suddenly widened. Flying Thunder God Technique. Damn it, why does this kid know the Flying Thunder God Technique? A chill came from behind Danzo, and he abruptly twisted his body. Wind Release. Vacuum Blast Bomb. Danzo felt a kunai pierce into his back, and he immediately unleashed an ninjutsu toward the seawater beneath his feet. Boom! The seawater exploded instantly, kicking up a massive spray of mist. Whoosh! Uchiha Tamaki immediately used the Flying Thunder God Technique to escape, and just then, several more wind blades shot out from the mist. Uchiha Tamaki still avoided them with composure. This kind of directional move was meaningless against him. Danger sense allowed him to evade any directional attack. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly threw over a dozen kunai. Clang, clang, clang. Danzo hurriedly used the kunai in his hand to block and parry them away. But Uchiha Tamaki's figure instantly appeared along the trajectory of one kunai, lunging at Danzo with a strike. Danzo blocked in haste. Uchiha Tamaki flashed away upon contact and then stabbed into Danzo's ribs from another angle. Wincing in pain, Danzo's movements slowed by half a beat. Uchiha Tamaki once again activated the Flying Thunder God Technique. Swish, swish, swish. Flying Thunder God. Dance. Every time Uchiha Tamaki flashed, he brought forth a spray of blood. In the blink of an eye, Danzo was covered in blood. With a final strike, a pillar of blood erupted from Danzo's neck, and he collapsed with a look of resentment. But in an instant, Danzo's corpse vanished again. The next moment, Uchiha Tamaki felt danger approaching from behind. Uchiha Tamaki's body instantly became intangible. Fourth spirit ability, Void Self-Annihilation. The body enters an intangible state for 1 second. Danzo's sneak attack passed through Uchiha Tamaki's body. His expression was still one of shock as the space fissures swirling around Uchiha Tamaki's body were already tearing Danzo apart. Uchiha Tamaki's fourth spirit ability, Void Self-Annihilation, only lasts for 1 second, but while phasing into the Void Realm, an area surrounded by space fissures forms around his body, and any person or object near Uchiha Tamaki will be torn to shreds. Danzo's body vanished once more, reappearing a dozen meters in front of Uchiha Tamaki. He knelt on the sea's surface, his face still showing traces of lingering fear, his breathing ragged as he stared fixedly at Uchiha Tamaki. 2 consecutive deaths had left only 2 Sharingan remaining on his left arm. Uchiha Tamaki was also panting slightly, even he was starting to feel some fatigue at this point. Danzo's condition was even worse than Uchiha Tamaki's. Using Izanagi 3 times had consumed a massive amount of energy. The 5th spirit ring beneath Uchiha Tamaki's feet flashed. 5th spirit ability, Spiritual Barrage. Above Uchiha Tamaki's head, a massive phantom of the Evil Eye Tyrant appeared. The moment the giant eyeball monster appeared, Danzo immediately heightened his vigilance. The next instant, waves of invisible spiritual shocks slammed into Danzo's brain. Blood instantly seeped from Danzo's nose, mouth, and ears. Spiritual attacks are invisible and intangible, but their lethality is in no way inferior to physical attacks. Danzo felt as if his head were being repeatedly struck by Uchiha Tamaki with a sledgehammer. In that same instant, Uchiha Tamaki used the Flying Thunder God Technique again, flashing in front of Danzo and stabbing a kunai into his brain. Danzo's corpse vanished once more, then resurrected a dozen meters away. Danzo glanced at the sole remaining Sharingan on his left arm, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Uchiha Tamaki. You can't kill me. Come on, you evil Uchiha. A flash of determination crossed Danzo's eyes. He had spent his whole life running away. 30 years ago, when he and Senju Tobarama were being hunted by Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Hidden Cloud Village, he chose to run. On the Nine-Tails night, he also chose to run. But now, he knew he had nowhere left to run, and he didn't believe that begging for mercy would earn him Uchiha Tamaki's forgiveness. So he had to do something for Konoha with his final life. Uchiha Tamaki's face bore a hint of mockery as the 5th spirit ring beneath his feet flashed again. 5th spirit ability, Death Knell. Hum. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes glared, and immediately the space within a 100-meter radius of Danzo began to shatter like a mirror. Even the sea surface around him began to fragment. Danzo's expression froze as he saw his own hands crumbling and his consciousness sinking into darkness. However, he activated Izanagi again, and the 5 Sharingan on his left arm were all closed. Danzo resurrected once more, with a mix of terror and a strange longing. Too strong. Simply too strong. What envious and jealous eyes, why couldn't he have been born into such a family? Danzo's expression gradually became distorted as he suddenly charged toward Uchiha Tamaki. When he rushed to within a few meters of Uchiha Tamaki, his hands also completed the final seal. Reverse 4 symbols seal. A large amount of black liquid suddenly sprayed from Danzo's body. This black liquid seemed to have a life of its own, curving in midair as it rushed toward Uchiha Tamaki. But Uchiha Tamaki's body vanished before Danzo once again. Danzo's face was still filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Uchiha Tamaki, who had escaped 100 meters away. You, how dare you run away? Uchiha Tamaki rolled his eyes. If I don't run, am I supposed to stay there and celebrate New Year's with you? The reverse 4 symbols seal, like the Reaper Death seal, both used one's life as the condition for activation. As long as one was touched by the black liquid, they would be dragged into the seal space. In the original series, Danzo used his life to activate this move and then sealed a bridge. I'm so sorry, Lord Danzo, but things won't go as you wish. Ah, the black water began to retract, and simultaneously, Danzo's body began to be twisted by the black water, finally turning into a black bead. Plop! The black bead sank into the deep sea and vanished in an instant. Phew! Uchiha Tamaki let out a long breath. Just then, a figure appeared not far away. It was Shin, who had been watching the battle all along. Shin was one of the few rude ninjas who hadn't been brainwashed. In the original series, Danzo wanted him and his brother Sai to kill each other. Shin committed suicide to trade for Sai's life, but now he no longer had to face such a cruel future. Uchiha Tamaki reached out his hand. Do you want to join my land of waves? Shin sat on the back of his super beast pseudo-drawing, giant bird, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with hesitation. Now that root was almost completely wiped out and even Danzo was dead. If he returned to Konoha now, he feared the Konoha authorities would only think he had defected. After all, with so many root ninjas dead and his own strength not being particularly outstanding, how could he have survived? If he were branded a rogue ninja, then his brother's situation in Konoha would also become very difficult. You can hide your true identity and stay by my side, that way, your brother won't be implicated. 102 The Lost Treasure of the Uzumaki Clan. Uchiha Tamaki and Shin returned to the ship. Seeing that Uchiha Tamaki had brought someone back, Karen couldn't help but size Shin up. Tamaki-sama, who is he? Hello, I am Ahu, a spy Tamaki-sama placed in Konoha. Shin quickly stepped into his new role, a perfect smile on his face. This was standard procedure en route. They had all undergone the most professional and rigorous training. Immediately donning a new persona was one of their basic courses. Compared to his brother Sai, Ahu was clearly a more qualified ninja. When Sai first appeared, he always wore an unsettling fake smile. The three traveled at sea for a month before finally arriving at the land of whirlpools. The port where they landed had long been abandoned, devoid of any sign of life. When the land of whirlpools was destroyed years ago, the 4 great shinobi villages carried out a cruel policy of extermination. As long as someone was from the land of whirlpools, whether they were nobles with the Uzumaki clan bloodline or commoners, they were all slaughtered indiscriminately. This was the reason why there were so few members of the Uzumaki clan left. As an ally of the land of whirlpools, Konoha village was clearly very inadequate. When the land of whirlpools faced its great calamity, they chose to stand by and watch. Whether considered from a political or strategic perspective, it was a very failed decision. The existence of the land of whirlpools could have prevented the land of fire from being ambushed from the sea. Furthermore, due to intermarriage and alliances, many of the Uzumaki clan's secret sealing techniques were shared with Konoha, so Konoha wasn't simply coveting their secrets. Politically, economically, strategically, and even morally, Konoha should have stepped in to help the land of whirlpools. However, the Sandaime made the most foolish choice, allowing the other 4 great shinobi villages to wipe out the land of whirlpools. After leaving the pier, the 3 entered the heart of the land of whirlpools. Everywhere they passed was filled with ruins and uncollected remains. The 4 great shinobi villages' destruction of the land of whirlpools was so thorough that even though the population wasn't large, the scale was still appalling. Karen, I am now going to bestow upon you a secret technique called a spirit ring. which can greatly increase your strength and various abilities, Uchiha Tamaki said. Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo was Uchiha Tamaki's primary means for exploring the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools this time. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki was willing to spend some time to maximize the range of Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo. Ahu, stand guard for Karen and me. Yes, Tamaki-sama. Whoosh. Who vanished from the spot. Uchiha Tamaki had Karen sit across from him. Karen's eyes were filled with infatuation as she looked affectionately at Uchiha Tamaki. Tamaki-sama, please be gentle, it's my first time. Uchiha Tamaki's fist tightened. Focus your mind. Karen licked her lips but obediently closed her eyes. Uchiha Tamaki began to construct external meridians for Karen. Use your chakra to connect with the external meridians. Karen tried a few times and finally connected her chakra with the external meridians Uchiha Tamaki had constructed for her. It was like matching a portable power bank to an appliance. Karen was the appliance. She needed to constantly change the form of her chakra to match the external meridians, the power bank. When the plug and the power bank were connected, the self-condensing soul ring process began. Although it wasn't the first time, Uchiha Tamaki still observed carefully. Karen's spirit rings were at the level of 2 purples and 1 black. Uchiha Tamaki easily completed 3 self-condensing soul rings for her. Alright, try and see if your Shinkoku Magankyo has improved. Karen looked at Uchiha Tamaki with a mischievous smile. Tamaki-sama, it really has improved. I can even sense your physical structure now, like whether you're wearing underwear. Thwack. Uchiha Tamaki gave Karen a sharp rap on the head. Be serious, you brat. Karen clutched her head, looking aggrieved. Fine, it definitely improved. My perception can now cover a diameter of about 20 kilometers. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes lit up. This range was already enormous. The range of Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo had already surpassed her maximum range in the original storyline. In the original work, before the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo range was 10 kilometers. And this distance was almost equivalent to the area of a large city. The three then headed toward the largest city in the Land of Whirlpools, which was also its only city. The land area of the Land of Whirlpools was actually similar to that of the Land of Waves. However, because of the small population, there was only one city, Whirlpool City. Dozens of large and small villages surrounded Whirlpool City as their center. If there were any hidden secrets left in the Land of Whirlpools, they would certainly be in Whirlpool City. When the three arrived at Whirlpool City, they saw a massive slaughterhouse, a destroyed civilization. The disaster had come so suddenly that most people in the Land of Whirlpools hadn't even reacted before the blades fell. Although Karen wasn't born in the Land of Whirlpools, her playful expression gradually faded upon seeing the tragic sight before her. Just then, Ahu descended from the sky and took out a hand-drawn diagram. Tamaki-sama, this is a map I drew of Whirlpool City's main structure and regional distribution. Uchiha Tamaki took the diagram and glanced at it, feeling glad he had recruited Ahu. At the very least, Ahu's ability to observe from the air and his superb drawing skills saved him a lot of trouble. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the structure of Whirlpool City. One square area occupied the most space, though it was also the most severely damaged. This should be the Uzumaki clan's ancestral grounds. Let's go check out this area. The closer they got to the Uzumaki clan grounds, the faster Karen's heart beat. Uchiha Tamaki noticed Karen's abnormal state, but he didn't interfere. If Karen didn't have any reaction at all, Uchiha Tamaki would instead worry whether this trip would yield any results. Underground, very deep underground. Something there is calling to me, Karen said. Underground, that made sense. Only by being underground could they ensure the Uzumaki clan's heritage wouldn't be discovered by invaders. However, the entrance would be a bit of a problem. After all, the invaders must have conducted a detailed search after wiping out the Uzumaki clan. If they found nothing, it meant the entrance was very difficult to find. There must have even been Earth Release ninjas using the Headhunter Jutsu to explore underground. If the Earth Release ninjas didn't find anything, it could only mean the Uzumaki clan's heritage was hidden extremely deep. How deep? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Karen closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Probably several thousand meters deep. As expected, this depth ruled out Uchiha Tamaki's idea of digging down manually. Karen judged the depth and location by sensing chakra fluctuations, not through some godlike vision, so she couldn't perceive where the entrance was. And this depth also ensured that only the Uzumaki clan's Shinkoku Magankyo could sense it. Arriving at the Uzumaki clan grounds, Karen's heart beat faster and faster. She sensed the thing underground calling out to her. Uchiha Tamaki sent out 10 clones to search, and Ahu kept circling in the sky to look, but after 2 days, they still had nothing to show for it. 103 King of Burrowing. For the past 2 days, Karen had become taciturn, sitting in a weed-choked pavilion, lost in thought. Uchiha Tamaki and Ahu sat opposite her, bored. Uchiha Tamaki leaned lazily against the railing, looking somewhat despondent. Can't find it at all. But not finding it was only natural. There were so many invaders back then, and even they couldn't find the entrance, let alone the 3 of them. Ahu, what are we eating tonight? Lord Huan, that depends on what prey I can find. Who realized that since pledging his loyalty to Uchiha Tamaki, he had gone from being a ninja to a nanny. He was responsible for everything regarding Uchiha Tamaki and Karen's daily needs. Who mounted a pseudo-drawing giant bird and took to the sky. Half an hour later, Ahu returned carrying several plump rats. Uchiha Tamaki looked disgusted. Ahu, isn't there any more decent prey? Lord Huan, I couldn't help it. This was all I could find. Maybe they grew this big by eating those corpses. Lord Huan, these are moles. They only eat insects and plant roots. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the dark moles, still feeling a sense of revulsion. These moles were much larger than ordinary rats. He really didn't know how they grew so big. Forget it, I'll just eat some dry rations, Uchiha Tamaki finally said with a tone of resistance. I won't eat them either, Karen said. Let them go. I worked hard to catch these. Who was clearly reluctant. Our Uzumaki clan doesn't eat moles. Uchiha Tamaki turned to look at Karen. Why, I don't know. I just heard my mother say it's an Uzumaki clan tradition, and it's also forbidden for the civilians of the land of whirlpools to eat them. No matter how much Uchiha Tamaki disliked them, it didn't change the fact that moles were a very high-quality source of protein. In an era of low productivity, people wouldn't refuse protein unless the animal served a special function. For example, cows and horses are high-quality protein sources, but they played important roles in production and daily life, so people rarely ate them in ancient times. Why were moles forbidden? The Uzumaki clan didn't worship moles. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly looked at Karen. Karen, besides what you've sensed underground, are there any other chakra fluctuations nearby? Let me try. Karen expanded the perception of her Shinkoku Magankyo to full power. 10 meters, 100 meters, a kilometer, 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Like a powerful radar, Karen continuously spread her Shinkoku Magankyo outward. Finally, Karen snapped her eyes open. I sense it. In that direction, there's an extremely massive source of chakra. It's huge. Let's go take a look, Uchiha Tamaki said. Ahu, the giant bird. Then these. Who held the moles, still reluctant to throw them away. Let them go. Fine. Who set the moles down. Upon returning to the ground, they immediately began digging and burrowed into the earth. The 3 stepped onto the pseudo-drawing giant bird and flew in the direction Karen had sensed. They flew out of Whirlpool City and arrived among the Great Mountains. Uchiha Tamaki looked down and found many caves in these mountains. These caves crisscrossed one another and didn't feel naturally formed, they seemed more like tunnels dug by some kind of animal. Go down, Uchiha Tamaki said. The 3 landed and approached a cave entrance. The cave was bottomless, with a large amount of piled earth at the entrance. Uchiha Tamaki became even more certain that this was excavated by some animal. Do either of you have any ninjutsu that can explore this cave? Uchiha Tamaki asked. I'll do it. Who summoned a massive drawing scroll and summoned a giant brush. Super Beast Pseudo-Drawing. Ink-dyed rat swarm. Shua shua shua. Who quickly sketched rats on the drawing paper. Immediately after, the rats on the paper seemed to come to life, leaping off the page one by one. 10, 100, 1,000. Swarms of rats scurried into the cave, vanishing into the darkness. Who let out a breath. Using such a large-scale pseudo-drawing ninjutsu was quite taxing. Eat a military rations pill and rest for a bit, Uchiha Tamaki said. No, I can still hold on. Under normal circumstances, most ninjas were reluctant to eat military rations pills unless they were on the battlefield. The taste of military rations pills was simply too awful. Eating one would make a person lose their appetite for 3 days. Half an hour later, Ahu suddenly said, "Lord Huan, my pseudo-drawing rats found a giant mole. I detected chakra fluctuations from it. It's likely a summoned beast. Let's go inside and see." Who led Uchiha Tamaki and Karen into the cave. After many twists and turns, they finally saw the giant mole Ahu had mentioned. The mole was curled into a ball, likely in hibernation. It was at least 30 meters long, with a plump and bloated body and grayish-black fur that had a slight oily sheen in the dim cave. At the same time, all three sensed an extremely massive chakra within the mole. Suddenly, the mole seemed to sense something and moved its body. Moles are photophobic creatures, and its eyes had almost completely degenerated. However, they have a very keen sense of smell and organs capable of emitting sonar ultrasonic waves. All three felt a ripple sweep over their bodies. Uzumaki clan. At that moment, the mole voiced its doubt. "Hello, are you a summoned beast of the Uzumaki clan?" Karen's Shinkoku Magankyo could sense malice, and she felt none from this mole. "I am the king of burrowing." Uchiha Tamaki's lips twitched. "Great, a very fitting name. Tell me about the current situation of the Uzumaki clan." "The Uzumaki clan has been wiped out." "Is that so?" The king of burrowing didn't seem surprised. "No wonder no one from the Uzumaki clan has come to see me for so many years. So, have you come to seek the secret treasure of the Uzumaki clan?" Uchiha Tamaki's heart raced. A secret treasure. That sounded impressive. "To obtain the secret treasure, you must sign a contract with me," the king of burrowing said. Karen looked at Uchiha Tamaki, who nodded immediately. "Fine, I will sign a contract with you." Both the king of burrowing and Karen were willing, so the contract was completed quickly. Uchiha Tamaki could feel that the king of burrowing's strength was formidable. "Follow me. I will take you to where the Uzumaki clan hid their secret treasure." The king of burrowing led the way, with Uchiha Tamaki, Karen, and Ahu following behind. Occasionally, at dead ends, the king of burrowing would use its claws to dig right through. With this guardian here, it was unlikely anyone besides the Uzumaki clan could ever find their secret treasure. Many paths leading to the Uzumaki clan's secret treasure had been blocked off, only the king of burrowing could find them. 104 Uzumaki clan history. Although the depth was several thousand meters down, the distance they traveled was very long. The cave descended bit by bit rather than dropping straight down to that depth. After walking for at least 6 hours, they finally arrived at a massive underground karst cave. In an instant, Uchiha Tamaki felt a dense surge of natural energy. Uchiha Tamaki saw a river flowing within the underground cave, a river formed entirely of natural energy. The natural energy here had already taken a liquid form, and Uchiha Tamaki discovered that the stalactites here all gathered a vast amount of senjutsu chakra. Generally speaking, those who cultivate sage arts need to refine natural energy before it forms senjutsu chakra. However, the natural energy here seemed to automatically form senjutsu chakra due to the unique environment, manifesting in the form of stalactites. Uchiha Tamaki's eyes were opened once again. This place should also be a dragon vein. It seemed dragon veins manifested in various ways, such as the slug sage of Shikatsu forest taking on an animal form. Or like the Grail stone, existing in a solid state. And now this, existing in a liquid state. Thinking further of the lost ancient kingdom of Lulan, the dragon vein there existed in the form of pure energy. Thump. Suddenly, Ahu collapsed headfirst onto the ground. "What's wrong?" Uchiha Tamaki rushed forward to check Ahu's condition. Who was currently in a deep coma, his body twitching incessantly. Aside from those with a sage body or members of the Uzumaki clan, no one can stay here in this natural energy, the king of burrowing said. Uchiha Tamaki recalled from the original story that natural energy is indeed toxic to most people. For example, Jugo, a lackey under Orochimaru, had his body mutate into a semi-finished sage body because he lived near Ruchi Cave. Orochimaru's cursed seal was extracted from Jugo's body. With no other choice, Uchiha Tamaki used a clone to escort Ahu out of the cave. Moving along the underground river for another half hour, Uchiha Tamaki saw a man-made underground space. It was a massive underground library, with over a dozen bookshelves lined up, storing various books and scrolls. In the very center, a three-legged fire furnace was burning. Its design was similar to a tripod cauldron, but without a lid, and its outer walls were carved with exquisite patterns. The stove was still burning continuously. The flames of this three-legged fire furnace kept the underground space dry, ensuring the books and scrolls wouldn't be damaged by the humid air. Uchiha Tamaki noticed the reason the stove could burn for so long was due to special formulas carved around it, converting the natural energy in the air into flames. This is the secret treasure of the Uzumaki clan, the result of 1,000 years of research, the King of Burrowing said. King of Burrowing, can I form a contract with you? Uchiha Tamaki asked, as he wanted to come here often. This was an unclaimed treasure land for cultivating sage arts, and Uchiha Tamaki wanted to claim it as his own. You have a portion of the Uzumaki clan bloodline in you. If you are willing, you can contract with me. Uchiha Tamaki's face was full of question marks. Since when did he have Uzumaki clan lineage? But since the King of Burrowing was willing, he didn't bother to look into it deeply. After completing the contract, Uchiha Tamaki began to examine the underground space carved out by the Uzumaki clan again. He was most interested in the stove in the middle. This thing seemed like it could be used as a weapon. It was heavy and large enough, it would surely feel great to smash people with it. Moreover, as long as he channeled Senjutsu chakra, this three-legged fire furnace could spit out high-temperature flames. Uchiha Tamaki lifted the three-legged fire furnace to gauge its weight. It weighed at least 2,000 or 3,000 catties. He didn't know what material it was cast from. Afterward, Uchiha Tamaki began searching for the sealing jutsu he wanted to see. However, he had overestimated his patience. There were too many books here, and not all of them recorded ninjutsu or sealing jutsu. I'll pack up these books and take them back to read later, Uchiha Tamaki said. He planned to use his clones to read through these books later. Or he could just let Karen learn them herself, and then he could ask her for the sealing jutsu he needed. Uchiha Tamaki used his storage soul tool to put all the bookshelves inside. Although this trip wasn't exactly smooth, it had achieved Uchiha Tamaki's goals, so he didn't linger in the land of whirlpools. On the return boat, Uchiha Tamaki saw Karen reading a book. What are you reading? The history of the Uzumaki clan's development, Karen said. Let me see. Uchiha Tamaki took the book from Karen's hand and began flipping through it. The ancestors of the Uzumaki clan split off from the Senju clan, so the Senju and Uzumaki clans share a very close blood relationship. About 500 years ago, a clansman named Senju Anichi was saved by a woman named Uzumaki after being injured while out. Afterward, he chose not to return to the Senju clan but married the woman and had children, creating a new family. Thus, the Uzumaki clan was born. This is why the Senju and Uzumaki clans share many similarities, such as immense vitality, chakra, and powerful physiques. Occasionally, both clans would awaken a natural sage body. Theoretically, the Uzumaki clan also has a chance to awaken wood release, though the probability is extremely small. Although the Senju clan also intermarried with outsiders, marriage within the clan was relatively common, so their bloodline remained relatively intact. After the first few generations intermarried with outsiders, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline became diluted. However, the early Uzumaki clansmen married those with special bloodlines. So while their Senju bloodline was diluted, they formed a bloodline of their own. Uchiha Tamaki suspected that the early Uzumaki clansmen might have also married Otsutsuki descendants. After all, from a genetic standpoint, dominant genes override recessive ones. The Otsutsuki bloodline is a dominant gene, and the Uzumaki clan are, after all, Otsutsuki descendants. Uchiha Tamaki suspected the Uzumaki clan also had Hyuga clan blood. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's son, Boruto, born with Hinata, he was able to awaken the Jogan. The currently known Otsutsuki descendants are the Uzumaki clan, Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and Kagaya clan. Uchiha Tamaki was considering whether he should find a way to get some of their bloodlines. Of course, there was a more direct method, to go and take down the 1,000-year-old schemer hiding in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Ashiki. But that was just wishful thinking. His whole family going up against him would just be delivering themselves on a platter. Even in a normal state, Otsutsuki Ashiki could crush him 1,000 times over. He currently possessed the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Karen was of the Uzumaki clan, and Kimimaro was of the Kagaya clan, so only the Hyuga clan would be a bit troublesome. However, how to integrate the bloodlines of the Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Kagaya clans into his own body would still require Orochimaru's research. After all, obtaining the Senju bloodline back then was very specific, and it only fully fused after the later blessing from the goddess of life. Uchiha Tamaki didn't believe things would go so smoothly if he simply repeated his past actions. 105 You're not even willing to call me Little Huan. Uchiha Tamaki began researching the Grail Stone and the Sage Art stalactites again. The energy contained within the Grail Stone was extremely dense, a piece the size of a fist held natural energy hundreds of times more concentrated than that of the Shikatsu forest. A single Grail Stone could almost increase the age of Uchiha Tamaki's spirit ring by 100,000 years. According to the confirmation of many on the douluo continent, natural energy was the immortal spiritual chi of the god realm, and Senjutsu chakra was divine force. However, the divine force used by the gods of the douluo continent was clearly stronger than the sage arts of the ninja world. Of course, it could also be a difference in level or a difference in rules. After a rough judgment, Uchiha Tamaki made a general classification of strength, titled Douluo approximately equals Cage level expert less than rank 99 super Douluo less than Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara less than Douluo gods less than 6-path sage. The level of the 6-path sage was called Kekemora. To achieve Kekemora, one first had to combine yin and yang power to awaken the Rinnegan, possess Senjutsu chakra, and then seal the 10 tails into their own body. The 6-path sage likely mastered the rules of creation, so his status should be the highest. The douluo gods also mastered rules, but their rules did not exceed the rules of creation, so they were weaker than the 6-path sage in terms of status. Below the 6 paths were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. They had almost reached the human limit and even surpassed the lower-tier deities of douluo in terms of destructive power. Therefore, he also had to focus on developing Senjutsu chakra, which was the development of divine force. Uchiha Tamaki also studied the sage art stalactites, which contained very pure Senjutsu chakra. There were 2 ways to use it, refining it or taking it orally. Refining it would be equivalent to increasing the upper limit of one's own Senjutsu chakra. If taken orally, the sage art stalactite could be ground into powder and then directly digested to absorb the Senjutsu chakra within. This method of absorption could greatly increase the strength of the physical body, though it wasn't just an increase, it should be called sublimation or evolution. Starting from the stomach, the Senjutsu chakra nourished the body in a different way. Uchiha Tamaki then took out the liquid natural energy collected from the cave. Liquid natural energy could promote his mental force and vitality. This stuff was even more effective than an immortal herb. No wonder the 2 sages of Mount Myoboku and Ruchi Cave were old monsters. Mount Myoboku and Ruchi Cave likely had liquid natural energy as well. As for the slug sage, she herself was the incarnation of the dragon vein, so her lifespan was even longer. Uchiha Tamaki suddenly really wanted to go see the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulin and witness the dragon vein of Lulin for himself. Uchiha Tamaki felt that his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had evolved almost to its limit. However, it lacked several attributes, so it could not transform into the Rinnegan. Uchiha Tamaki himself possessed the fire, wind, yin, and yang attributes, but lacked earth, lightning, and water. Uchiha Tamaki considered adding earth, lightning, and water attribute spirit rings next. Additionally, his fire and wind attributes weren't strong enough and ideally needed strengthening to avoid an attribute imbalance. Although he could now create a self-condensing soul ring, those rings had no attributes. He would wait until he completed his attributes before using self-condensing soul rings. For now, he planned to complete his attributes first. After returning to the land of waves, Uchiha Tamaki went to see Orochimaru. Leader, was the trip to the land of whirlpools successful? Although there were some twists and turns, we at least found the secret treasury of the land of whirlpools. Oh, it seems. The leader's harvest was not small. Indeed, it was not small. Uchiha Tamaki nodded. If you're interested, you can go find Karen, the items are all with her. Leader, give me some more of your flesh and blood. Uchiha Tamaki's mouth twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and gave Orochimaru a piece of his flesh. In the future, I'll catch a real god and give you their flesh and blood to study. A real god. At least relative to the current you and me, it's a god so powerful it's beyond belief. Orochimaru's eyes shone, his face filled with excitement and anticipation. Is there anything I need to do? Become stronger. Uchiha Tamaki handed Orochimaru a few grail stones. These can increase the age of your spirit rings, but first you need to strengthen your physique so you don't explode from the energy. Uchiha Tamaki intended to seize the time to compress his spirit power to the limit. Then he would raise his spirit power to rank 60, and while at the rank barrier, absorb the spirit ring of the golden tree to complete his attributes. At the same time, he'd raise all his spirit rings to 300,000 years and use the excess spirit power to condense more rings. By the way, the Akatsuki organization has come looking for us again. What did they come for? Money. Is it Kakuzu's rental fee? Did you not pay the rental fee this year? Orochimaru's mouth twitched. What the hell was a rental fee? No, they are here to borrow money from us. How much? Uchiha Tamaki asked. Thinking of the current state of the Land of Rain, it didn't seem that hard to understand. To put it bluntly, the Akatsuki organization was just a violent organization operating under the guise of world peace. When it came to fighting people, every one of them was as fierce as a dragon or tiger. But when it came to governing a country, they were all idiots. In the original story, the Land of Rain had become very desolate under the management of the Akatsuki organization. 1 billion ryo. Since joining Uchiha Tamaki, Orochimaru felt even more that the Akatsuki organization was just a ragtag bunch. Uchiha Tamaki had seized the Land of Waves, and then the Land of Waves seemed to find new life. In 2 or 3 years, the national strength had soared, and the civilians of the Land of Waves had become wealthy. Looking at the Land of Rain controlled by the Akatsuki organization, it was a slum. It looked the same now as it did 10 years ago. No, it should be said it was even poorer than 4 years ago. Most importantly, Uchiha Tamaki supported his research and gave him the greatest backing. Should we lend it to them? Orochimaru asked. Where are they? Over with Kakuzu. I'll go take a look. When Uchiha Tamaki found Kakuzu, Kakuzu was with Konan. Sister Konan, long time no see. Konan still wore that world-weary face that kept everyone at a distance. Seeing Uchiha Tamaki arrive, she only gave a slight nod as a greeting. Sister Konan, you being so cold makes things difficult for me. I was originally considering lending you money, but with this attitude, it makes me feel like our friendship is fake. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Konan's expression stiffened, and then she forced a strained smile. Uchiha Tamaki, long time no see. You're not even willing to call me Little Huan, it really saddens me. Konan's fist, hidden in her sleeve, clenched slightly. Little Huan. Sister Konan, let's talk business. Is it the Akatsuki organization that wants to borrow money, or the Land of Rain? Is there a difference? Of course there's a difference. If it's the Akatsuki organization borrowing money, then you need to provide a repayment plan. And if it's the Land of Rain borrowing money, then you don't need any repayment plan, as you're using the credit of a nation as a guarantee. However, you need to provide a proposal for how the funds will be used, Uchiha Tamaki said. I am borrowing in the name of the Land of Rain. Can you tell me the specific use? Grain prices in the ninja world have risen this year, and a large number of civilians in the Land of Rain have begun to go hungry. How about this? Our Land of Waves is willing to sell you a batch of low-priced grain, along with some low-priced sea fish, Uchiha Tamaki said. Your Land of Waves has grain. Of course. In the year I seized the Land of Waves, we already organized a large number of civilians to reclaim wasteland. Our Land of Waves has a lot of high-quality land, and the grain output is very high. 106 Return to the body sect. Konan fell silent upon hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words. Thinking back to when they first took over the Land of Rain, it seemed nothing had changed. The Land of Rain was just as poor as it had always been. In contrast, the Land of Waves had been completely transformed in just 2 or 3 short years. What do you think of our Land of Rain? Well, it's hard to say. Uchiha Tamaki wore a look of apology. He genuinely didn't want to critique the Akatsuki organization. The land area of the Land of Rain was much larger than that of the Land of Waves, and because of its abundant rainfall, most of its territory consisted of high-quality farmland. However, the Land of Rain's geographical location was not very favorable. It was situated in the north of the ninja world, bordering the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, with its coastline facing the Land of Water. Therefore, the Land of Rain had become a battlefield in several consecutive ninja world wars. First, it was ruled by Hanzo, and later by the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo was a warlord and a dictator with almost no talent for governance, leaving the people of the Land of Rain in dire straits. Later, it was ruled by the Akatsuki organization, which had the intention to govern but lacked the ability. Now, they actually had to run to the Land of Waves to borrow money. One could imagine just how incompetent they were. Then, regarding your proposal to provide aid to our Land of Rain in the form of food and money, have you considered it? How about this? Borrowing money and food is fine, but I have another proposal. You sell a portion of the Land of Rain's territory to our Land of Waves. We will reclaim farmland in your Land of Rain and hire civilians from the Land of Rain to cultivate it. This way, your civilians will have jobs, and the grain produced from our farmland can be sold directly to the Land of Rain, alleviating your food shortage. With the money from selling the land, you will be able to do more meaningful things. Conan felt that Uchiha Tamaki's words seemed to make some sense. In any case, the Land of Rain did indeed have a large amount of wasteland, and this wasteland generated no value while sitting idle. If the Land of Waves bought that wasteland, it would not only alleviate the Land of Rain's financial problems but also generate long-term benefits. This proposal from Uchiha Tamaki seemed to have only benefits and no drawbacks. Fine, I agree. Conan made her decision. At this moment, Conan only felt that there were indeed many good people in this world. Uchiha Tamaki grinned, while Kakuzu sighed from the side. The members of the Akatsuki organization were truly brainless brutes. As long as the Land of Rain opened this door, the food supply of the Land of Rain would be controlled by Uchiha Tamaki. Furthermore, a large number of civilians would be working for Uchiha Tamaki. Once there was friction or conflict between the Land of Rain and the Land of Waves in the future, would those civilians working for Uchiha Tamaki favor the Akatsuki organization or Uchiha Tamaki? Uchiha Tamaki would continuously flood the Land of Rain's grain market with low-priced food. In the short term, low-priced food could indeed bring huge benefits to the Land of Rain, allowing most civilians to afford to eat. However, the impact on those small-scale farmers would only be greater. When they couldn't sell their grain at a good price, they would sell their land cheaply. Uchiha Tamaki would then continuously acquire and merge the land, then hire more farmers to work for him. These farmers would all become Uchiha Tamaki's tenant farmers. When 60% to 70% of the farmland in the entire Land of Rain was controlled by Uchiha Tamaki, and all the farmers were working for Uchiha Tamaki, whose Land of Rain would it be then? Conan seeking help from Uchiha Tamaki now was nothing more than drinking poison to quench her thirst. Even if all the members of the Akatsuki organization were tied together, they probably couldn't outplay Uchiha Tamaki. Kakuzu's gaze fell on Uchiha Tamaki again. For Uchiha Tamaki to have such methods at such a young age. Subsequently, Conan, representing the Land of Rain, signed various aid contracts with Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki and Kakuzu stood at the dock, watching Conan escort a shipment of grain back to the Land of Rain. Leader, congratulations. I don't think it will be long before the Land of Rain falls into your hands. Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. This world ultimately relies on strength to speak. This kind of game only works if everyone follows the rules. Leader, are you saying the Akatsuki organization will violate the contract? The Akatsuki organization and we are both rule breakers, Uchiha Tamaki said. Uchiha Tamaki would never pin his hopes on the Akatsuki organization following the rules. The very purpose of the Akatsuki organization's existence was to break rules and overturn the existing order of the ninja world. Uchiha Tamaki certainly held the same idea, but Uchiha Tamaki would not be as naive as the Akatsuki organization's philosophy. In Uchiha Tamaki's eyes, the Akatsuki organization was just a dreamer's delusion. The Akatsuki organization only thought of the final ideal, world peace. But they had never thought about what to do before world peace was achieved, or after it was achieved. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of children harboring dreams. Uchiha Tamaki's idea was very simple. Kill the Konoha F4, overthrow Konoha, and overthrow the ninja world. And before that, Uchiha Tamaki needed to have sufficient strength. Very soon, merchants from the Land of Waves began to enter the Land of Rain. For the merchants of the Land of Waves, the Land of Rain was a blank market. However, the situation in the Land of Rain was not very stable. Although the Akatsuki organization controlled the Land of Rain, their control over the lower levels was very limited. They only controlled the Land of Rain through force, without any effective management system. Uchiha Tamaki had stayed in the ninja world for a year, and his age had reached 11. On the ninja world side, there was still 1 year left before the main storyline began. Uchiha Tamaki had already reached level 60, and his spirit power had been compressed to at least 4.0. Uchiha Tamaki decided to head to douluo 2 to find a spirit ring from a spirit beast. On one hand, he had an agreement with the Evil Eye Tyrant Sovereign. Secondly, he wanted to go to the Lake of Life in the Stardo Great Forest to make some trades. Because of his intrusion, the douluo 2 world would face the invasion of the Abyssal Plane and the Demon Plane earlier than expected. Therefore, the douluo world, whether human or spirit beast, had to unite. That was the trouble he had caused, and he had to be responsible for it to the end. Eye of Void, activate. Uchiha Tamaki appeared in the douluo 2 world, in the Heavenly Soul Empire. Arriving at Princess Vina's residence, he discovered that Princess Vina was not at home. After asking the servants in the residence, he learned that Princess Vina and Long Aoshin were currently at the Body Sect's New Mountain Gate. The Body Sect's New Mountain Gate was not in the original area. The original mountain gate had already been raised by Muen, leaving only a giant crater there now. Therefore, the new mountain gate had been moved to a different mountain. When Uchiha Tamaki found the Body Sect's new mountain gate, it was still a bustling construction site. A complex of buildings had already been erected on the mountain. Just as Uchiha Tamaki was about to head over, he was stopped by 2 unfamiliar disciples. Judging by their strength, they were both only 1 ring, aged 30 or 40, and had already lost their potential. The current Body Sect was starting everything from scratch, and even the guards were new disciples like these. Uchiha Tamaki activated his Sharingan, while 5 spirit rings flickered at his feet. The 2 Body Sect disciples were so scared they retreated repeatedly. You are Lord Demon Eye. Uchiha Tamaki's mouth twitched. Even the Body Sect's disciples called him Demon Eye. Now, across the 2 major regions of the douluo continent and the Sun Moon continent, and in the Sun Moon Empire, Star Luo Empire, Doling Empire, and Heavenly Soul Empire, who didn't know the Demon Eye? Uchiha Tamaki had, single-handedly, forced the destruction of the number 1 power, Shrek Academy. And Uchiha Tamaki's physical characteristics had long since been spread across all the countries of the continent. No one wanted to suffer a catastrophic disaster by offending Uchiha Tamaki. When the 2 Body Sect disciples discovered that they had been blocking Uchiha Tamaki, they were even more terrified and turned pale. The legendary Demon Eye was merciless, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the 2 Body Sect disciples and walked directly into the mountain gate. After only a moment, 2 signal flares rose from behind, obviously fired by the 2 disciples. Immediately afterward, an aura rushed out from the mountain gate. It was Long Aoshin, who had already reached the level of a spirit saint, although he seemed to have not yet hunted his 7th spirit ring. Sensing the aura that Uchiha Tamaki had intentionally released, Long Aoshin immediately rushed toward Uchiha Tamaki. 107 Returning to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Senior brother. The 2 embraced warmly. Then Long Aoshin led Uchiha Tamaki into the sect gate. The scale of the Body Sect's gate now naturally couldn't compare to the past. Junior brother, the Body Sect has now recruited 20 disciples between the ages of 6 and 12. The most talented among them has an innate level 6 vocal cord spirit. I also used a 10,000-year spirit bone to invite a spirit douluo expert whose spirit is their feet to join our sect. However, that spirit douluo is quite old, so he's essentially here to retire with our sect. Is that spirit douluo reliable? He's alright. Elder Lin isn't a competitive person. He has a humble personality and never interferes with sect affairs. Senior brother, you've worked hard. As long as the Body Sect can be revitalized, what is a little hardship? Long Aoshin said nonchalantly. However, Uchiha Tamaki knew that most people in the Body Sect, due to their spirits, tended to be straightforward and didn't much like managing sect affairs. But now, with only a few members in the Body Sect, Long Aoshin had no choice but to shoulder this responsibility. Senior brother, when did you break through to Spirit Saint? Last month, but I haven't had time to go out recently. I plan to take a trip to the spirit hunting forest when things aren't so busy. Senior brother, find a quiet place, I have something to give you, Uchiha Tamaki said. Long Aoshin thought for a moment, then led Uchiha Tamaki to the back mountain, where there was a secret room. Long Aoshin initially thought Uchiha Tamaki was going to give him something again. Sit in front of me, Uchiha Tamaki said. Long Aoshin didn't understand, but he still sat down face to face with Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and 5 blood-red spirit rings appeared beneath his feet. Although it wasn't the first time Long Aoshin had seen Uchiha Tamaki's spirit rings, he was still shocked. Uchiha Tamaki began to construct external meridians for Long Aoshin. Senior brother, you must connect with these external meridians. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Long Aoshin was perplexed. Although Long Aoshin didn't know what Uchiha Tamaki was going to do, he still followed Uchiha Tamaki's instructions and connected to the external meridians Uchiha Tamaki had constructed for him. Senior brother, don't resist. Just circulate your spirit power as if you're absorbing a spirit ring. Long Aoshin's heart pounded. Could Uchiha Tamaki be about to self-condense a soul ring for him? The self-condensing soul ring had been researched and attempted by many people for thousands of years. But without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Had Uchiha Tamaki succeeded? Soon, Long Aoshin felt the spirit power from heaven and earth surge into his body. Long Aoshin quickly focused his mind, feeling the spirit power begin to pour into his spirit. Gradually, a white spirit ring appeared at the outermost edge of Long Aoshin's 6 spirit rings, followed by yellow, purple. 3 hours later, Long Aoshin's spirit ring turned black. Uchiha Tamaki continued, and the age of Long Aoshin's 7th spirit ring continued to increase. Gradually, Long Aoshin's 7th spirit ring began to change from black to red. This process lasted for a day, and the age of Long Aoshin's 7th spirit ring reached 110,000 years, which was also Long Aoshin's limit. Long Aoshin felt his spirit ring stabilize, opened his eyes, first looked at his blood-red 7th spirit ring, and then looked at Uchiha Tamaki with an incredulous gaze. Junior brother, is this a self-condensing soul ring? Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Yes. Then, from now on, we won't need to hunt spirit beasts anymore. The current self-condensing soul ring is not yet perfect. First, you cannot choose the attribute of a self-condensing soul ring, but whatever attribute you have, the self-condensing soul ring will enhance it. If we only consider the spirit ring's age, the self-condensing soul ring is the best. Secondly, my ability to self-condense soul rings is due to my spirit ability, and currently, it cannot be taught to others. That's already very good. With you, junior brother, our body sect will surely prosper again. Long Aoshin was extremely excited. It cannot be spread yet. Once outsiders know that I can self-condense soul rings for others, I'm afraid our body sect will once again become the target of all. I know. Although Long Aoshin was originally a simpleton, he had now learned to be shrewd and worldly. Of course, for now, with Uchiha Tamaki, this great Buddha, in the body sect, no one dared to cause them trouble. But if outsiders knew that Uchiha Tamaki possessed the secret method of self-condensing soul rings, it would likely be another problem. Junior brother, how long do you plan to stay within the sect this time? I have some matters that require me to go out for a trip. Do you need my help? Uchiha Tamaki shook his head. You stay within the sect. If there's anyone in the sect you trust, or if you take on disciples, when I return, I'll help them self-condense soul rings. None at the moment. There's no need to risk leaking the secret to use the secret method for low-level spirit rings. What about Princess Vina? Long Aoshin thought for a moment and said, Vina is, after all, a princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire. I don't want her to know about this until I reach the Super Douluo stage. A Super Douluo would at least give the body sect some self-preservation capability, which was Long Aoshin's minimum requirement. Even though he and Princess Vina were engaged, Long Aoshin still prioritized the body sect. Just as Princess Vina would prioritize the Heavenly Soul Empire. To say they had no feelings for each other would be wrong, as they could sacrifice their lives for each other in the original work. But to say they had feelings, they weren't the type to fully devote all their emotions to each other. Of course, this was actually the norm, they were essentially in a political marriage. Hearing Long Aoshin's answer, Uchiha Tamaki secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Long Aoshin wasn't a love-struck fool. Right, find me a storage soul tool that can hold living creatures. Sunset Forest, Uchiha Tamaki once again arrived at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Human, you've come. All the immortal herbs that had awakened their sentience immediately greeted Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki activated Sage Mode, and divine force permeated the ice and fire yin-yang well. All the immortal herbs sensed the divine force on Uchiha Tamaki. His aura is so similar to the sea god from 10,000 years ago. Human, have you also become a god? Not yet, but I have already received a god's trial, so becoming a god is only a matter of time. Little Ice, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to me? Uchiha Tamaki looked at the octagonal mysterious ice grass. If you are willing to sacrifice yourself to me, I will resurrect you after I complete my god's trial. I am willing, I am willing. Little Ice immediately swayed its body, its tone very excited. I can do it too, why Little Ice and not me? Little Fire, the immortal herb blazing fire apricot blossom, asked with a resentful tone after awakening its sentience. Uchiha Tamaki possessed fire and wind attributes, so these two attributes only needed to be strengthened, using spirit bones to enhance them, rather than needing spirit rings for further enhancement. Uchiha Tamaki would prioritize spirit rings of water, earth, and lightning attributes. I lack water, earth, and lightning attributes. Among you, if you are of these three attributes, I will prioritize you. 108 United Front. I can do it, Gua Gua immediately shouted. It was the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd Immortal Herb. Alright, let Xiao Bing sacrifice first, then you. Starting now, Xiao Bing asked. Let's start now. Uchiha Tamaki activated his Golden Tree Spirit. The Golden Tree, overflowing with vitality, caused all the immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well to sway. They all wanted to be forever bathed in this aura full of life. Human, which part do you want for the spirit bone? Can you strengthen the spirit bone I already have? If not, there's no need to add a spirit bone, just inject all the spirit power into the spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki didn't want to add an ice attribute spirit bone. It's possible, I have 100,000-year blue-silver emperor life spirit bone in my right leg. Just upgrade the right leg spirit bone for me. A red light bloomed from Xiao Bing's body, quickly enveloping Uchiha Tamaki's body. The process was fast. In just half an hour, Uchiha Tamaki had completely absorbed Xiao Bing's spirit ring. A second red spirit ring emerged around the golden tree. Uchiha Tamaki felt the extra water attribute in his body, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. At the same time, his right leg blue-silver emperor spirit bone was upgraded to the 200,000-year level. Uchiha Tamaki sensed it. Xiao Bing had provided 2 spirit abilities for his golden tree's second spirit ring. Ice Wood Eternal Freeze. This is a control skill where ice-armored vines burst from the ground to bind enemies. Any enemy touched by the vines is instantly frozen for 10 seconds, forming indestructible ice. If used on an ally, regardless of how severe their injuries are, it can instantly solidify their state, preventing their condition from worsening. Ice Silent Wither. Creates a sea of ice flowers and releases a fragrance. The spirit power of enemies who inhale the fragrance will gradually freeze. The lower their spirit power, the faster it freezes. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Gua Gua again. Gua Gua, it's time. Let's begin. Still no spirit bone. Upgrade the age of my torso bone. Okay. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd immediately sacrificed itself to Uchiha Tamaki. Half an hour later, a third red spirit ring was added to the golden tree. Uchiha Tamaki felt the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo Torso Bone upgrade to the 200,000-year level. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd also provided Uchiha Tamaki with 2 spirit abilities. Earth Wood Twin Dragons. This spirit ability is an enhanced version of the Wood Dragon technique, summoning 1 Earth Dragon and 1 Wood Dragon. Each has its own characteristics. Enemies bound by the Wood Dragon have their spirit power continuously devoured, while the Earth Dragon is indestructible. Source of the Earth's core. As long as one stands on the ground, spirit power can be restored endlessly. This spirit ability could be called a divine skill. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the other immortal herbs that had developed sentience. The Velvet Sky Tulip had been killed by him during his first visit, and even its spirit ring was wasted. The Ink Jade Divine Bamboo had also sacrificed itself to him the first time. This time, The earth dragon Golden Gourd and the octagonal mysterious ice grass had sacrificed themselves to him. Now, only the infernal delicate apricot and the full moon dew remained. Uchiha Tamaki said, "Are you willing to follow me? If you sacrifice yourselves to my friends, I can offer you the same conditions. After I become a god, I will resurrect you and give you the chance to achieve godhood as well." "I am willing. I am willing too." Uchiha Tamaki put Xiaohuo and Chu Shui into his storage soul tool. He then scoured the ice and fire yin-yang well, packing away all the rare flowers and exotic herbs. Finally, his gaze fell upon the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Never mind, he would come back next time. Currently, he still couldn't withstand the ice and fire waters. Uchiha Tamaki left the Sunset Forest and headed to the Stardo Great Forest. Upon entering the Stardo Great Forest, Uchiha Tamaki activated his mental force, extending it infinitely. Although this extension had no offensive power, expanding mental force like this was like a bright lamp in the dark night. In the center of the Stardo Great Forest, a black dragon suddenly opened its eyes, revealing its massive golden pupils. Its body looked as if it were crafted from obsidian, shimmering with a metallic luster. Its mountain-like frame emitted a dragon's pressure as imposing as a divine prison. He was the dominator of the Stardo Great Forest, the golden-eyed black dragon King Dtn, with 880,000 years of cultivation, currently the strongest being on the douluo continent. "Boss, a divine rank mental force has entered the Stardo Great Forest." The speaker was a middle-aged man. He was the Demon Eye magic tree with 550,000 years of cultivation. "Let me see who dares to intrude into the Stardo Great Forest." Dtn took to the sky, flying toward the direction he sensed. Uchiha Tamaki felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, he saw a figure that blotted out the sun. In terms of size, the evil eye tyrant sovereign he had seen in the evil spirit forest was no smaller than this giant black dragon. But in terms of aura, the black dragon before him far surpassed the evil eye tyrant sovereign. After all, the evil eye tyrant sovereign specialized in mental force, and since Uchiha Tamaki's own mental force had reached the divine rank, he could completely ignore its mental pressure. However, the dragon's pressure emitted by this black dragon had already reached a tangible level. Even Uchiha Tamaki felt his legs go weak facing this dragon's pressure. Rumble. Dtn landed with a crash, looking down at the human before him, who was as tiny as a speck of dust, with a gaze that looked down upon all living things. Human. An aura of divine force emanated from Uchiha Tamaki's body. Dtn's pupils suddenly constricted, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with uncertainty. "A god exam candidate. Dtn, I've come to make a deal with you." "What kind of deal?" Dtn restrained his dragon's pressure. He didn't want to rashly offend a god exam candidate, as there was a god standing behind him. Uchiha Tamaki took out a pile of grail stones. "Before long, an otherworldly domain will invade our world. At that time, I want you spirit beasts and humans to stand on the same front to fight against the invaders together." When Dtn saw the grail stones Uchiha Tamaki brought out, a hint of desire appeared in his eyes. He could feel that the grail stones contained a dense celestial aura. These ores definitely came from the god realm. Hehe. "Human, we spirit beasts have a deep-seated hatred for you humans. Do you think bringing out these broken stones will make us let go of that hatred? The so-called deep-seated hatred is just your own wishful thinking." Uchiha Tamaki curled his lip dismissively. "What did you say?" Dtn's eyes suddenly shot a beam of pure hatred, his pressure enveloping Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki took a few steps back. "Don't be so hasty. The spirit ring system binds humans and spirit beasts together, and I just happen to have a way to solve this." "What way?" Dtn stared at Uchiha Tamaki. "I have mastered the method of self-condensing soul rings, though it's not yet fully developed. Currently, only I can condense them or help others do so. It will take time to promote the method of self-condensing soul rings." "Are you serious?" Dtn's eyes widened, filled with a mix of hope and suspicion. "Absolutely." Uchiha Tamaki nodded with certainty. "If you don't believe me, go catch someone who has come to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for spirits, and I'll demonstrate it for you personally." Dtn thought for a moment, then vanished from the spot in a blur. A few minutes later, Dtn's massive body crashed down again like a falling star. Then, with a flick of his dragon claw, a person was thrown in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki discovered it was a blonde girl, radiating a holy aura. Judging by her aura, she was at the level of a quasi-spirit saint. Uchiha Tamaki was somewhat surprised. The girl before him was even younger than Long Aoshin, yet she already had the cultivation of a spirit saint. At this moment, Yi Gui's face was pale to the extreme. She had been hunting spirits on the edge of the mixed zone, who knew she would encounter such a terrifying existence. Facing DTN, she didn't even have the courage to resist, let alone struggle. She had been snatched away by DTN's claw and thrown before Uchiha Tamaki in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Tamaki walked up to Yi Gui and snapped his fingers. "Hey, wake up." Who are you?" Yi Gui was nervous to the extreme. 109 The deal with DTN. "As you've seen, I'm not a good person." Yi Gui didn't know how to respond, looking at the youth before her who was even younger than herself. Could this guy be a transformed spirit beast? Yi Gui turned her head again to look at the massive, mountain-like figure beside them. "I am Demon Eye, you should have heard of my name, right?" Uchiha Tamaki grinned. Yi Gui's heart trembled. Demon Eye. How could she possibly be unfamiliar with that name? As long as one was a spirit master, there was no one who didn't know the name Demon Eye. The one who, by his own power alone, annihilated Shrek Academy. "Are you very famous in the human world?" DTN asked. "Fairly famous. I destroyed Shrek Academy." DTN's eyes widened, looking at Uchiha Tamaki with a face full of astonishment. "Impossible. What rank are you? How could you possibly achieve such a thing?" "The facts are as they are." Uchiha Tamaki shrugged, then turned his gaze back to Yi Gui. "Hey, do you want a spirit ring?" What do you want me to do?" "Sit down," Uchiha Tamaki said. Yi Gui hesitated for a moment but still sat down in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki began to construct external meridians for Yi Gui. Seeing this scene, DTN couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Because this was extremely similar to the self-condensing spirit ring process of a transformed spirit beast. Use your spirit power to connect with these external meridians. Yi Gui quickly completed the connection. Circulate your spirit power in the manner of absorbing a spirit ring. The self-condensing spirit ring began. 6 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, appeared around Yi Gui. Soon, a white spirit ring began to condense at the outermost edge, followed by a yellow spirit ring, and then a purple spirit ring. 3 hours passed, and the purple spirit ring began to turn into a black spirit ring. 6 hours later, the black spirit ring turned into a red spirit ring. At the same time, a phantom of a 2-winged angel appeared behind Yi Gui, shrouded in holy brilliance. Gradually, a second pair of wings began to extend from the angel's back. The holy aura on Yi Gui's body grew even more dense. Yi Gui suddenly opened her eyes. Her face carried extreme shock, and her gaze toward Uchiha Tamaki was filled with confusion and gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Excellency Demon Eye. I, Yi Gui, am eternally grateful." When Uchiha Tamaki saw her angel spirit, he had already guessed her identity. Yi Gui, with the angel spirit, could rapidly increase her spirit power rank by slaying evil spirit masters. "Don't tell anyone about this," Uchiha Tamaki said, waving his hand. "You can leave now." "Thank you, Your Excellency Demon Eye." Yi Gui clasped her hands again. "If there is a need in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Yi Gui sensed that Uchiha Tamaki and this black dragon before her had secrets to discuss, so she immediately departed with quick steps. DTN's body began to transform into the appearance of a tall, strong middle-aged man in black, yet the aura on his body remained undiminished. Uchiha Tamaki looked at DTN. "Do you believe my words now? Your method of self-condensing spirit rings seems to be very well developed. It's mostly usable, but for now, I'm the only one who can complete it. Furthermore, it can only enhance existing attributes. For example, if I originally have the life attribute, the self-condensing spirit ring can only enhance the life attribute. If I want to add other attributes, I cannot rely on this method." "Then roughly when will you be able to perfect it?" "I don't know. Tell me about what you mentioned earlier, the matter of the extraterrestrial invasion." "This matter starts from 2 years ago. I destroyed Shrek Academy and exposed the Asura God's conspiracy, leading to the Asura God being punished by the God Realm Committee. Before his punishment, he deliberately exposed the coordinates of douluo star to the Abyssal Plane and the Demon Plane. According to information from the God who gave me my God's trial, these two planes will invade douluo star in about a dozen years. Neither humans nor spirit beasts can stay out of this war. The creatures of these two planes grow stronger by devouring. They will treat all living beings on douluo star as food, including you spirit beasts. I can lead the spirit beasts to fight the extraterrestrial creatures, but I will not fight alongside you humans. Currently, I don't know the strength of the extraterrestrial creatures either, so I don't object if you want to try fighting separately. However, if things become untenable, I still hope humans and spirit beasts can jointly resist them, Uchiha Tamaki said. Additionally, the most likely place for the extraterrestrial creatures to descend is the extreme north. If convenient, you can notify the three great kings of the extreme north. Furthermore, I can provide some immortal spiritual chi and divine force to help all participating vicious beasts survive their heavenly tribulation at least once. It had to be said that Uchiha Tamaki's conditions made DTN very tempted. Even he was troubled by the heavenly tribulation, and the same was true for the other vicious beasts. Fine, I will notify the three great kings of the extreme north. These ores containing immortal spiritual chi will serve as a deposit. I don't need to teach you how to use them, do I? The God behind you is truly generous. DTN had also spent time in the God realm, yet he had never heard of ores containing such dense immortal spiritual chi, indicating they were rare even in the God realm. Now that Uchiha Tamaki could produce so many, it meant the God behind him held a very high status, likely a God King. I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, the gods of the God realm have no issue with you spirit beasts. Except for the Asura God. They have long known about you and the one beneath the lake of life. Shock appeared on DTN's face. All the gods know. At least the God Kings of the God realm know. The Dragon God War back then was the Dragon God's problem, it had nothing to do with you. If they wanted to act, they would have done so long ago. Do you really think the Silver Dragon King's hiding place is that well concealed? As for you spirit beasts undergoing heavenly tribulations, that's also the karma created by your own Dragon God, it has nothing to do with the gods. Then what about the Asura God you mentioned? As for the Asura God, he is the second generation Asura God. He originally wanted to inject his daughter's soul into the body of an auspicious beast and then, through a destiny connection with the Son of Destiny, seize the luck of the spirit beasts and even the dragon bloodline. However, I exposed his conspiracy last time. He is currently in solitary confinement. Even if he comes out in the future, he will no longer be able to take charge of the God Realm core, let alone affect you spirit beasts. Do you have resources there that can heal my lord's injuries? Not currently. What about the God behind you? They might have a way, but they won't give it to me. Gods cannot interfere in mortal affairs, you should be clear on that. Furthermore, while they won't act against you spirit beasts, they won't actively help you either. DTN felt somewhat helpless. Uchiha Tamaki's words weren't hard to understand. However, upon learning that the gods would not target the spirit beasts, he still let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. If you need my help, as long as it doesn't involve the interests of the spirit beasts, I will do my best to assist you. I want a thunderous blazing prison vine spirit beast of over 10,000 years. Can't you self-condense spirit rings? DTN asked, puzzled. I need to add the lightning attribute to my spirit, Uchiha Tamaki said, summoning his golden tree. The 3 red spirit rings made DTN feel surprised. Uchiha Tamaki added, if a thunderous blazing prison vine of over 80,000 years is willing to sacrifice itself to me, I can give it a promise. After I become a god, I am willing to resurrect it and help it become a divine beast. Moreover, after its resurrection, I will not place any constraints on it. Follow me. 110 Self-Condensing Soul Core. DTN found a thunderous blazing prison vine for Uchiha Tamaki, and it was one that had already survived its first heavenly tribulation. Legend had it that a thunderous blazing prison vine could obtain the Thunder God legacy after surviving a heavenly tribulation, but this 100,000-year-old thunderous blazing prison vine proved the rumor false. At least, one heavenly tribulation was clearly not enough for it to obtain the Thunder God legacy. However, this was not surprising, After all, the fact that spirit beasts could not become gods was a conclusion nearly as firm as an iron law in this era. When Uchiha Tamaki arrived before this towering tree, he felt an incredibly dense surge of thunder energy. However, this thunderous blazing prison vine was covered in wounds, though they weren't caused by DTN. Sensing Uchiha Tamaki's arrival, an old, withered face appeared on the trunk of the thunderous blazing prison vine. "Human, are you a god exam candidate?" Uchiha Tamaki released the aura of his divine force. A thick vitality emanated from the golden tree, while 3 blood-red spirit rings swirled around it. "I swear by my spirit that after I become a god, I am willing to resurrect you and help you become a divine beast. What spirit bone do you need?" Uchiha Tamaki thought for a moment and took out an 80,000-year fire attribute left leg spirit bone. "Wait a moment, I will absorb 1 spirit bone first, and then you can help me increase the age of this spirit bone." Uchiha Tamaki spent half an hour completing the absorption of the spirit bone. Then the thunderous blazing prison vine began its sacrifice, and 3 hours later, the sacrifice was complete. A 4th spirit ring appeared around the golden tree, and the tall trunk of the thunderous blazing prison vine began to crumble inch by inch. At the same time, it also brought Uchiha Tamaki 2 spirit abilities. Thunder struck wood. As long as there is plant coverage, heavenly thunder. Attacks can be carried out. Hellvine Thunder Pool. Summons a large number of hell vines to surround a vast area, forming a massive thunder pool within it that attacks indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. Meanwhile, the fire attribute left leg spirit bone Uchiha Tamaki absorbed also increased from 80,000 years to 180,000 years. This spirit bone provided Uchiha Tamaki with a spirit ability called Rapid Fire. Flames would ignite wherever Uchiha Tamaki stepped. This spirit ability was somewhat useless, a type that was optional and had little practical value. It was essentially used to reinforce the fire attribute. Uchiha Tamaki looked at DTN again. "Old Black, do you have any wind attribute spirit bones over 100,000 years? Either arm spirit bone will do." Currently, Uchiha Tamaki's body was still missing arm and head spirit bones. He planned to save the head spirit bone for a life or mental attribute, so he could only choose arm attribute spirit bones. "Wait." DTN's mouth twitched when he heard Uchiha Tamaki call him Old Black, but he didn't object. As a spirit beast with 880,000 years of cultivation, DTN naturally had some collections from his hundreds of thousands of years of life. DTN left and returned quickly, reappearing before Uchiha Tamaki and tossing him a left arm bone. "This is a 250,000-year wind-descending bird spirit beast left arm bone." Uchiha Tamaki took out a stalactite and threw it to DTN. "This contains divine force." DTN's eyes lit up. He had once lived in the god realm, so his body had long been cleansed by immortal spiritual chi, making the Grail Stone of little significance to him. But this divine force was different. It was almost impossible to obtain divine force on the douluo star. Yet Uchiha Tamaki could produce such a treasure. To him, it was simply priceless, potentially even allowing him to reach the divine rank without a god position. The spirit ability this wind-descending bird left arm bone gave Uchiha Tamaki was called Storm. As the name suggested, it could summon a storm. "Do you need any other spirit beasts or spirit bones?" DTN now wanted to continue trading with Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's generosity was simply too great, casually offering resources that did not exist on the douluo star. "My attributes are complete, but next I need to self-condense a spirit ring. Help me as a protector." "Fine, I won't let any person or spirit beast disturb you." Uchiha Tamaki began to self-condense the 5th spirit ring for the golden tree. This process was very fast. In just 3 hours, he had already raised the golden tree's 5th spirit ring to 100,000 years. However, Uchiha Tamaki continued to increase the spirit ring's age. 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years. After 3 days, Uchiha Tamaki finally stopped the spirit ring's enhancement. The spirit ability the golden tree's 5th spirit ring gave Uchiha Tamaki was life-tied. All plants within the coverage area would briefly fight for Uchiha Tamaki and would not die during the duration of life-tied. For example, if Uchiha Tamaki first used Deep Forest Emergence to summon a vast forest and then cast life-tied, the entire forest would transform into tree ant warriors. Then, over an entire month, Uchiha Tamaki continuously increased the ages of all the spirit rings, the first 5 of the Sharingan and the first 4 of the Golden Tree, until they all reached 300,000 years. DTN had also been observing Uchiha Tamaki throughout this month. He had truly never seen a human with such terrifying talent. Even the angel god and the sea god, who created their own god positions tens of thousands of years ago, were not this exaggerated. Currently, Uchiha Tamaki was only a quasi-spirit emperor, yet he already possessed 10 300,000-year spirit rings. If he obtained a 6th ring, his spirit power rank would likely surge straight toward rank 70. Is there anything else? I need to self-condense a soul core now, so I need all your experience in self-condensing soul cores. Uchiha Tamaki had now accumulated a massive amount of spirit power within his body. If Uchiha Tamaki absorbed a 6th spirit ring now, the spirit power would be like a floodgate opening, overwhelming the spirit power he had spent over 2 years refining. So, what Uchiha Tamaki needed to do now was self-condense a soul core. DTN finally understood Uchiha Tamaki's intention. All the spirit power Uchiha Tamaki had accumulated in his body was preparation for this moment. DTN began to teach Uchiha Tamaki his experience in self-condensing soul cores. There were differences and similarities between the self-condensing soul cores of spirit beasts and humans. On the 10th day, Uchiha Tamaki began to self-condense his soul core. Uchiha Tamaki mobilized all his spirit power. Although he was currently rank 60, the actual spirit power in his body exceeded rank 70. Coupled with his continuous accumulation and compression over the past 2 years, he had compressed his spirit power density to 4 times that of an ordinary person. It could be said that Uchiha Tamaki's current spirit power was even close to that of a titled douluo. Therefore, in terms of the magnitude of spirit power, Uchiha Tamaki was fully comparable to a quasi-titled douluo. As Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power began to swirl and compress, a grain-sized solid of spirit power began to condense. The spirit power of heaven and earth was also converging toward Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power flowed faster and faster. Now was the most critical moment. Once the soul core was condensed, if it failed to solidify, the spirit power within it would explode inside his body like a bomb, with death by body explosion being the final outcome. Thus, Uchiha Tamaki had to frantically circulate his spirit power, constantly adding more to that grain-sized soul core. The soul core was also rotating, only rotation could stabilize its structure. Then, through the inward pressure of external spirit power, the soul core's own stability was formed. You're too eager. Your spirit power is sufficient. Don't throw firewood into the furnace so hastily, DTN's voice rang out in Uchiha Tamaki's mind. Uchiha Tamaki immediately stabilized the flow of spirit power to ensure he wouldn't exhaust it before the soul core stabilized. 111 The most unlucky son of destiny. On the 5th day of condensing his soul core, Uchiha Tamaki felt his soul core begin to solidify. At this point, even if he stopped compressing inward, the soul core would no longer disintegrate. Uchiha Tamaki began to pour all his remaining spirit power into the soul core. The soul core was now about the size of a thumb tip. However, this soul core contained spirit power at least at the titled douluo level. Uchiha Tamaki could now confirm that his combat power could reach at least the super douluo level. This combat power was not like Uchiha Tamaki's past clever tricks or temporary bursts of explosive power. In the past, when Uchiha Tamaki faced a super douluo, he basically had 2 routines. One was to first use genjutsu for a hard crowd control effect for a few seconds. This method wasn't very effective, as once a titled douluo sensed danger, their bodies would react instinctively. Then there was someone like Tang Hao, who had the Asura god's divine force in his body, making it so Uchiha Tamaki's genjutsu couldn't even affect him. The other was the combination of senjutsu plus wood golem plus Susanoo, instantly exploding with combat power of at least rank 98. But this move was like ring explosion. If the enemy chose to keep their distance, then Uchiha Tamaki would end up looking like a clown. Now, however, Uchiha Tamaki could go toe-to-toe with a super douluo even in his normal state. This was a massive increase in combat power. With the condensation of the first soul core, Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power recovery speed, and endurance all reached the super douluo level. Furthermore, Uchiha Tamaki already possessed a physique at the titled douluo level, and the several spirit abilities he obtained from the Golden Tree greatly enhanced his attack power. Aren't you going to condense your sixth ring now? DTN asked. I need to condense the sixth ring. Uchiha Tamaki nodded. He intended to condense the sixth ring in one go. Uchiha Tamaki could feel that his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had already broken through its upper limit. After completing its attributes, all the conditions for the eternal Mangekyo to evolve into the Rinnegan had been met. Now, Uchiha Tamaki was going to use a self-condensing soul ring for his sixth ring, using the massive spirit power of the spirit ring to push toward the Rinnegan. A self-condensing soul ring wouldn't add new attributes, it would only strengthen existing ones. Therefore, Uchiha Tamaki wasn't worried about strange attributes being added to the spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki first self-condensed the sixth spirit ring for his eternal Mangekyo, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, 100,000-year, 200,000-year. Uchiha Tamaki felt his upper limit rising again. It didn't stop until it reached 400,000 years. Uchiha Tamaki's spirit power reached rank 61. All the spirit power he had accumulated previously merged into his soul core, and because Uchiha Tamaki's own spirit power quality was so high, even a 400,000-year spirit ring only increased his rank by 1. Uchiha Tamaki could feel the ocular power of his eternal Mangekyo constantly rising, but it was still just a tiny bit away from the Rinnegan. Once he self-condensed the sixth ring for the golden tree, he should be able to complete the final evolution. Uchiha Tamaki's sixth spirit ability for the eternal Mangekyo was named Thousand Machine Colossus. This spirit ability was very similar to the King's Treasure skill. Depending on the spirit power consumed, it summoned varying numbers of Susanoo weapons. Uchiha Tamaki continued to self-condense the sixth spirit ring for the golden tree. Another 3 days passed. When the golden tree's spirit ring reached 400,000 years, Uchiha Tamaki's eyes also completed their ultimate evolution, the Rinnegan. At the same time, the golden tree's sixth spirit ring gained its sixth spirit ability, the Immortal. The Immortal, a blank clone. With the same attributes as Uchiha Tamaki. It had no spirit abilities or skills of its own, but it could copy any of the enemy's attacks and adapt to them. Uchiha Tamaki felt that the Immortal spirit ability was very much like Mahoraga, the special grade quality inspector from the neighboring Jujutsu world. The Immortal wasn't very strong yet. Once an enemy figured out its mechanism, the Immortal might be killed in one shot. But once Uchiha Tamaki reached rank 90, the Immortal would be absolutely terrifying. After all, Uchiha Tamaki himself didn't know how powerful his physique would become after rank 90. By then, unless it was a divine rank ultimate move, it would be impossible to one-shot the Immortal. Once the Immortal fully adapted, it would become a nightmare for all of Uchiha Tamaki's enemies. Take this. DTN handed Uchiha Tamaki a black dragon scale. ... Boom, boom, boom. Huo Yuhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 4 spirit rings beneath his feet dimmed significantly. Donger, go! Huo Yuhao shouted anxiously. But this time, Wang Donger did not listen to Huo Yuhao's request. Instead, she stood in front of him, facing the Clear Sky Sect elder. Let him go, and I'll go back with you. Wang Donger's face was covered in tears. Yuhao, I'm sorry. No, I won't hand you over to them. Huo Yuhao cried out urgently. Teacher, Brother Tianmeng, Ice Empress, help me, save Donger. Yuhao, I've already intervened 3 times this past half-month. The power I've accumulated over these 2 years is completely exhausted, Electrolux said helplessly. Heavenly Dream Iceworm and the Ice Empress were in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness. They had also intervened repeatedly during this period and were currently unable to fight. Huo Yuhao, as long as you join my Clear Sky Sect, I will allow you to be with Donger. Tang Lin's gaze was cold. He would take Wang Donger, and as the son of destiny, Huo Yuhao had to be taken as well. Now the whole world knew that Huo Yuhao was the son of destiny. When Uchiha Tamaki attacked Shrek Academy, he had mentioned Huo Yuhao's origins and his status as the son of destiny of this era. Now that Shrek Academy had fallen and the Clear Sky Sect had lost Ming and Ming, they were in a precarious position. Crucially, the Clear Sky Sect's reputation had become foul because of Uchiha Tamaki. Therefore, the Clear Sky Sect no longer remained in seclusion. The entire sect came down the mountain to search for Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. As long as Huo Yuhao joined their Clear Sky Sect, they could rely on his luck to extend their glory for another 10,000 years. Huo Yuhao's expression was grim. I am a person of the body sect, and I always will be. Haha, you're already a traitor to the body sect, yet you still call yourself a body sect disciple. Tang Lin burst out laughing. A trace of pain and regret appeared on Huo Yuhao's face. But following that was a gaze of determination. I once made the wrong choice, but this time, I won't repeat the same mistake. Regardless of whether the body sect accepts me or not, I am a body sect disciple. Stubborn. Tang Lin didn't want to waste any more words with Huo Yuhao. Once they brought Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger back to the Clear Sky sect, they would naturally have ways to make Huo Yuhao yield. Fourth spirit ability. Earth-shaking strike. The Clear Sky hammer in Tang Lin's hand suddenly grew larger and slammed down toward Huo Yuhao. Despair filled the eyes of Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger. Tang Lin was a 7-ring spirit saint. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't stand against him. 1-1-2 taking action. Suddenly, a wooden dragon swept in from a distance and crashed directly into Tang Lin's chest. The wooden dragon was a full 100 meters long. Tang Lin's body, just over 100 centimeters, was like an insect before it. Tang Lin didn't even have time to utter any last words before his body exploded into minced meat. Huo Yuhao and Wang Donger's expressions were filled with shock. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. But who was it that struck? Friend or foe? Huo Yuhao searched left and right, only to see the person he most wanted to see, yet most dreaded meeting. Uchiha Tamaki. Every time he saw Uchiha Tamaki, he was reminded of his betrayal of the body sect. Xiao Huan. When Uchiha Tamaki looked at Huo Yuhao, his eyes were also filled with a complex range of emotions. He had thought about helping Huo Yuhao break free from Buddha Tang's control. But whether it was due to fate or his own lack of resolve, he ultimately ended up on the same old path. I have something to say to the Ice Empress. Call her out for a moment. Oh. Huo Yuhao was somewhat disappointed. Uchiha Tamaki hadn't come for him. Nevertheless, he summoned the Ice Empress, and Huo Yuhao's expression suddenly turned cold. Are you looking for me? The Ice Empress was not familiar with Uchiha Tamaki, but she had constantly heard Huo Yuhao speak of him. He spoke of how they met, how Uchiha Tamaki yielded a 1,000,000-year spirit ring to him, and how they trekked across mountains and rivers to find the body sect. The Ice Empress could feel the guilt Huo Yuhao harbored toward Uchiha Tamaki and the body sect. And she felt a deep sense of wariness regarding Uchiha Tamaki's single-handed destruction of Shrek Academy back then. In the near future, Douluo Star will face an invasion from an outer realm, and the first stop of that invasion will likely be the extreme north. What did you say? The Ice Empress grew anxious. The extreme north was home to the Snow Empress, the Titan Snow Devil King Ah Tai, and her clansmen. I don't wish to repeat myself, Uchiha Tamaki said. You have now sacrificed yourself to old Huo, and the Snow Empress has also fallen victim to Tang San's schemes. She was originally unable to survive her 700,000-year heavenly tribulation and, as a vicious beast, was unable to transform. However, she accidentally discovered a stalk of snow lotus. Using the snow lotus as a foundation for transformation, she could have achieved a perfect transformation. But she didn't know it was all Tang San's conspiracy. During her transformation, Tang San lured a titled spirit engineer to use a spirit tool called the God Sealing Platform to seal the Snow Empress while she was in her embryonic state. However, he didn't know he had sealed the Snow Empress. He only thought it was an ordinary 100,000-year spirit beast transformation embryo. Now, this God-sealing platform has fallen into the hands of the Star Luo imperial family. Uchiha Tamaki paused. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, Huo Yuhao was inexplicably excited just because Uchiha Tamaki had called him Old Huo. Old Huo, go find that God-sealing platform. The current extreme north cannot afford to lose the Snow Empress's combat power. I will find a way to help her revive. All right. The Ice Empress had been in control of the body, but because of Uchiha Tamaki's request, Huo Yuhao directly snatched back control to respond. Yuhao, I am the one speaking with him right now. Don't interrupt recklessly. Sorry, Ice Empress. Please continue. May I also call you Xiao Huan? The Ice Empress asked. Yes, Xiao Huan, can you really revive the Snow Empress? I need to seek help from a god. I'm not entirely sure myself, Uchiha Tamaki said. He had also been to the Starluo Empire but couldn't find any clues regarding the God Sealing platform. After investigating, he only heard that the imperial family had indeed acquired a spirit tool by that name. But, even after sneaking into the Starluo Imperial Palace, he hadn't found it. Mainly, he currently needed to unite the major empires, so he couldn't simply use violent means to threaten the Starluo Imperial family. Thus, he could only ask Huo Yuhao, the son of destiny, to step forward. As long as you can revive the Snow Empress, then in the future, whenever you have need, the extreme north is willing to do anything for you. Uchiha Tamaki nodded, then looked through Huo Yuhao's body at Huo Yuhao's consciousness. Sit down. I'll give your strength a bit of a boost. Xiao Huan, cut the nonsense. Hurry up. Huo Yuhao sat down in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki began to construct external meridians for Huo Yuhao. Is this a self-condensing soul ring? But Yuhao's spirit rings are already full, he doesn't need a spirit ring right now. Uchiha Tamaki then took out a grail stone. Electrolux, who had remained silent all along, suddenly said excitedly, "These stones come from the God realm. The energy contained within is not spirit power, yet its essence is higher than spirit power. The world of sealed gods where Electrolux originally came from had no true method of becoming a god. Anyone who attempted to do so would eventually merge with heaven and earth. But at this moment, Electrolux saw the hope of reaching godhood. The heavenly dream iceworm was somewhat envious, but more than that, he felt resentment toward Uchiha Tamaki. Of course, this resentment was the kind of petty rivalry where one thinks, you ignore me today, but tomorrow I'll be beyond your reach. Back then, he had wanted to sacrifice himself to Uchiha Tamaki, but Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't accept his sacrifice. He was a unique million-year spirit beast. Yet he had been rejected by Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki began to increase the age of Huo Yuhao's second, third, and fourth rings. Since becoming a 6-ring spirit emperor, the speed at which Uchiha Tamaki could grant self-condensing soul rings and increase the age of spirit rings had increased several times over. In less than an hour, Uchiha Tamaki had raised all of Huo Yuhao's spirit rings to 50,000 years. Thanks to his time at the body sect, Huo Yuhao's physique was far superior to his counterpart in the original timeline. Secondly, the age limit for self-condensing soul rings was higher than those obtained by absorbing spirit beast rings. Inside Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, Electrolux, the Ice Empress, and the heavenly dream iceworm were all shocked. Uchiha Tamaki's methods were actually so formidable that he could help others increase the age of their spirit rings. Even the heavenly dream iceworm could increase a spirit ring's age, but he had to use his own spirit beast origin, which was a finite resource. Xiao Huan, thank you. Uchiha Tamaki raised a hand to stop Huo Yuhao's outpouring of gratitude. Elder Yi, I need to talk to you. Huo Yuhao's body was once again taken over by Electrolux. Little fellow, what do you want with me? Uchiha Tamaki took out the method for the self-condensing soul ring and handed it to Electrolux. Elder Yi, this is the self-condensing soul ring technique I developed. However, currently, only I can use it. I hope this method can be popularized, so I wish for your help in perfecting it. You know a lot about me. My knowledge of you all comes from the future I have seen. Uchiha Tamaki pointed to his eyes. Did Yuhao become a god in the future? Uchiha Tamaki nodded. He became a god, but also the most pitiable god. No need to talk about me. Electrolux stopped Uchiha Tamaki from giving spoilers. I believe you won't let Yuhao follow that old path. Uchiha Tamaki took out grail stones, liquid natural energy, and divine force stalactites. This is the reward I'm offering, Uchiha Tamaki said. Keeping such a secret technique in your own hands would be most advantageous to you, wouldn't it? With the outer realm invasion, the power of all living beings on douluo star must be united. Spirit beasts possess power even greater than humans, so I need to change the relationship between spirit beasts and humans, or at least alleviate the tension. If the self-condensing soul ring can be popularized in the future, the fundamental conflict between spirit beasts and humans will disappear. Uchiha Tamaki added. Furthermore, if you can develop a version of the self-condensing soul ring method suitable for popularization and let old Huo handle the distribution, he will be able to gather a massive amount of faith. Whether it's creating his own god position or undergoing a god's trial, he will possess the qualifications to become a god. You don't want the faith. I have my own plans. Electrolux looked at Uchiha Tamaki with an appreciative gaze. In his eyes, Huo Yuhao was a well-behaved student, but in terms of talent, the Uchiha Tamaki before him was miles ahead of Huo Yuhao. Moreover, this little fellow possessed a sense of the big picture that many adults lacked. Can you tell me which path you intend to take to become a god? Also by creating my own god position, but I intend to trigger law resonance to achieve godhood. 113 Fulfilling the promise. Old Huo, you are the son of destiny of this era, so you also have the mission to protect the douluo star. Work hard. Uchiha Tamaki patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder and then turned to leave. Huo Yuhao watched Uchiha Tamaki's departing back, his eyes filled with a flicker of hope and determination. Teacher, what does it mean to trigger law resonance to become a god? Huo Yuhao asked in confusion. You tell the wind around you, stop for me. Ah, how is that possible? Exactly, it's impossible. However, if it's law resonance, it can be done. But wanting to achieve law resonance is hundreds of times more difficult than becoming a god through faith or inheriting a god's trial. Ah, then what should I do to help Xiao Huan? First, complete the tasks that little fellow arranged for you. Electrolux also looked through Huo Yuhao's perspective at the already flown away Uchiha Tamaki. The current Huo Yuhao was still too weak. Even if he had the heart to help Uchiha Tamaki, he lacked the strength. Uchiha Tamaki flew all the way to the evil demon forest of the Sun-Moon continent. Now that the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone's age had been raised to 200,000 years, the consumption for flying had been reduced by half. At the same time, Uchiha Tamaki's current spirit power was no less than that of an ordinary titled douluo, and his recovery power far surpassed that of a typical titled douluo, so flying there was no problem. His speed was just a bit slow, but there was no helping it. Uchiha Tamaki's current flight still relied on spirit bone skills. While the Rinnegan could also allow flight, its efficiency couldn't match the spirit bone skill, and the consumption was extremely high. After Uchiha Tamaki reached the evil demon forest, he directly released his mental force. Simultaneously, another wave of mental force, also reaching the divine rank, fed back to him. Uchiha Tamaki followed this mental force and found the incredibly massive body of the evil eye tyrant sovereign in the center of a huge swamp. The eyeball, as large as a mountain of flesh, slowly turned to look in Uchiha Tamaki's direction. His tentacles squirmed in the swamp, and the mire let out a buzzing sound. Human, you've come. I thought you would break your promise. Uchiha Tamaki took out a milk bottle and casually tossed it toward the evil eye tyrant sovereign. Do I need to teach you how to use it? The evil eye tyrant sovereign used mental force to control the milk bottle, making it float in front of his eyeball. I saw a spirit master from the Sun Moon Empire use this thing. I extracted his memories, the evil eye tyrant sovereign said. Click. Under the evil eye tyrant sovereign's precise mental force control, the button on top of the milk bottle was gently pressed, and immediately a wave of divine force dissipated out. Hey, stop it quickly. Uchiha Tamaki shouted hastily. The evil eye tyrant sovereign quickly released the button on the milk bottle, and only then did the divine force stop leaking. You store divine force inside this? The evil eye tyrant sovereign asked with a tone of astonishment. Otherwise, Uchiha Tamaki rolled his eyes at the evil eye tyrant sovereign, but he still took out 10 grail stones. I'll give you some of these as an extra. These stones contain immortal spiritual chi. You can use them to cleanse your physical body. Compared to the evil eye tyrant sovereign's divine rank mental force, his physical body was clearly a grade lower. Of course, with just these few grail stones, the evil eye tyrant sovereign could at most raise his physical body by 1 level. It was impossible to raise it to the divine rank level. This isn't within the scope of our deal, is it? The evil eye tyrant sovereign asked with a bit of questioning and defensiveness. Before long, there will be an invasion of douluo star by another world. At that time, I hope you can also contribute your strength. Invasion by another world. The evil eye tyrant sovereign fell into thought. He didn't directly refuse, but of course, he didn't agree either. He understood the logic of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, but he was thinking about whether he could gain any benefits in this war. The opponent lives by devouring, so there's no possibility of sitting on the fence or staying out of it. What do you need me to do? The otherworldly invasion is still about 10 years away. During these 10 years, increase your strength as much as possible. If I want even more divine force and immortal spiritual chi, what do I need to pay? Hunt otherworldly powerhouses. If you can hunt an otherworldly powerhouse of the same level, I can even help you complete the deification of your physical body. Good, I understand. Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't talk to the evil-eye tyrant sovereign about righteousness or friendship, only interests could move him, and only interests could drive him. Uchiha Tamaki really wanted one country to unify the Douluo continent and the Sun-Moon continent. But with less than 10 years, it would be impossible even with his full support. Neither the strongest Sun-Moon Empire nor the Douluo Three Kingdoms could do it. 10 years was simply too short. Even if Uchiha Tamaki supported the Sun-Moon Empire to unify the entire Douluo star, the Sun-Moon Empire wouldn't be able to completely quell the constantly rising rebellions within the Douluo Three Kingdoms in a short time. This kind of continuous internal friction would only drag down Douluo star and weaken humanity's combat power. In fact, if there were enough time, Uchiha Tamaki would even support the Heavenly Soul Empire. After all, Long Aoshin was the son-in-law of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Uchiha Tamaki would naturally help those close to him. But the Heavenly Soul Empire currently lacked the strength. Uchiha Tamaki arrived at Radiant City and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. As Uchiha Tamaki flew into the Imperial Palace, a loud alarm sounded throughout the entire palace. The current Sun-Moon Empire Emperor was bedridden. He had been poisoned by Crown Prince Shu Tianren until only one breath remained. Therefore, the one currently in charge of the Sun-Moon Empire was Crown Prince Shu Tianren. Of the current four great empires, Shu Tianren was the one who most resembled an emperor. He had talent and ambition. He was ruthless, unscrupulous, and wasn't tied down by sentimentality, one of the few people without a love brawn. Even toward his own sister, Shu Tianjun, though there was sibling affection, he wouldn't hesitate to discard her if it involved national interests. His only failure was losing to the Son of Destiny, dying too unceremoniously. One could even say he died due to the plot. Hundreds of imperial guards and several titled douluo surrounded Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki stood right in the center of the Imperial Palace Square. After more than 10 minutes, a young man in a wheelchair came out from the main hall. Standing beside him were two people. One was the Minged Hall Master Jing Hongshan, whom Uchiha Tamaki had met several times. The other, though Uchiha Tamaki hadn't met him, he could guess his identity, the Worship Hall Master Kong Deming. Upon seeing Uchiha Tamaki, Jing Hongshan immediately whispered to the person beside him, "Your Highness, he is Magic Eye." Shu Tianren looked at Uchiha Tamaki with surprise and uncertainty, a hint of wariness, and a touch of interest in his eyes. If such a genius could be recruited into the Sun-Moon Empire, then the Sun-Moon Empire's final shortcoming would be filled. The spirit masters of the Sun-Moon Empire were all accustomed to cultivating with drugs, which also led to most spirit masters of the Sun-Moon Empire exhausting their potential. Combined with the lack of super douluo legacies, the individual combat power of the Sun-Moon Empire's spirit masters was generally low. Even the number one powerhouse, Kong Deming, had only barely reached rank 95. However, their advantage was spirit tools. As Kong Deming was the first person to break through to a rank 10 spirit tool engineer, his combat power was comparable to a rank 99 super douluo. Even Zan Zi, who broke through to rank 99 in the original story, only fought to a draw with Kong Deming. Uchiha Tamaki looked at Shu Tianren, sizing up this legendary crown prince. I wonder what business His Excellency Magic Eye has in coming here. Shu Tianren spoke to Uchiha Tamaki from a distance of 100 meters. Although Uchiha Tamaki was not a titled douluo, Shu Tianren still used the respectful title, His Excellency, for him. He guessed that Uchiha Tamaki probably hadn't come to assassinate him, but given the man's reputation, he still didn't want to have close contact with Uchiha Tamaki. 114 Threats and Inducements. Uchiha Tamaki glanced at the surrounding palace guards. Shu Tianren waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. If a battle truly broke out later, given Uchiha Tamaki's strength to severely wound Zanzi, these ordinary palace guards would be of no use. Although Shu Tianren was naturally cold-blooded, he would not waste his military forces for nothing. 10 years from now, a world called the Abyss will invade our world, Uchiha Tamaki said. I am here to notify you and the Sun-Moon Empire to increase your national and military strength as much as possible within these 10 years, but do not launch an invasion against the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Shu Tianren, Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and several titled douluo hidden nearby all showed expressions of shock. Uchiha Tamaki's words were truly beyond their expectations. They had originally thought he was either coming to join the Sun Moon Empire or to threaten it. They never expected Uchiha Tamaki to drop such a bombshell, leaving them lightheaded and dizzy. How do I know if what you're saying is true? The message has been delivered. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you fail to do as I say, I will kill you. If Uchiha Tamaki were asked to provide evidence, he wouldn't be able to. However, if Shu Tianren were to oppose him, he truly would kill Shu Tianren directly. You dare! Kong Deming roared in fury. As the hall master of the enshrinement hall, his duty was to protect the imperial family, and Uchiha Tamaki's words were undoubtedly a provocation to him. Sage mode. Sage transformation eye shadow appeared on Uchiha Tamaki's face. Simultaneously, 6 blood-red spirit rings appeared at his feet, and the golden tree behind him rose from the ground, also manifesting 6 blood-red spirit rings. Everyone who saw this scene stared slack-jawed at Uchiha Tamaki's extremely exaggerated spirit ring configuration. Are you sure you want to go to war with the successor of a god? The last time they heard of Uchiha Tamaki, he only had 5 rings. Now, in just 2 years, he already had 6 rings. They didn't dare to imagine what level of strength he would reach if given a few more years. Shu Tianren waved his hand to calm Kong Deming's emotions, then said in an approachable tone, Your Excellency Demon Eye, I think there is some misunderstanding. I am not doubting your words, but we also need concrete evidence to convince the various nobles and officials. There is no evidence. The god who passed down his god position to me told me. Fighting the abyssal world is my god's trial. Whoever dares to sabotage my god's trial, I will ensure they die a miserable death. So, I don't care how you convince your officials, you must carry out my words. Kong Deming really wanted to detain Uchiha Tamaki, but he was also very aware of Uchiha Tamaki's startling battle record. He was the man who had destroyed Shrek Academy single-handedly. If a battle began and they failed to detain him, it would be a disaster for the Sun Moon Empire. Kong Deming knew his own limits. With his level 95 spirit power cultivation and spirit tools, he could fight a level 98 to a draw, and even a level 99 to a draw, so it would be very difficult for him to detain Uchiha Tamaki. The other titled douluo present would also find it difficult to detain Uchiha Tamaki. Moreover, Uchiha Tamaki was also a god exam candidate. His 12 blood-red spirit rings had already proven this. Since ancient times, he had never heard of such a ridiculous spirit ring configuration. No one would believe he wasn't a god exam candidate. Furthermore, he speculated that the god position Uchiha Tamaki inherited must belong to an incredibly powerful god. Once he became a god, it would be possible for him to destroy the Sun Moon Empire. Shu Tianren did not like being threatened like this, but he was somewhat helpless. I will convince those old fogies within the Sun Moon Empire, Shu Tianren said, finally compromising. A wise choice. If needed, I can help you deal with them. That won't be necessary, I can handle the problem. Shu Tianren didn't want Uchiha Tamaki doing as he pleased within the Sun Moon Empire. Then, he became interested in Uchiha Tamaki. Your Excellency Demon Eye, would you be interested in helping this one complete a great eternal undertaking? If the invasion of the Abyssal Plane ends, I hope you can unify douluo Star, but before that, you had better not have such thoughts. Your Excellency also approves of the Sun Moon Empire's grand unification. I believe unification can end wars and reduce casualties. If the Sun Moon Empire's spirit tools can be popularized for civilian use, they can also greatly improve lives and increase productivity. From a broad perspective, I hope for the Sun Moon Empire's unification, but from a personal emotional standpoint, I hope it is the Heavenly Soul Empire that achieves this feat. Why the Heavenly Soul Empire? Because the body sect is in the Heavenly Soul Empire. If Your Excellency is willing, our Sun Moon Empire can also honor the body sect as our state-protecting sect. I'll say it again. Before the Abyssal invasion ends, I will not allow wars between nations. Once the Abyssal invasion is over, I will not interfere with the Sun Moon Empire's progress, but I will not join the Sun Moon Empire either. Shu Tianren felt a bit more at ease upon hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words. It would be quite troublesome if Uchiha Tamaki were to intervene in the Continental War. Since Uchiha Tamaki had said that although he wouldn't join the Sun Moon Empire, he wouldn't stop it from completing its unification. This was a reassurance for him. Since Shu Tianren could listen to reason, Uchiha Tamaki didn't want to linger any longer and flew off directly. Shu Tianren watched as Uchiha Tamaki turned into a small dot and said to Kong Deming beside him, "Master Kong." His eyes seemed different from the rumors. "I heard before that his eyes had a hexagram pattern, but now they are ripple-like. They must have evolved. He feels very dangerous to me now," Kong Deming said with a solemn expression. "How enviable. Becoming a god. Shrek Academy produced 7 gods 10,000 years ago, and now a god exam candidate has appeared once again." A light of jealousy flickered in Shu Tianren's eyes, though there was still a hint of rationality left. He also wanted to become a god, but a god was not something he could reach at present. Even if he killed Uchiha Tamaki, the god's trial would not be transferred to him, not to mention he didn't want to risk offending Uchiha Tamaki. "Your Highness, what do you think about the abyssal invasion that Demon Eye mentioned?" "Do as he said." "Your Highness, do you believe him?" "Does it matter whether I believe it or not? We were already preparing for a continental war, now it just gives us a more legitimate reason. If there is no abyssal invasion, then we will proceed according to the original plan." Shu Tianren was very rational. Even with Uchiha Tamaki's threat, he would not disrupt his own rhythm. If there truly was an abyssal invasion, he would follow Uchiha Tamaki's request and fight the abyss together. If there was no abyss, he would turn his spear around and aim at the 3 great empires of the douluo continent. In any case, the Sun Moon Empire had been preparing for war in recent years, spending large amounts on military expenses every year. The only difference was where they would fight. 115 Divine Power Source Stone. Returning to the body sect, Uchiha Tamaki met Elder Lin, who was currently the only rank 87 spirit douluo in the body sect. In the past, a rank 87 would at most be an inner sect deacon. But for the current body sect, rank 87 was already considered a top expert within the sect. Although Elder Lin was there to spend his retirement, his presence also provided some prestige for the current body sect. "Greetings, Your Excellency Demon Eye. Elder Lin, we're all on the same side, there's no need to be so formal." Elder Lin was quite adept at assessing the situation. Although Uchiha Tamaki hadn't had much contact with him, he could tell that Elder Lin didn't have much ambition, or rather, his ambitions were within the rules. For example, Elder Lin wanted to use the body sect's resources to push for the rank 90 titled douluo level. This sort of thing was perfectly understandable. If he had a chance to reach rank 88, then Long Aocean would likely not be stingy with resources to smash Elder Lin up to rank 89. And once at rank 89, as long as he condensed a soul core, he would surely be a candidate for a titled douluo. After all, Elder Lin also possessed an original body martial soul. Upon reaching the titled douluo level, he could undergo a second awakening. Even as a newly minted titled douluo, he would barely be able to reach the combat power of a super douluo, which would be a great help to the current body sect. However, if Elder Lin couldn't reach rank 88, the body sect's resources certainly wouldn't lean toward him. Elder Lin belonged to that marginal category of titled douluo candidates. Perhaps because he didn't receive systematic training in his early years, his talent was developed too late. Currently, the body sect lacked 10 years of time. As long as Long Aocean could reach the titled douluo level within 10 years, his combat power would inevitably reach the ranks of super douluos, and he would be among the extremely powerful group. Even among super douluos, if you can reach rank 90, I can arrange a red spirit ring for you. Elder Lin's eyes widened, and pleasant surprise occupied his mind. He hadn't expected Uchiha Tamaki to be so generous as to be willing to hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast for him. "Your Excellency Demon Eye, I will certainly give my all for the body sect." Uchiha Tamaki nodded. "Is my senior brother in the sect?" He went to Sky Soul City. "All right then, tell my senior brother that I'll be leaving for a while." "Yes, Your Excellency Demon Eye. Having a reputation like a tree's shadow has this benefit, it can save a lot of trouble." If Uchiha Tamaki were just an unknown nobody, things wouldn't go so smoothly whether moving within the sect or outside. Uchiha Tamaki planned to return to the douluo 1 timeline, but before that, Uchiha Tamaki still needed to see 2 people. A golden tree mark flashed on Uchiha Tamaki's forehead. Immediately after, Uchiha Tamaki arrived at the Forest of Life. The goddess of life was still as holy and radiant as ever. She was slightly surprised to see Uchiha Tamaki's arrival. It seems the other me has chosen you. The goddess of life sized up Uchiha Tamaki. Little Purple actually gave you a god's trial too. Godmother, actually you didn't plan to pass the god position to me, it's just that I wanted the rewards of the god's trial, and secondly, to make it easier to meet with you, that's why you gave me the god's trial. I want to trigger the law myself to become a god. Godmother, the goddess of life looked surprised. Yes, 10,000 years ago, you too took me as your godson. The goddess of life couldn't help but chuckle behind her hand, her mood becoming even more pleasant. Uchiha Tamaki took out a piece of divine force stalactite and handed it to the goddess of life. When the goddess of life saw the divine force stalactite in Uchiha Tamaki's hand, a sharp light shot from her eyes. This is a divine power source stone. Where did you get it? I found it in a ruin 10,000 years ago, Uchiha Tamaki said. Godmother, is there something special about this divine power source stone? Since you want to trigger the law to become a god, did the mere Little Purple from 10,000 years ago tell you about the relationship between god positions and the law? Yes, Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Laws originate from chaos, and the god realm core is the container that carries chaos. The gods of the god realm are not allowed to kill each other because killing a god whose divine force is recorded in the god realm core is equivalent to damaging the law itself, which indirectly weakens the god realm core. Of course, there will always be a small number of gods who died due to various accidents, such as the gods who died in the Dragon God War. Their laws did not return to the god realm core and naturally drifted into the subordinate worlds. Some of these laws scattered in subordinate worlds merged into the bodies of various creatures, while others, after long periods of accumulation, formed divine power source stones. You can go back to the place where you found this divine power source stone and look again, perhaps you can find more. Then what is the use of this divine power source stone? This divine power source stone is a very precious treasure even for the gods, and it is one of the few things that can enhance a deity's strength, a treasure that can directly strengthen one's own law. The goddess of life looked at the divine power source stone in Uchiha Tamaki's hand. This thing isn't very significant for me and Little Purple, you should take it back for yourself. Godmother, this is the first time I'm giving a gift, if you make me take it back, I'll feel very useless. Uchiha Tamaki could feel that the goddess of life was being a bit insincere, this divine power source stone was useful even for her. Since he wanted to cling to a powerful backer, he had to give with sincerity. Right now, it only strengthens your physical body, but once you have mastered the law, you will understand the importance of divine power source stones. Godmother, seeing that Uchiha Tamaki had no intention of taking back the divine power source stone, the goddess of life was both helpless and moved. Well then, I'll accept it. Uchiha Tamaki took out another divine power source stone. This one is for Godfather, please give it to him for me. I will pass it to him. Godmother, help me say hello to Godfather. I'm heading back now. The goddess of life suddenly pointed from afar, and Uchiha Tamaki found that he had gained another 9 trials of life. Except it overlapped with Uchiha Tamaki's original 9 trials of life, and he had similarly completed the second ordeal of life. In other words, when Uchiha Tamaki completes one ordeal, he will receive double rewards. After his consciousness returned to his physical body, Uchiha Tamaki activated the Eye of Time and returned to the douluo 1 timeline. Returning to his small courtyard, he saw that it had been occupied. Gui Wuyan, Zhu Zuqing, Chenggu Pan, Jin Yuer, and the Golden Three Fools were all here. In over a year's time, Gui Wuyan had reached rank 27, Jin Yuer rank 28, Zhu Zuqing rank 49, Chenggu Pan rank 55, and Huliena, Xie Yu, and Yan were rank 56, rank 55, and rank 55 respectively. Brother Huan, you're back. Brother Huan, how is your god's trial going? Come, I'll open your eyes today. Everyone, sit in a row. Uchiha Tamaki started handing out benefits immediately. While Uchiha Tamaki was increasing their spirit ring years, Gui Wuyan and Jin Yuer's spirit power levels also reached rank 30 due to the spirit ring upgrades. Uchiha Tamaki conveniently added a 3rd spirit ring for Jin Yuer, but there was nothing he could do for Gui Wuyan because his spirit rings required imprisoning a spirit beast, which was exactly what a self-condensing soul ring couldn't do. At the same time, everyone's spirit rings all turned black. Of course, Gui Wuyan and Jin Yuer's spirit rings only barely reached the 10,000-year level. They were also the first to finish. When they saw their spirit rings were all black, they almost couldn't keep their expressions together. 116 Quality Inspector, the Immortal. Teacher, teacher. Bibi Dong looked at Juliana, who had burst into the study, her face showing a hint of tenderness. You're such a big girl now, yet you're still so reckless. Bibi Dong's eyes were full of affection. This was the girl she had raised. Teacher, look at my spirit rings. Black, 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 black. Juliana revealed her spirit rings. Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of shock appeared on her face. How is this possible? Nana, how did you do it? Little Huan is back. He helped me increase the age of my spirit rings. Bibi Dong realized, no wonder. If it was Uchiha Tamaki, it wasn't surprising. However, a wave of excitement soon followed for Bibi Dong. If Uchiha Tamaki could increase the age of spirit rings, could he help her as well? The next day, Bibi Dong, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei all came looking for him. Little Huan, what's going on with Nana and the other spirit rings? It's exactly what you're thinking. I increased the age of their spirit rings. All three of them looked at Uchiha Tamaki with burning eyes. Then, can you? I can, Uchiha Tamaki nodded. Sit down. I'll increase your spirit ring ages. Sister Dong, Old Ju, Uncle Gui, for now, I can increase one spirit ring for each of you by 100,000 years. Which spirit ring do you want to reach 100,000 years? I'll upgrade the 8th spirit ring of my first spirit, Bibi Dong said. I'll go with the 9th spirit ring, Yu Guan said. The 9th spirit ring for me as well, Gui Mei also made his choice. With excitement in their hearts, the three of them sat before Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki increased the age of the first spirit ring of Bibi Dong's soul-eating spider emperor to 200,000 years. The 9th spirit rings of Yu Guan and Gui Mei were both raised to 100,000 years. At the same time, their cultivation was forcibly boosted to the peak of rank 98, just one step away from entering the rank 99. Super douluo level. The Grail stones Uchiha Tamaki brought back were exhausted. If he wanted to upgrade them further, he would have to wait until his next return to the ninja world. The three of them looked at their spirit rings, their faces filled with irrepressible joy. Especially Yu Guan and Gui Mei, as titled douluo, who wouldn't want a 100,000-year spirit ring. Now that they had finally gotten their wish, how could they not be excited? Little Huan, will there be more opportunities in the future? Bibi Dong was equally excited. She could feel that Uchiha Tamaki had increased her first spirit ring by 200,000 years. I'll have to wait for the next God's trial, Uchiha Tamaki said. He now used the God's trial as a cover whenever he went out, and Bibi Dong and the others didn't suspect a thing. Little Huan, what level are you now? Yu Guan asked. A6 ring spirit emperor, Uchiha Tamaki said frankly. Old Ju, want to spar? Sure. Yu Guan was now a rank 98 peak douluo. Beating ordinary titled douluo would be like crushing ants. The few ordinary douluo under Bibi Dong's command weren't even enough for him to handle with one hand. Bibi Dong didn't have Uchiha Tamaki increase the spirit ring ages for those ordinary douluo. Instead, she promised them rewards once they performed meritorious service. The two of them headed straight out of the city, with Bibi Dong and Gui Mei naturally following along. Uchiha Tamaki activated his twin spirit rings. Yu Guan was no longer surprised by Uchiha Tamaki's spirit ring configuration. After all, since he could increase others' spirit ring ages, his own couldn't possibly be bad. Yu Guan was now glad he had picked up Uchiha Tamaki outside Spirit City. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei's eyes were full of envy. The golden tree spirit ring behind Uchiha Tamaki flickered. 6th spirit ability, the Immortal. The golden tree rippled with vitality, the golden domain opened, and then a golden fruit fell from the golden tree. The golden fruit opened, and a golden, shimmering body of Uchiha Tamaki stretched out from within. This is. Yu Guan looked at Uchiha Tamaki's spirit ability with uncertainty. Little Huan, is this thing another clone of yours? Will it affect you if it's destroyed? No, Old Ju, feel free. Uchiha Tamaki stepped back a few paces. He doesn't have any spirit ability, but his basic attributes are exactly the same as mine. A giant golden chrysanthemum appeared behind Yu Guan. 6th spirit ability. Golden wisps of flowing sunset. Countless petals fell from the spirit phantom, turning into indestructible blades that attacked the immortal. Swish, 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 swish. The blades continuously carved away the flesh from the immortal's body. However, under the golden domain, the immortal's wounds healed rapidly. The immortal raised his arm, and a giant chrysanthemum similarly appeared behind him. Copying my spirit ability. Yu Guan immediately focused. Sixth spirit ability. Golden wisps of flowing sunset. An identical rain of petals turned into blades and attacked Yu Guan. Yu Guan responded calmly. Second spirit ability. Golden armor across the city. The velvet sky chrysanthemum transformed into a set of golden armor, covering Yu Guan's body. The rain of petals, upon reaching about 10 feet in front of Yu Guan, seemed to fall into a pool, only causing ripples in the air. Second spirit ability. Golden armor across the city. The immortal also copied Yu Guan's spirit ability, covering its body in golden armor. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei were both slightly puzzled. They all knew that the first spirit ability of Uchiha Tamaki's first spirit could create 10 clones, and these clones also had the ability to replicate others' spirit ability and aura. So, wasn't the sixth spirit ability of Uchiha Tamaki's second spirit redundant? With Uchiha Tamaki's intelligence, he shouldn't have made such a big mistake, right? Although Uchiha Tamaki's combat power was already quite exaggerated, there was no need to waste a spirit ability slot, was there? While the two were confused, Yu Guan attacked again. Eighth spirit ability. 10,000 rays of light. The velvet sky chrysanthemum emitted thousands of brilliant rays, shooting into the immortal. The immortal's body was riddled with holes, but as the golden domain covered him, the wounds healed rapidly. Moreover, as the immortal's body healed, Yu Guan's eighth spirit ability began to lose its effect. Finally, the immortal withstood Yu Guan's eighth spirit ability head-on and began to walk toward him step by step. Yu Guan stopped abruptly, looking at the immortal with shock and uncertainty. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei gasped. Whether it was Yu Guan in the field or the two on the sidelines, they all realized the problem. At this moment, they felt their scalps go numb. This immortal could not only copy an enemy's attacks but also continuously adapt to them, eventually becoming completely immune. Yu Guan looked in horror at Uchiha Tamaki on the sidelines. Little Huan, what is going on? Old Jew, it's as you see. The sixth spirit ability of my golden tree is called, the Immortal. It can copy all of an enemy's attacks, and after being hit, it can quickly adapt and then become immune. The best way to deal with the Immortal is to use a finishing move to kill it in one shot with the first attack. If you don't kill it within the first 3 moves, you basically lose the chance to kill it. I'm not fighting. This is just too disgusting. Yu Guan decisively gave up. Bibi Dong and Gui Mei fell into thought. If it were them, how would they deal with Uchiha Tamaki's Immortal? Currently, the Immortal was not yet invincible. After all, it only possessed Uchiha Tamaki's current basic attributes, barely reaching the edge of a super douluo. A rank 98 or 99, or an explosive fighter like Tang Hao, could still manage to one-shot the Immortal, provided they knew its characteristics. But if Uchiha Tamaki were to gain 1 or 2 more spirit rings, and his physique reached the super douluo level, he would truly be able to walk unchallenged. 117 Titled Bandit. Just as Uchiha Tamaki managed to get a moment of peace, Qian Dalu came knocking on his door. Old man, if you want to increase the age of your spirit rings, there's no hope in the short term. I've used all the resources on Sister Dong, Old Ju, and Uncle Gui. Next time I'll get more resources from the Goddess of Life and then upgrade those in the Hall of Worship. Qian Daoliu's expression was a bit awkward. Do you want a wife? No thanks. There's something wrong with the brains of everyone in your Qian family. I'm afraid the child would inherit the Qian family's brain. Uchiha Tamaki thought of Qian Runshui. He wasn't lost in her beauty, but simply felt her mind wasn't right, playing a winning hand terribly. With such great talent, she just had to go play some undercover game. What are you saying? What do you mean by that? What did our Qian family ever do to you? You, your son, and your granddaughter are known as the 3 fools of the angels. Qian Daoliu's defenses crumbled. He breathed like a bull, his eyes turning bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Uchiha Tamaki. The 3 fools of the angels. This was simply the greatest insult to their Qian family. If you want to talk about morality, then don't send your granddaughter to be an undercover agent. Talking about morality while acting like thieves and prostitutes, are you trying to show off how noble you are? If Tang Chen comes back, he'll definitely call you a complete idiot. Qian Daoliu's face stiffened. Although he didn't know exactly what 250 meant, he figured it wasn't anything good. Then there's your son. I don't even need to talk about him. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki mention Qian Zunji, Qian Daoliu's expression became even more unnatural. Even he had deeply regretted that matter back then. And then your granddaughter. A talent like hers might not appear once in an eternity, yet you let her go undercover. And you still say there's nothing wrong with your Qian family's brains. Qian Daoliu's face flushed red, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. See, now you're starting to suspect that your Qian family is mentally ill too, right? Uchiha Tamaki suspected that the Asura god had collectively cast an intelligence-lowering halo on the Qian family. After all, according to netizens' deductions, the angel god was already dead, and her legacy temple was likely controlled by the Asura god or the sea god. Giving those with the angel spirit some debuffs, thinking carefully, it really was a possibility. Uchiha Tamaki turned and left. He felt that staying with Qian Daoliu any longer might result in him being forcibly infected. Lion, do you want to spar? Yu Guan activated his spirit and spirit rings. Lion looked at Yu Guan with dead fish eyes. Old chrysanthemum, that's enough. Aren't you just trying to show off your 100,000-year spirit ring? How many times had this been? The 7 worshippers of the Hall of Worship had long known from Chengupan that Uchiha Tamaki could help people increase the age of their spirit rings. For the past few days, Yu Guan had been flaunting his spirit rings in front of the titled douluo of Spirit Hall every single day, as if he were afraid others wouldn't know he had a 100,000-year spirit ring. If it were Lion's old personality, he would have stepped up and given Yu Guan 2 big slaps by now. But Yu Guan's current spirit power rank was 98, and with a 100,000-year spirit ring, he was no weaker than Golden Crocodile. Lion was only ranked 97 now, he really couldn't beat Yu Guan. Lion couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't been the first to meet Uchiha Tamaki 6 years ago. He also wanted such a precious disciple. Not only was his talent peerless, but more importantly, his abilities were immense. Now he even had a method to increase the age of spirit rings. What a pity that the people from the Supreme Pontiff Palace had taken advantage of their proximity. A few days ago, Qian Daoliu brought back news that Uchiha Tamaki's method for increasing spirit ring age was a reward from a god's trial and couldn't be increased indefinitely. Oh dear, how did my spirit rings get activated? Yu Guan had a look on his face that said he didn't do it on purpose. Just then, a hall guard knight hurriedly ran up to Yu Guan. Elder Ju, Her Majesty the Supreme Pontiff requests your presence. Understood. Old Lion, I'll find you to spar again later. Get lost already. Yu Guan arrived inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace in a cheerful mood. Greetings, Your Majesty the Supreme Pontiff. Rise, Bibi Dong waved her hand. What do you think of Xiao Huan's current strength? There should be no one below the level of Super Douluo who is his match. Yu Guan spoke quite conservatively. When Bibi Dong asked this question, he knew she was planning to dispatch Uchiha Tamaki to perform some high-difficulty tasks. Yu Guan often performed such tasks himself, and he didn't want Uchiha Tamaki to take too many risks. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Tamaki, with his strength combined with that set of strange mechanisms and methods, even someone at his own current level might suffer a great loss if they faced Uchiha Tamaki. However, Uchiha Tamaki's true rank was only that of a spirit emperor after all, so he still hoped Bibi Dong would assign him some more reasonable tasks. A large group of bandits has appeared in the Monin Wasteland. They have occupied a canyon. According to intelligence, there may be titled-level bandits among them. A titled douluo becoming a bandit. Yu Guan's face was full of question marks. He felt either his perception was flawed or the world had turned upside down to an incomprehensible degree. I also find this intelligence absurd, but the border sub-hall of the Monin Wasteland has inspected the scenes of that bandit group's robberies. Several people in the attacked caravans were killed by attacks at the titled douluo level. And it happened multiple times in succession. Yu Guan wanted to help Uchiha Tamaki investigate, but Bibi Dong said, Xiao Huan is no longer weak. When he was at rank 40, he could already kill a titled douluo. Now that he has 6 rings, I think dealing with an ordinary titled douluo should be no trouble for him. Your Majesty, shall we dispatch a titled douluo to accompany him? High-level tasks like this were usually carried out by a team of 2 acting together. Let Demon Bear act with him, Bibi Dong said. Currently, Bibi Dong had 5 titled douluo under her command: Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Demon Bear, Holy Dragon, and Ghost Leopard. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were long-term partners and were also model workers. Most of Bibi Dong's important tasks were entrusted to them. The 3 titled douluo, Demon Bear, Holy Dragon, and Ghost Leopard, were randomly paired, sometimes acting as a trio. Yu Guan thought about it. Demon Bear was an established powerhouse with rich mission experience. It wasn't bad to have him leading Uchiha Tamaki. As for the last time Uchiha Tamaki encountered a titled douluo in the Star Luo Empire, that was purely an accident. When Yu Guan first heard that Uchiha Tamaki had encountered a titled douluo while on a mission, he had been startled himself. Yu Guan immediately headed to Uchiha Tamaki's small courtyard. Every time he came to Uchiha Tamaki's courtyard, Yu Guan could see a lively scene. Now, the area around Uchiha Tamaki's house had been bought up by these youngsters. They were already used to gathering at Uchiha Tamaki's home. Xiao Huan, there's a mission for you to execute. This time, Elder Demon Bear should be coordinating with you. Oh, understood. I'm going to. Jin Yuer immediately jumped out and shouted. 118. Do you take me for a dog? The other children were all eager to try, but none of them jumped out like Jin Yuer. After all, they knew that going out on missions with an elder meant they would all be high-level missions, not something they could get involved in. Uchiha Tamaki's monster-like combat power was already at the titled douluo level. But if they followed him out, they would only be a hindrance. Seeing that her companions remained silent, Jin Yuer looked at Uchiha Tamaki, then back at Yu Guan. Then I'm not going either. Uchiha Tamaki picked his nose. Originally, I planned to take Zhu Qing to hunt for her 5th spirit ring. Leave Zhu Qing's 5th spirit ring to old Gui and me, Yu Guan said. This, old Ju, I'm afraid you guys won't be able to handle it. Yu Guan glared at Uchiha Tamaki. Are you looking down on us too much? We can handle even 100,000-year spirit beast. Little Zhu Qing can't possibly be hunting a 100,000-year spirit beast, right? That spirit beast is quite special. It's a 60,000-year dark demonic evil god tiger. It has a domain skill called the Arena of Life and Death. Once hit by the Arena of Life and Death, you are forcibly dragged into it, reverted to a 6-year-old state, and forced to fight it to the death. Only the victory of one side can end it. Yu Guan's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Then isn't this spirit beast invincible? It's not exactly invincible, but I'm afraid old Ju and Uncle Gui might mess up. If we mess up, you might not necessarily win either. Yu Guan was indeed very wary of the dark demonic evil god tiger's Arena of Life and Death, but in his view, if even he was afraid, Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't necessarily perform any better than him. Old Ju, have you forgotten? I have clones. Yu Guan thought about it, and it did seem to be the case. With his spirit power rank of 98, a 60,000-year spirit beast certainly couldn't match him in pure stats. But the fear was precisely this kind of mechanic-reliant monster like the dark demonic evil god tiger. And Uchiha Tamaki just happened to be a mechanic-reliant monster himself. On the mission you're going on this time, you might encounter a titled douluo. I'm afraid she will become a burden to you and Demon Bear. It's fine, I'll protect her, Uchiha Tamaki said. Zhu Qing's 5th spirit ring had to be the dark demonic evil god tiger. This was the most crucial step in her evolution. As long as her spirit completed its evolution, Uchiha Tamaki could help her with self-condensing soul rings in the future. Alright then, speaking of which, both Uchiha Tamaki and Zhu Qing were disciples of him and Gui Mei, but the 2 of them as teachers didn't seem to be very responsible. Uchiha Tamaki went without saying. He didn't need Yu Guan's guidance at all. And Zhu Qing, as Gui Mei's disciple, was also left to Uchiha Tamaki's responsibility. It wasn't that Yu Guan and Gui Mei didn't want to fulfill their duties as teachers. But their own time was very unstable, and in terms of spirit theory, they really might not be able to compare to Uchiha Tamaki. Every time Uchiha Tamaki returned, he used clones to read books in Spirit Hall's library. Furthermore, in the selection of spirit rings, they also couldn't compare to those Uchiha Tamaki chose for Zhu Qing. Take the dark demonic evil god tiger chosen this time, for example. A mechanic-reliant monster like the dark demonic evil god tiger could cause even those with high spirit power ranks to fail. Only a similar mechanic-reliant monster could deal with it. As for the issue of stats, Uchiha Tamaki's stats could definitely surpass a dark demonic evil god tiger with 60,000 years of cultivation. After another 2 days of preparation, Uchiha Tamaki and Zhu Zuqing arrived at the city gate. After waiting for half an hour, Demon Bear arrived late. Sorry, I overslept and was late, little Huan, little Zhu Qing. Demon Bear's blunt personality didn't hide it at all. Uncle Bear, shall we just fly there directly? Uchiha Tamaki asked. No, my spirit power can't hold up. Demon Bear hurriedly waved his hands. Uncle Bear, didn't you condense a soul core? An embarrassed look appeared on Demon Bear's face. My soul core only slightly improved my recovery, it mostly enhances my instantaneous explosive power. Uchiha Tamaki couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He hadn't expected Demon Bear's stamina to be so poor. Before I had a soul core, in a battle with someone of the same level, my spirit power would be exhausted in half an hour at most, Demon Bear said. But there aren't many opponents who can last half an hour under your fists and claws, right, Uncle Bear? Demon Bear had clearly traded recovery for ultimate explosive power. Summoning technique. Gray-clothed bird. Uchiha Tamaki and Zhu Zuqing both summoned their respective gray-clothed birds. Uchiha Tamaki's gray-clothed bird had already reached 4,000 years, and Zhu Zuqing's gray-clothed bird had also surpassed 1,000 years. Uncle Bear, come on up. This thing is really practical. On this trip out, get me a summoned beast too. Sure. We're going to the Stardo Great Forest first to hunt the 5th spirit ring for Zhu Qing anyway. We'll find one suitable to be your summoned beast then. Demon Bear sat on Uchiha Tamaki's gray-clothed bird, his face full of curiosity. This big bird is really comfortable, much more so than taking a carriage or riding a dragon-scale horse. The gray-clothed bird wasn't without its flaws. For instance, its flight speed was a major drawback. However, the gray-clothed bird could travel in a straight line, whereas traveling by land required winding around. After flying in the air for 7 or 8 days, they finally arrived at the Stardo Great Forest. Little Huan, what spirit beast does little Zhu Qing need? A dark demonic evil god tiger, 60,000 years old. Hiss. Can little Zhu Qing absorb that? She can, Uchiha Tamaki said with certainty. With his golden domain, as long as her body didn't explode instantly, there was no need to worry about whether Zhu Zuqing could absorb it. What a pity, my boy is already over 40 this year. Otherwise, I'd want him to stay by your side. Demon Bear naturally knew that the children who followed Uchiha Tamaki had all received huge benefits. He was now urging his son to have children. If he waited until the future when Uchiha Tamaki held a high position, it probably wouldn't be so easy to send a child to his side. Now was the best time for Uchiha Tamaki. His strength was great enough, but he didn't yet hold a high position. By using a bit of face with Bibi Dong, he could still stuff his descendants by Uchiha Tamaki's side. After entering the Stardo Great Forest, Uchiha Tamaki, Demon Bear, and Zhu Zuqing landed on the ground. There were too many flying spirit beasts here, any one of them would pose a fatal threat to the gray-clothed bird. Do you have any clues about the dark demonic evil god tiger? I encountered it once when I was at the 2-ring level, Uchiha Tamaki said. In the mixed zone, further in. Demon Bear grinned. This kid really was a freak, having encountered a dark demonic evil god tiger at the 2-ring level and not dying. Then you lead the way. As they went deeper, the spirit beasts they encountered along the way became stronger and stronger, but they tried to avoid fighting as much as possible. Demon Bear's aura was still able to scare off the vast majority of spirit beasts. After walking for 2 days, they finally entered the mixed zone. Uchiha Tamaki arrived at the area where he had originally encountered the dark demonic evil god tiger, but he couldn't find any trace of it. Little Huan, come over here. Just then, Demon Bear suddenly called out. Uchiha Tamaki immediately jogged over to Demon Bear's side. Uncle Bear, what did you find? Look at this, what kind of animal fur is this? Uchiha Tamaki looked at the animal fur on Demon Bear's finger, it was black and very glossy. He reached out and rubbed the fur. A faint trace of dark aura emanated from this fur. Uncle Bear, can you smell the scent on this fur? Demon Bear's face darkened. Do you take me for a dog? Uchiha Tamaki felt slightly embarrassed. You guys step back a bit. I'll summon a summoned beast and see if it can distinguish it. 119 Fierce battle with the dark demonic evil god tiger. Summoning technique. Giant salamander. Bang. A massive black spirit beast suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Taiwan novel website is super caring and super convenient. Beside him, Devil Bear's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. 100,000-year spirit beast. At this moment, Devil Bear only felt his scalp go numb. Zhu Zuqing, however, had seen the giant salamander long ago. During their year and a half of travels, Uchiha Tamaki had summoned the giant salamander many times, so she was already very familiar with it. Huan. The giant salamander smacked its large mouth, then turned its head to look at Zhu Zuqing. Juju, long time no see. Long time no see, giant salamander. Zhu Zuqing also greeted the giant salamander. Giant salamander, this is my Uncle Shang. The giant salamander turned its large head and looked at Devil Bear. Uncle Shang. Ah, hello, I am Devil Bear. This was the first time Devil Bear had communicated so calmly with a 100,000-year spirit beast. Crucially, this spirit beast actually called him Uncle Shang. Giant salamander, how is your sense of smell? Very good, I can smell the scent of prey from 100 miles away. Uchiha Tamaki held the found fur to the giant salamander's nose. Sniff this and see if you can identify which spirit beast's fur this is. Sniff sniff. The giant salamander took 2 deep breaths. Dark demonic evil god tiger. Uchiha Tamaki, Zhu Zuqing, and Devil Bear looked at each other, joy appearing on their faces. Can you pinpoint its location? Get on my back, I'll take you there. Devil Bear sent a sound transmission to Uchiha Tamaki. We're hunting a spirit beast, won't it have an objection? That thing, the dark demonic evil god tiger, is hated by gods and ghosts alike. Anyone who sees it has to spit on it. Ah, all right then. Although the giant salamander preferred moving in swamps, it could move just as freely. In mountain forests, it just wasn't as fast as in a swamp and couldn't travel long distances, but fortunately, with Uchiha Tamaki's continuous supply of spirit power, the giant salamander's movements wouldn't be significantly affected. After the 3 sat on the giant salamander's back, they began wandering through the mountain forest. Every so often, the giant salamander would sniff the air. After walking for several hours, the giant salamander suddenly stopped. It's nearby. The giant salamander's tone became serious, its gaze constantly shifting through the forest. Giant salamander, this isn't a suitable place for you to fight. Go back first, and I'll prepare some delicious food for you later. Okay, be careful. Bang. Uchiha Tamaki released the summoning technique. Uncle Shang, protect Zhu Qing well. Can you handle it alone? We've come this far, I have to handle it whether I can or not. Uchiha Tamaki summoned the golden tree spirit, and a powerful aura of life force spread out. To the dark demonic evil god tiger, this was a massive temptation. Just then, a terrifying and chaotic aura approached rapidly from afar, heading straight toward them. That blatant and undisguised tyrannical aura was like a gale sweeping through, enveloping the 3 of them. Uchiha Tamaki pressed his hands together. Would release, would human technique. Rumble. Vines erupted from the ground, quickly converging into a 100-meter-tall giant. Devil Bear looked at the giant rising from the ground in amazement, his face showing shock. So strong. Even with his full power, he might only reach this level. Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, so strong. The wood human went straight for the dark demonic evil god tiger, which suddenly flickered and dodged the giant palm. The dark demonic evil god tiger possessed the attributes of time, space, spirit, darkness, lightning, and wind. While the wood human's combat power was immense, its speed was its weakness. The dark demonic evil god tiger's figure was like a ghost, flickering and teleporting left and right. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived about a dozen yards in front of Uchiha Tamaki. Golden Tree Third Spirit Ability, Earth and Wood Twin Dragons. Rumble. 2 giant dragons, entangled with each other, burst out from the ground. These 2 dragons were an earth dragon and a wooden dragon, each over 10 yards long. Their sudden emergence from underground gave even the dark demonic evil god tiger a start. In that moment of daze, the earth dragon had already charged in front of the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger opened its bloody maw, dark demonic evil god light. A beam of black light instantly pierced the earth dragon's head, but the earth dragon's body quickly restored itself. Right then, the wooden dragon reached the dark demonic evil god tiger, its massive body binding it. The dark demonic evil god tiger immediately sensed danger, its form flickering again as it teleported over a dozen meters away. It was trying to get close to Uchiha Tamaki, its gaze filled with greed and desire. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Uchiha Tamaki pressed his palms together, his golden tree's second spirit ring flashing. Second spirit ability. Icewood Eternal Freeze. The dark demonic evil god tiger sensed immense danger again. But in the next instant, vines covered in ice armor burst from the ground, coiling toward the dark demonic evil god tiger. The dark demonic evil god tiger hurriedly jumped away, but ice armor vines kept erupting from the ground. With ice armor vines everywhere, it had nowhere to run. When its left hind leg landed, it stepped on an ice armor vine. Instantly, an extreme chill spread up from its left hind leg. The dark demonic evil god tiger felt its left hind leg lose sensation, and the chill was rapidly spreading through its entire body. The dark demonic evil god tiger tried to escape, but the chill spread far too quickly, and in an instant, it turned into an ice sculpture. Icewood Eternal Freeze could only provide a hard crowd control effect for 10 seconds, so Uchiha Tamaki had to completely restrain the dark demonic evil god tiger within those 10 seconds. Of course, 10 seconds was plenty of time for Uchiha Tamaki to do many things. Uchiha Tamaki pressed his palms together. Second spirit ability, Ice Silence Wither. Ice flowers erupted from the ground and bloomed, while a chilly floral fragrance filled the air. Back away further. Use a spirit power shield to protect Zhu Qing, don't touch the fragrance. Hearing Uchiha Tamaki's words, Devil Bear immediately retreated another 100 meters, simultaneously raising a spirit power shield and placing another layer over Zhu Qing. The duration of Icewood Eternal Freeze ended, and the ice encasing the dark demonic evil god tiger quickly disintegrated. By then, the dark demonic evil god tiger had also regained consciousness. Uchiha Tamaki's various bizarre moves were endless. If the fight continued, it might very well fall here. The dark demonic evil god tiger possessed very high intelligence. But just then, it caught a whiff of the bone-chilling floral fragrance. The dark demonic evil god tiger noticed the ice flowers covering a 100-meter radius. Sensing intense danger once more, the dark demonic evil god tiger immediately wanted to retreat. However, it then felt its spirit power rapidly freezing, and that chill was rampaging through its body, continuously freezing its bodily functions. Filled with shock and rage, the dark demonic evil god tiger glared at Uchiha Tamaki. Uchiha Tamaki looked at the dark demonic evil god tiger expressionlessly. The dark demonic evil god tiger's body swayed. Gradually, its spirit power was completely frozen, leaving it unable to activate any spirit ability. Finally, with a low growl, its bodily functions were completely frozen. It was now a sitting duck. Uchiha Tamaki pressed his palms together again. Third spirit ability. Earth and Wood Twin Dragons. The two dragons quickly coiled around the dark demonic evil god tiger, completely stripping it of any chance to counterattack. The earth dragon could continuously restore itself, while the wooden dragon could steadily absorb the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit power. Uncle Shang, bring Zhu Qing over. Devil Bear looked at Uchiha Tamaki in amazement. He hadn't expected Uchiha Tamaki to subdue the dark demonic evil god tiger so easily. This was a creature that even he would dread facing, yet Uchiha Tamaki had defeated it so effortlessly. Devil Bear brought Zhu Qing closer. Looking at the dark demonic evil god tiger entangled by the earth dragon and wooden dragon, her face also bore a look of shock. Even though the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit power had been sucked dry by now, it still emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Zhu Qing, look here. 120 Arena of Life and Death. Zhu Qing looked at Uchiha Tamaki, and in the next moment, she saw the ripples in Uchiha Tamaki's eyes. Immediately after, she felt Uchiha Tamaki's mental force being imprinted into her eyes. Zhu Qing didn't know what Uchiha Tamaki had done. But she believed that Uchiha Tamaki wouldn't harm her. Alright, it's done. Go up and kill it, Uchiha Tamaki said. Zhu Qing walked toward the dark demonic evil god tiger. Just as she was about to kill it, a black light suddenly flared up from the dark demonic evil god tiger's body, forming a protective shield around it. Oh no, It still has the power to counterattack. Demon Bear turned pale with fright. But at that moment, Uchiha Tamaki clasped his palms together, and the sixth spirit ring beneath his feet flickered. Ripples appeared behind Uchiha Tamaki, followed by the emergence of giant weapons from within them. Uchiha Tamaki raised his hand and pointed at the dark demonic evil god tiger. Rinnegan sixth spirit ability, Thousand Machine Colossus. These giant weapons looked like the weapons of a Susanoo, coming in various colors and each being incredibly massive. All the giant weapons shot toward the dark demonic evil god tiger in an instant. Boom boom boom. The black shield on the dark demonic evil god tiger shattered instantly. At that very moment, the dark demonic evil god tiger and Zhu Zuqing both vanished from where they stood. Xiao Huan, where's Xiao Zuqing? What happened? That is the dark demonic evil god tiger's arena of life and death domain. Any enemy pulled into the arena of life and death will be forced back to their 6-year-old physical state and must engage in a one-on-one battle with the dark demonic evil god tiger. The arena of life and death only ends when one side dies. What, then, isn't Xiao Zuqing? Don't worry, I broke the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil god shield, so it will also return to the level of a 10-year spirit beast, Uchiha Tamaki said. But even if the dark demonic evil god tiger is only 10 years old, it's impossible for Xiao Zuqing to win, right? I just applied a self-created spirit ability to Zuqing. Xiao Zuqing is sure to win. Uchiha Tamaki himself had 2 domains, an eye for an eye and the golden domain. He naturally knew that domains didn't require spirit power. So, even though he had sealed the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit power, it still had the power to resist. If Uchiha Tamaki wanted the spirit ring for himself, he could have killed the dark demonic evil god tiger from a distance. Unfortunately, Zhu Zuqing had no long-range attack methods, so when she approached the dark demonic evil god tiger, she would inevitably face its desperate counterattack. This was why Uchiha Tamaki used a transcription seal to seal a pupil technique into Zhu Zuqing's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Zuqing arrived in a black area where visibility was extremely low. She felt she couldn't see more than 3 meters away. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came from behind, and Zhu Zuqing rolled forward abruptly. SS's. A tiger claw swiped where Zhu Zuqing had been standing, the sound of tearing air echoing. The dark demonic evil god tiger. Zhu Zuqing was shaken, but this dark demonic evil god tiger seemed a bit small. Dark demon tiger. Spirit possession. Zhu Zuqing immediately summoned her spirit, only to find that her spirit power was only at level 7. This was her innate spirit power. At the same time, what appeared behind Zhu Zuqing was not the dark demon tiger, but the hell civet. Furthermore, she discovered that her body had also returned to its 6-year-old state. Zhu Zuqing's head was buzzing. Had she been caught in the dark demonic evil god tiger's arena of life and death? Uchiha Tamaki had told her about the dark demonic evil god tiger's arena of life and death before. Never mind that for now. Spirit possession. A pair of cat ears grew on Zhu Zuqing's head, and her hands turned into cat claws. The dark demonic evil god tiger attacked from behind again. Zhu Zuqing's cat ears twitched, and she rolled forward once more, dodging the tiger's claws. Zhu Zuqing thought to herself that the dark demonic evil god tiger also seemed to have weakened significantly, feeling as though it only had about 100 years of cultivation. In reality, the current dark demonic evil god tiger only had 10 years of cultivation, but even with only 10 years, it could still fight a 100-year spirit beast. Zhu Zuqing's nerves were strained to the limit, but her 6-year-old physique and spirit power made it impossible for her to use any of her spirit abilities. Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Zhu Zuqing's feet began to move rapidly. She was now on the same level as the dark demonic evil god tiger. She was weakened, but the dark demonic evil god tiger was weakened even more. Uchiha Tamaki had obtained a full set of Tang sect martial arts from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well 10,000 years in the future, and none of his companions had been left behind. The dark demonic evil god tiger was also unable to use any spirit abilities now, and could only rely on its 10 years of cultivation and physique to ambush Zhu Zuqing in the darkness. After all, Zhu Zuqing only had a 6-year-old physique. She ultimately couldn't compete with the dark demonic evil god tiger in terms of stamina. After several rounds of offense and defense, Zhu Zuqing clearly felt her stamina failing. Zhu Zuqing's figure faltered, and her back was slashed by the dark demonic evil god tiger's claws, but in that same instant, she extended her own claws. Hell Claw. Zhu Zuqing's arms swung in afterimages, frantically attacking the dark demonic evil god tiger behind her. SSSSSSSSSSSS. In an instant, the dark demonic evil god tiger's head was mangled, and one of its eyes was clawed out. Roar. In its rage, the dark demonic evil god tiger stopped trying to hide and pounced on Zhu Zuqing, its bloody maw snapping toward her head. At that very moment, ripples suddenly appeared in Zhu Zuqing's eyes. Rinnegan. Shinra Tensai. A terrifying repulsive force radiated from Zhu Zuqing's body. The dark demonic evil god tiger was in close contact with the repulsive force of Shinra Tensai, and its massive body was instantly sent flying. The repulsive force was like a blade, flaying the flesh from the tiger's body. When the dark demonic evil god tiger hit the ground, it was at its last gasp, its fur gone and replaced by mangled chunks of meat. Panting, Zhu Zuqing stood up and looked at the dark demonic evil god tiger before her. She couldn't help but touch her eyes. It seemed Uchiha Tamaki had helped her. Zhu Zuqing quickly understood what had happened. She walked step by step to the dark demonic evil god tiger and raised her claws to crush its head. At that moment, the dark space began to shatter like a mirror. Both Zhu Zuqing and the dark demonic evil god tiger's bodies began to return to their original forms. At the same time, Zhu Zuqing felt her body recovering rapidly, while the dark demonic evil god tiger's body remained a mess of mangled flesh. Uchiha Tamaki and Demon Bear rushed to Zhu Zuqing's side. Xiao Zuqing, how are you? I'm fine, thanks to Brother Huan's help, Zhu Zuqing said with lingering fear. It's good that you're okay. Hurry up and absorb the spirit ring, Xiao Huan and I will protect you. Zhu Zuqing looked down at the black spirit ring appearing around the dark demonic evil god tiger's corpse, her heart filled with excitement. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Shang and Brother Huan. Zhu Zuqing immediately sat cross-legged and began to guide the dark demonic evil god tiger's spirit ring. Uchiha Tamaki activated his golden domain to grant Zhu Zuqing a recovery effect.